1,000, not a 1,000.
isn't a more perfect thing that a leader of the nation could have chosen to say at the time, other than, I can hear you. I know what just happened. We're all in this together as Americans. I can hear you.
The body of the government,
Yes.
if you think about it as a body, has its own defense system that will fight for its own survival. And that's the nameless, faceless, gray suits that all work for it. They don't want to lose their jobs, and they might even believe in what they're doing. And so they're not going to let some random person that gets elected by some weird system that some people understand and most people don't dictate what the future of their lives are and the future of the country is.
You are being actively stolen from when you pay them more money, when you have to pay taxes to buy anything, to get gas, to buy food, to buy anything, to pay your bills, you're paying taxes.
Every time there's a transaction of currency, you're paying taxes.
To not allow the government to further steal from you is not wrong.
And we're back
What the fuck?
to Salt of the Streets podcast, episode 162. I am Colin, obviously, and I'm joined by my wonderful and beautiful co-host, Mr. Donovan. How are you today, sir?
Dude, I'm fucking fantastic. I'm
I thought
so
you might
thrilled to be here. I didn't even know about that. I had not seen that before now. That was a surprise.
I told you I had a surprise.
That brought water to my eyes. That was amazing.
It's a work in progress. It's a work in progress. And of
love
course,
that.
we're joined by our good friend of the show, Mr. Larry Dixon. Hello, sir.
Hey, how we doing? Happy to be here.
Fucking great, buddy. It's the new year. It's the first show of the new year. It's going to be good. Donovan, tell us what we're going to be talking about today. What are we doing today? And then you can gush.
You caught me off guard. It was a whole deal. We got a couple local stuff that we're going to get into. Of course, I have some things I want to hear from Larry because it's been a while since he has been in here. He is, for those of you who don't know or if you are new to the show, he is our most frequent guest. We have had Larry on here 6 times, episode 92, 97, 102, 110, 115, and 119. There was obviously a period of about 6 months where we were completely obsessed with him because that's when all of these episodes happened. It was in a very short amount of time. Like, it's been 2 episodes. You have to come back now. It's time. And so, yeah, we have lots of local stuff that we're going to talk about. We have a huge grab bag. We're talking about the Harvard hearing, all of the Trump stuff, 2024, January 6th, student loan debt, Epstein, government shutdown. We have crisis at the border, Ukraine, Israel, a ton of stuff. So we're going to get to as much as we can. Like I said, if you've been watching for a while, then you've seen Larry on here. You know we vibe with him when he's on here.
Indeed.
So it's going to happen. It's going to be great. Yes, we are.
Shout out to the first half of the G unit show up. Tiffany's in chat. Says hi. Hope y'all are having a blessed new year so far.
Yes, Happy New Year to everybody. Merry Christmas.
Yeah, Happy New Year, Larry.
I am
And Merry
excited
Christmas.
to be here.
I am too. Listen, you guys forgot about me for a little bit. It's fine. It's good. I'm just happy to be back.
Fighting words.
I'm the worst person in the world to try to actually text. Every single person who's ever known / loved me has known I'm an abomination of a texter. And I don't know what that. You watch me, like I'll look at the text and I'll just look at it like, all right, I'm going to respond to this immediately. And then something shiny happens and then it's like I never even saw it. And it just goes into the ether. Like at one point, I wish you guys could see, there's just hundreds of texts and not even like I was important. It was just people mixed in with spam and I was just like overwhelmed. I was like, I'll come back to this.
I'll come back.
It's too much.
That's great. Well, you're never far from my mind, Larry.
Well, I appreciate that. Well, you
Always
guys aren't far
thinking
from
about
it. I felt like I was stalking you guys, just like forcing you guys to let me just come blabber on. So listen, I'm happy to be back.
No, it's perfect, man. And the content is always good. Like, that's the thing, is that we work together now, especially. So, we're constantly talking about, man, we had this with Larry and like this and like, yeah, we'll do 2 episodes will go by. I'm like, we should really have Larry back to talk about this thing. Like, I really want to get his take on this particular. So, no, it was perfect. And I knew that we had you on a ton, but just when I was going back to collect, I was like, they're just all right fucking packed together too, which is really funny.
Back. That's where we need to get back to.
Yeah, no more than 5 episodes went by without you being on here. Like, that is awesome.
Yeah, I think Nils, for a minute there, because Nils was the last episode we did for last year.
Yes.
And just to see, because he's the next runner-up as far as most frequented guest.
Yeah.
And so there's a unofficial race going on to see who can maintain that top spot.
Also, I made a joke. It's so funny. Elijah was our last episode of the year, and like 2 episodes before that, we had Josh Keaton on. And so when Elijah was here, I was like, yeah, and when I'm talking to Larry about coming on for the first episode, I said, if I can, we're going to pull that hat trick and get our 3 favorite black guests on all in a row. And fucking Elijah laughed so hard. He's like, I was going to say, I was like, I didn't plan it that way, but that's how it's working out.
That's so funny. We had a good
It all-
strong guess at the end.
Oh my god, listen, it comes together like that. And at least we're all good guests. At least we're not terrible people. That could be worse. Like, imagine if we just all terrible people. It just would have never worked out.
Yeah, we don't associate with bad people
We just
anymore.
had to get the numbers, so we have to get them on at some point. So we're packing them into the end of the year, beginning of the year. Make sure that we're hitting the equity numbers.
Got to make sure our DEI score stays up for the
Yes.
show, you know.
When they're all like, all 3 of you guys are into such different shit. Obviously, you're different people, but Josh is a teacher now. He's a history teacher in like Lacey or like somewhere around Olympia, and so he's his takes are always going to be very different. He's super duper in depth about like politics specifically, and Elijah is very, very, very smart, but doesn't really pay that much attention to politics. So you can ask him about anything and he'll give you like a well thought out answer to it. And so he's just interesting to hear about anything. And you're fucking all over the board. You know, it could be a totally random thing. And you're like, listen, I've actually done 13 hours of research on this in the last 2 days. Like, okay, let's hear it then. What do you got? And that's what I love so much.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't think you would have any idea about this, but here you are.
Right. And before we go any further, I do need to make sure we do give Nils a nice shout out for all the new music that we saw in the opening.
Yes.
That the new starting soon screen and stuff. Those are all coming from Nils.
And we have plenty more stuff for you guys. You'll hear lots more of him as far as different clips go. He's made a bunch of beats for us, a couple of songs. So we have lots of new stuff for you.
We got another new one coming up for the in between breaks. We'll be
Yes.
back soon screen.
Oh, and I figured this about as good a time as any that we announce we have a new show. We talked about this a few times, kind of like hinted a few things in the ending of the year. That, like, we have a lot of stuff going on. We have something new. We have some blah, blah, blah. So we are debuting for you guys in 2 days. Will be the first release on Monday, right? The same time or the same day that the audio version of this episode drops. We have a new show that we are working on, and it is called SOS ID. It is a men's mental health show, and it is going to be a lot of guests on. We're going to have people that we know from all over the board and to have on, so that the whole goal is for us to discuss and identify people's problems, men's problems specifically, before they become issues, before they are catastrophic, before they need to send out an SOS, if you will. So that's what we're doing. And so we have a couple episodes in the can that we're going to start putting out for you guys. We have some episodes with just Colin and I, and then some guest-driven episodes that I think you guys are really gonna like.
Indeed.
So,
Yeah, the first one is kind of the freebie. It's it'll be an episode with just you and me, and that's going to drop on Monday the 15th. And then after that, every episode from then on will be released on the Patreon 2 weeks ahead of time.
Yes.
So that way our patron guests can get first access to the new shows, and they'll be coming out essentially every month.
and uncut. The Patreon
Uncut.
users we are going to do. We obviously
As close as I can.
Yeah, if
Sometimes there's a small break, but
Right. If you watch this show, we don't cut anything from this. The live stream that you watch is exactly what we put out at the end of the week. That's the audio that you get is just the live stream. We just cut the breaks out. So for this show, we're going to do a little bit more editing and try our hand at just kind of making it a little more polished and just something a little bit different. So, but the Patreon users, all the Patreon people at any level are going to get the uncut episode, and they will get it 2 weeks early. So
also known as Raw Dog.
that's right. Raw Dog. Yeah. Raw Dog uncut. 100%. So it'll be an exclusive for Patreon.
It's begun.
And then the YouTube will get it on the 15th. Every month we will drop an episode for you guys of SOS ID.
Amen. Fucking A, dude. I'm so excited to be here today. It's been way too long. And Larry's here. Come on.
That's what. Listen, I've been just like taking in the growth, evolving. I love everything you guys just announced. Is amazing, and obviously, back into my fixation. I did a lot. I think I'm really fascinated, not with men's health, but just like how to be like grow up and be a man. I feel like that was like such a weird arc at the end of 2023 where everybody was just taking pot shots at it that it just got so crazy and out of hand. Like I just became fascinated with delving in deeper. So I can't wait for these. I'm so excited.
Oh, yeah. I think that's one of the things that really put a fire under me about it was all the terrible, like, red, like, manosphere, red pill stuff that's out there and so popular. It doesn't do anybody, any real dude, any kind of actual, like, service. And it really just, it helps ruin the entire, like, sphere, if you will, that entire genre of conversation by having it led by fucking Cobra Tate or whatever that
Right.
pearly things or whatever, you know, all that mostly we hate women stuff, and all you got to do is make money, fuck bitches, and then you'll make it in life. It's like none of that is addressing any real life men's problem.
Right.
Yeah. No.
So-
Again, I love it. I love it.
Yeah, so we got a couple of new episodes that are gonna be coming out for you guys. We're working on some new website updates and some things. So we got some other stuff in the background that I think you guys are really gonna enjoy. But been really excited about this new show. Been doing a lot of work on it and stuff like that. So I'm very excited. For
We've
us to
been
put
busy
this
during
out.
the break.
Yes, we have been hustling. So, and as you guys know, we got more writing going on this year. We're taking the year off of the book club for the show so that I can work on a book that I am writing. So we got some good stuff going on.
Yeah, that's more or less your like goal for the year, right? Is to hammer that out.
Yes.
I don't know if you've made that official or if that was just a thought.
Yeah, and I don't know how much I've talked about it, but I'm working on a book, and so that's the goal. Yeah, is to get obviously just as much of that kind of first draft done as I can. It's a heist novel that's based in Bremerton. I'm going to use as many real locations and all the real everything as I can, and obviously invent some things to make the heist fucking work. But that's it's just as I moved to West Bremerton, I started driving through there every day and was just getting visions in my head of just like movie scenes that were coming up. So I got to do something with this. So got a book going on. We got a lot of stuff going on for the show. So.
Indeed. Well, let's before we dive into everything, I did watch a new heist movie last night called Lift with Kevin Hart. It's fun.
Was it good? Was it good?
It was fun. We'll put it that way. I
was
mean,
fun.
it ain't winning no awards, I don't think, but it it was fun. There was some nice twists and turns like that. You thought you knew what was going on, and then they were like, "Well, actually, this is what I was doing the whole time." I was like, okay, it's the heist thing, but I have a love-hate relationship with heist things.
Yeah.
But I wanted to talk to Larry about how your holiday was, how your New Year was, man.
It was good. I think it went by super fast. I think, really for me, I think 2023 was like the year of just doing a lot. Like I was all over the place. And so like this year, I really want to focus on just a couple things. So, the end of the year was great, but I came in just being like, hey, we're going to do 2 things this year. And we're going to try to do them really well. And so I'm going to hunker in on just growing the business and then really getting back to like what my passion was, which was, spreading all this financial mumbo jumbo. Cause I just, I see it all everywhere where everyone's charging for things that are so simple. So, great end of the year to answer the question, but really I just kind of left the year, frustrated because I got nothing done because I was all over the place. I'm ADD. And then just moving into the next year, I was just like, I need to accomplish one thing. And so that's kind of where I'm at. So I feel like I'm a little bit more focused. Things are kind of coming together. And really, which, I'm glad you guys reached out too, is just like rekindling with just people I lost because I was chasing things that didn't even exist for me and I made them up in my head. So I'm excited.
Awesome. That sounds great.
So tell me more about sharing the financial information, because obviously we'll talk about the business thing in a minute, because the last time we talked to you was December 3rd, 2021. It was the last time that you were on the show. So it's been a long time. So we have a lot of, I have just a few aspects of your life that I want to make sure that we catch up on, but I want to address that first. Number 2, you're talking about sharing the financial stuff. The first time that we had you on here was because I had seen posts that you were doing on Facebook to break down like different funding bills that were going through the government during COVID so that people could understand them. Is that kind of what you're talking about, or what do you mean?
Yeah, and that's kind of where I want the genesis to come out of. It's just like realizing it's like I've learned cool concepts through successes, failures, like all of them together, right? And what I've realized is, for better or worse, failures or wins, I've gotten into circles to explain concepts that are there. And then when I go around and just taking in social media because of the AI exists, it's going to feed me exactly what I want. And what I'm seeing is people are just giving people just the dream and then they're selling it to them, right? When I know that like the information that they're selling is so easy that it shouldn't be sold, right? And so like I want to get back to kind of the genesis, which is really utilizing, my position in life, my understanding of things that I do every day, and then continue to give it down to the lowest level as I can for free, right? And I don't know what it's going to look like yet or how I'm going to push it out there, but I do want to get back to that because I kind of just wonder, what was I doing? And like I was just like I was stretching myself so thin to chase things that like no longer apply to me, right? And like I was just like I was like, oh, I need to be a billionaire. I was just like, well, do I even need $1 billion to get the things I want? And the answer was no. So I was just like, why are you chasing this arbitrary number? I was just like, okay, then what do you actually want to do? And like the most fun I have is when I'm sitting down with clients and we are able to dig very deep into their very niche topics and then kind of distill those down. And when they leave it like, thank you for that, like I get a lot of personal joy about that. And then the fact that there's so much asymmetry and the cost of entry is money. And like, as we have a larger disparity of money, I was just like, okay, what can I do to break it down at my level, right? Like, I don't know what it's going to look like, but I was like, I can do more than I'm doing, right? And
Yeah.
so I don't know if I'm the guy, but again, that's what I'm passionate about. So that's what I'm looking at as we turn the corner. How can I do that? And so that's where like it's like weird that you asked me because like I think when I got to December, I was so burnt out, exasperated because it was just like the chaotic life that I led, and like literally thinking I was on the brink of insolvency and just like looking into the abyss, like oh my god, like this is what failure looks like. I like oh my god, like this is how people get wiped out and just being there, and then like making it to the proverbial shore and being like okay, I can at least start over again. Like it's just like man, like okay, like was it all worth it? Why was I even doing it? And so like it was a lot of reflection, you know, Thanksgiving to the end of the year. So like, I was just really turning the page, if I will, if you will.
So tell me more about that. You're talking about you were looking at insolvency, or you're talking about for your business or your personal life, or you obviously only share however much you're.
No, it's really just real estate, right? And like I think real estate like gets a real estate when done well works out really well. Real estate when done poorly, right? And then you look at these TikToks, right? And you look at them at these 60 to 90-second bites. You're like, oh, I can do that, right? And you discount the effort that other people are putting in, right? And then you discount how slow people are going because the people who have teams that know how to leverage it, like they're getting so much done, and then they come out and be like, "Oh, this is what I did." Well, you didn't do it. You leveraged a team to do it, which for them doesn't take away from the achievement,
Right.
but change the facts on can someone just start to do it. So as I was like, "Oh, I can do this because it's so easy," and I kind of bought into the dream that I was selling. And so when you buy into the fact that you need more to accomplish, right? You need more to be happy. Plus, like this is easy. You kind of chase that easy route, and then I just got punched in the mouth, right? And like not all of them went through, but like I went through all these real estate deals. I think we did like 9 or 10 in a year.
Right.
And
Because I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, but I remember you were like, you had a couple houses the last time that we talked that you, I
no,
don't know
no,
if you.
100%. And I just can't kept ramping up. And then like it was like, it's like I couldn't like between that and running a business, I literally could not do it all. So I was just like I would miss calls with contractors. I'm like, okay, well they had it, and then you're literally letting things fall through the crack. And so I did all of that work to literally end up where I started. And you're just like, why did I go on that journey, right? And then you start to look at, okay, why did you lose? Well, it's not my passion. The passion wasn't real estate; it was money, right?
Yeah.
And to do anything for money just leads you to a weird place because like those days that you stay up there. So like I'm not anti anything, but like I just want to get back to the roots and then understanding like what do I need to be happy, right? And like those are the kind of things where I lost perspective, and like I was just running, which is fun. That's why I like smiled when Colin started mentioning Andrew Tate because that was like part of my journey to like oh I need the cars and like not so much the women. I'm not like married. I'm married, right? So I'm not really
Right.
looking for multiple women, but like the cars, the houses, the private jet. Like you like oh like I need those things for worth, and then you know you take a step back. You're like well why do you need those things, right? And then you talk to people with like I now that I know people that fly on jets regularly, they're just like why do you want a private jet? And they're like, you don't go anywhere. It's like you literally go somewhere. And I was like, well, it'd be cool to fly private. He's like, well, flying private is different than owning a private jet, right? And like,
Right.
Yeah.
not only is that just different amounts of money,
Right.
but like it's like a reframing of what you want to do, right? And so like those kind of conversations like help me get back to even, right? And then you know just on the tail, like a lot the more transition. Like I left the army, so I'm like full time doing this in my job.
Right.
I obviously we have employees in the business now, so like all those things have like led me to kind of have a different perspective because like I can't just gallivant on like the cool thing and invest all these things and then not take care of my team, right? And so like those kinds of things have kind of led the perspective. So like that's the journey I took. It was crazy. It was this is the scariest time. It's the coolest time. But I think the coolest thing is I got like cool stories and then like a lot of the concepts that people talk about, like I've done. Like I've literally done all these terrible, great, hard concepts and I did them by myself to varying levels of success. But like I can give a lot of good feedback now. So I'm just like, why am I not just giving it to all those? So like a big thing that I do in my spare time is like if you ever go on TikTok, because TikTok is absolutely still my guilty pleasure. And if you find like a financial concept, I guarantee if it's like a high ranking video, you'll see me in the comments just answering as many questions as possible.
Okay.
And like I will sit there for hours and just answer them. And I was just like, and like I started to get like a very small, just like a feedback loop where people are just kind of asking me questions, like small, like maybe 2 people a month. But like I was like giving things back to people in my own way, right? I can't sacrifice the time, but like if I have 48 seconds while I'm pooping to answer a question, like if they can come to me for free, why would I let them go somewhere else to pay $500, $1,000, $3,000 for a course? It's just not in my ethos, right? And
Right.
it's not why I got into taxes. And so it's been interesting trying to make an impact on like that, and then trying to understand like, okay, this is where you are. How do you want to expand it? And then I told myself, you're psychotic, and I fixate. So it's just like you get one side hobby, right? So like I think what it's gonna be is like the NFL cap. So like if you talk to me this year, and I'm not talking about the NFL salary cap, taxes and accounting, or educating, then just slap me around and tell me I'm a piece of shit. They need to bring it back to even. They need to bring it back to even. And like that's so yeah, that was like 2023 wasn't a bad year, but like it was just I don't know, it was like an abnormally hard year, and I felt like the person that made it the hardest was me, and I
Yeah.
think that was like crazy. And so like I lost touch with people, like you guys, we just didn't talk 2022, and it's like weird. Like as I was thinking, just like come back on the show, what are we talking about? Like just like why did we just fall out of it? Like fall out of touch, like what? And I was like, oh my god, it was literally just me, and I was just like, and this is aggressive because I don't think we'll stop being friends. But I was like, you're almost sacrificing friendships for money that you would then spend to hang out with your friends in more circles, but then no one's gonna be there. And it was just like it was a weird 2023 journey. It was just and like we can dig in obviously any process. Like, I'm an open book. I can tell you anything. I just don't want to. I don't want this to be like the inner workings of successes and failures of me there. But like I thought that was like it was just a really interesting thought. Like Wednesday and Thursday being like, wow, you almost lost 2 dudes that I enjoy hanging out with you guys, and then it's just like we could have like lost the friendship because of what, right? And then I just kind of extrapolate out. You guys aren't the only ones. There's tons of friends that I talk to way less in 2023 where we'll talk and they'll be like, "Where have you been?" And I'm just like, "I've been here," and I was just like, "No, I haven't. I've just been chasing my tail, for lack of a better word." So it's just fascinating. So like again, I've been thinking a lot about 2023 as we turned the page.
It sounds to me like a very healthy thing to like be able to look back on your year in retrospect, and I didn't really like the way I did these things, and I'm going to alter that now and go forward because in retrospect, I didn't like the way it turned out. You learned a lot of hard lessons from the sound of it, and it sounds like because you have the wherewithal and the mindset to be able to reflect on that, you're going to have a way better year going forward now.
No, and that's why I like the SOS ID. Like I'm so like I could literally couldn't hide my excitement because the point of what you're attacking, right? Because the dream that's sold in like the red pill. Because I was deep. I was deep. I was like
So I was going to
Andrew
ask. It
Tate.
sounded like you had kind of got caught up in
Yeah.
the Andrew Tate, the Manosphere type of stuff, just with
100%.
what you were saying, how you were describing it.
Yeah, I was deep. I was watching like all 3 hours of Fresh and Fit. I was watching their normal show. I was watching Andrew Tate. Pearly thinks is kind of a troll, so I wasn't watching her. But like I was literally absorbing it because what they're selling you is like on the other side is great, right?
Yes.
If you can be a guy who like at its base, like says he's going to do great things, does what he says, come home, and then you take care of your family, friends, or your responsibilities, and live the life that you want on your terms, it's great. So when someone sells you that, it's great. And then you start looking at the hard part that I think a lot of guys struggle with, or at least I struggle with for sure. Let's just talk about me, is what does success look like? And for my entire life, success was like tied to like how other people viewed me, right? And so like, but if you go by the masses, the arbitrary thing was just like girls, money, things, like the nicer thing, right? And so I got absorbed. I was like, okay, like I need the things, right? I was just like, it's just like, okay, I need like if I don't have an Audi, a PJ, if I'm not traveling all over the place, if I'm not living this life, then it's not worth it. But then the hardest thing that you have to do, or at least I had to do for myself, is like define success for yourself. But that's why I enjoyed the Manosphere, because like they were like, if you contrast that to with what Marvel did to the MCU, where it was like the absolute softening of like all the characters, like all of them were bad because like the natural story arc wasn't there. And then on the other side, it was just like they were preaching something like go out, accomplish, go work out, go work hard, and so like when you get that, and then you're in the middle of it, and you're like, okay, like steps 1 through 3 I love, but 7 through 10, or sorry, 3 through 10 I hate. Like you should have just left. But you think like, okay, like I need to think like they think because I'm wrong because of what they're achieving. And so like that's where, to bring it back, the SOS ID I think is going to be so strong, because I think like literally from 15 to 35, there are just so many guys that are just like, why am I here? What's my purpose? I don't fit in. And that's the, we can extrapolate this all the way across. Like I think it's just a big problem with America. And so like the fact that you guys are going to have these hard questions and like, create a space to have the back and forth, I think that's so intelligent. Because again, the hard part is the hardest thing to say is like Andrew Tate, like none of them are wrong, right? And you could disagree with like their definitions of success, but like big, like Andrew Tate's big thing, like you have a responsibility to go out and earn and provide for your family. I wholeheartedly believe that.
Right.
Yeah.
You should work out and try to be in better shape. I absolutely agree with that. You should do hard things, and you should do what you say. So you start laying out his pillars. It's there. The hard part is you're sucked in, and then you extrapolate it. Like I think it's like the hard part is saying like you're not wrong. I'm just not going to do everything you say, right? Because everything becomes so dogmatic.
Right.
And
Yeah.
and I fixate, right? So like I became dogmatic. So like I was like everything, but then I just saw myself like just coming to odds and ends. So yeah, it's just I think the SOS IDs. I'm so fascinated. I'm so excited about that. Like I will be tapped into that because I'm just excited to see how that extrapolates. Because like I think you identify like a need is just like how do you create a non-dogmatic way to cultivate improvement among men to do healthy things, right? And I think that's kind of the hard part, which is like if you look at everyone's, you can't even have a conversation because everyone's going nuts and everything. I mean, obviously, like, you pile on social media, the 37-second clip, and it's just like, it just goes crazy. And so, yeah, I don't want to say, like, I'm not upset at it. I think my application was bad, but like, I did take away some good things from them. So yeah, that's why I was like laughing when you brought up the Andrew Tate, the whole manosphere stuff. Cause like, I'm like friends there. Cause again, I do think they have some like at its base, some of their specific concepts are good to pull out, and so I still like. I would say a fringe participator, and then obviously it's comedy, right? It's like some of this shit's just funny, right? Like you bring a ton of drunk people on a podcast,
Yeah.
to say it's like, it's just it's funny to me, right? So like I'm like a fringe participator there at this point. Yeah, I'm excited for like, can we do it in a healthy way? Because like especially again in the army, like as a basic training, seeing a lot of 18 to 24-year-olds come in with no direction.
Oh yeah.
And then like the first time like yelling at them, talking to them, like asking them, like asking these weird, like not even hard questions. What do you want to do with your life? What do you think responsibility means? Why do you think your team is mad at you? And like it's the first time they've done this,
Right.
and it's just like, oh, you've never done this. Like you've never had any concept, and it's like, yes, like that. This is a great conversation to have.
So I'm going to take just 1 second to say hi to everybody in the chat because there's a lot of people just kind of saying what's up. This is a Taxman. We've talked to him many times before if you're new because we've got a lot of new regular listeners since the last time that you were on here. Some of the people recognize you, some of them will not. This is Larry the Taxman. He is you're a CPA, right?
No, enrolled agent.
Enrolled agent. Okay. So yeah, so he does my taxes. He's the tax man. He's Larry the tax man. He knows, like I said, we first brought him on here because it was during COVID and he was breaking down all of the very intricate spending bills that were going through Congress so that people can understand them, answering tons and tons and tons of questions for like 2 weeks at a time. So we brought him on here to talk about that and all the stuff he was doing and the different COVID stuff. And then we fell in love with him. He went to the same high school that I did, just a couple years ahead of me. He's a big football player, played in the Army. And so we've known him through a lot of different ways. So that's just anybody who doesn't know you, just to give them a little bit of insight into what's going on here. So yeah, we're doing.
Deborah says EA's rule.
Yeah, Deborah's really great. Yeah.
That's where we're at.
So Larry he's a longtime guest of the show. There's two things that I want to say. You're talking about the quick clip stuff like that. First of all, I want to thank you for Opus because you're the one that gave that to us, and we've seen huge success with Opus since then because we don't have the time to curate those clips out of the length of our show. So that was a huge win for us. So that's a side thing. But
Yeah,
you were
personally, as the producer, I'll tell you right now, you have saved me hundreds of hours since it just began.
And it's done well for us. Yeah, they've started to do really well for us, so that's a good thing. And you were talking about the Cobra Tates and people hearing about that stuff, right? So for us, for the show, at least for myself, the big thing is exposure. Right? Because the things that gain the most exposure as far as men's health are exactly all the things that you just talked about. All of the manosphere, the Cobra Tates, the just barely things, the fresh and fits, right? Those are the most prevalent things. That's what people are talking about. If you're going to look up men's health, that's what's going to come up first, So for for me, when I think with Colin too, with SOSD, the big thing is exposure. Like, we want to just put different ideas out there that are not necessarily counter to the manosphere, because I agree with you. There's a ton of stuff there that is good. The end goal, like you said, of a lot of what they're talking about is very good. The things that they are shooting for are very positive things for young men to be aiming for. The pathway on how they're going to get you there is maybe not the right way, and so we want to just expose different pathways, and have people on who are of varying ages. The same, Colin and I have like 7-8 years between us, so people of all different ages, men of different ages, to talk about the things that they have experienced or are experiencing, to bring light to that, so that the other men who are listening can relate with the own events in their lives and say, okay, so this is a potential avenue that I had not considered on how to solve this issue, because your experiences in life are going to affect the options that even present themselves to you when you're trying to consider an issue. And so people who have had different pathways in life are going to come up naturally with different ideas that you're never even going to consider. So
people that have struggled through like addictions in various forms, divorces, child custody things, PTSD stuff, all like the regular stuff that might be particularly being missed in some of those manosphere realms, you know what I mean?
And
the more kind of, I don't want to say everyday things, because we'll just say like the more specific, less foundational.
Right, because I think specific is good, because definitely the manosphere is hitting at more big picture type things, overall goals for your life and stuff like that. And for sure with this show, we're having people talk about actual specific issues. This is something that happened to me this week with my wife that like we're really having a fucking issue with. Even if it's a very specific problem, someone else who's listening is going to also be having a very similar issue with their life, with their wife, with their whoever significant other they're going to be able to relate to, and like I said, just see a different way. So the exposure thing is huge, again, because men also so rarely talk about the issues they're having. So even to just have knowledge that somebody else is actively dealing with the same issue is huge. To get over that initial barrier of loneliness and exclusivity or exclusion that men carry with themselves so often, of like, well, this is only my issue, nobody else needs to worry about it, it's nobody else's problem, and you don't need to make it somebody else's problem to have them empathize with you and say, I'm dealing with the exact same thing and this is how I'm going about it. That doesn't make it their problem. You guys are problem solving together. You are working with another man to help figure that fucking problem out and both build to be better people, So, and Joseph in the chat, Jordan Peterson, yeah, absolutely. We've been on the Jordan Peterson thing early on. I think in the early days of the show, Jordan Peterson, came to Seattle. We went, so yeah, we've been on the Jordan Peterson chain for a long time. So I'm not, Joseph, I love you very much. We're not saying nobody ever pays attention to it. That's not what we're saying. Obviously, there have been people who are tapped into men's mental health for a long time. But
yeah, I think he was one of the groundbreakers. I think.
Yeah, and I feel like he was like the first person to do it, like with his oh god, what's the first? Is it 10 steps, 12 steps?
12 rules for life.
There you go, 12 rules for life. I think the only thing I don't like about like kind of as you get into the more like, conservative side of it is like they try to define what success looks like, right? Like I think the hardest thing is like, at least in school, what I struggle with, people would tell me what like success would look like, but if I disagreed, I was inherently wrong, right?
Yes.
So if I didn't want to do the subject or I wouldn't perform, like English, I could not, like you could not convince me. The Scarlet Letter, I remember reading that book in like 11th grade in our lit class. You could not convince me that book fucking mattered, right? You literally could not talk to me, but like I was convinced that I was wrong because I didn't care. And so I don't like people who have a set of parameters on like where you should be marching, right? And so I think that's the only thing I ever push back with Jordan Peterson. Like, but again, his actions are good, but to what end? And I think the hardest thing to answer is what is your end, right?
Yes.
And then, so, like, I don't think I have obviously lots of friends that are guys, like pretty much all, especially playing football. Like that's pretty much all I've ever hung out with, right? There is no girls football, and so, but like. All my friends who are succeeding now or succeeded before, they answer that question for themselves. And when I've struggled, when my friends have struggled, they either had somebody else answering that question or they just couldn't answer the question themselves, right? And so like how do you balance, right? Someone who's like, for example, a kid who comes up to you when he's 20 and he's like, all I want to do is get more girls, right? Like, do we tell him that that's a a mindless chase? Like, should we tell him that that's not worthwhile if the things that he's doing to create that are ultimately good things to fall back on as that evolves? And I think that's the hardest question for me to answer. Is like it's kind of like the Harry Potter quest, right? Like the Harry Potter arc. Like bad wizards go to Hogwarts, right? But they still train them in the same way. And so like that's a question I have for you guys. And also the question that I don't see is if someone disagrees with how to implement the things that you teach, you work through and do, are you going to have the same, are you going to want to chase the problem in the same vigorous way? And I think this is the only question that I struggle to answer. And then the question I'm asking you guys is you guys kind of step onto this venture.
I would say that when I think about that, I hear a lot of you're seeking people's advice, and then you're looking for answers to this question about what is success. When I think the real way to do that is to offer somebody good questions that they have to turn around and answer for themselves.
Yeah.
The question of what does success look like to you, or what does happiness look like to you, is the wrong question because it's too big. Do you want to have a family? Do you want to, is it more important for you to make $1 million, or is it more important to have a career that you can pay your bills and have, provide for your lifestyle? By providing the right questions, people can get to their own answer easily enough. So whether it's like the analogy of going to Hogwarts, where all the good wizards and the bad wizards, they're all going to get the same baseline training. I think if you look at it in the form of questions that you have to turn around and answer yourself, you can essentially get the same type of training all throughout, but everyone's answers are going to be more tailored to their specific wants, their needs, or their desires, and that'll help them build that overall picture of what they see as success in life as time goes on. And of course, a lot of that has to do with we don't know what we don't know. And as somebody thinks that, okay, maybe I want to do this in life, and then you start to make the move to pursue that path, and all of a sudden you find out you're not really digging this, it's much easier to step back and adjust course and then go a different way, because you're not going full bore into doing this thing, that thing, this thing, and this thing that everybody needs to do before you realize that really you've just been spinning your wheels this whole time, wasting time, and you're could have been more productive if you were focused on a different path.
Yeah. And I don't know if there is a right answer. I like your answer way better than my initial thought. But I think that's again, the only thing with what exists now that I even have a frustration with, right? So I don't even have a good response. I just wrote it down so I can think about it longer. But that is a weakness that I feel in what you guys want to do is like if somebody comes to you, but they disagree with what right looks like at the end of it, I find that's where the most conflict is. Where, bring it back to America, I feel like when we started America, we were agreeing on less in order to get along, and now there's so many things to try to agree on that it's just so hard to get along. And I think the only thing I provide to people is my bar of agreement is so low that pretty much at this point, if you just don't hit children or hurt kids or take my French fries, then honestly, we're gonna vibe in a great way. And so that low bar of entry is just it helps.
I think I don't know exactly what I'm going to say perception, but that word doesn't feel right. But I'm going to use that as a placeholder for now, right? I think in regards to what you just addressed, perception is a huge issue because I think that you're correct as far as at the founding people did not agree on that much. There were a lot of varying opinions. There's always been a lot of varying opinions here. There's always been a lot of different people, a lot of religions, a lot of differences in people that make them view things very differently, right? At the founding, the focal point of what was required for us to become independent was very specific. These are the things that matter. It's these say 10 things, right? Let's just use the Bill of Rights as the list that they're going off of. These are the 10 things that really matter the most, and if we can all agree on these 10 things, then we can gain independence and we can fucking move forward, right?
Yep. That
list not only of the amendments, but of what people perceive as necessary for people to live next to somebody else has grown exponentially.
Yeah.
There is a huge number of people, especially in the younger generations, that don't feel like they can exist in a town or a neighborhood with somebody who doesn't believe that healthcare is a human right, or that abortion is a human right, or that, you know, you have to somebody, whatever, X, Y, or Z, whatever their opinion is.
Why don't you have a Ukrainian flag on your lawn?
That they can't stand to even live next to somebody who doesn't agree with them on various political aspects. When the person who lives next to them, if you live next to me, right, if that's who you are and you live next to me, I don't care what you think. I want you to leave me alone so that I can do what I want to do. And as long as we're not fucking with each other, I'm not going to care at all. So that open hostility toward me not agreeing with you is met with, like you said, such a lax level of caring that it's just focused on just fucking leave me alone. That's all that is just, I want to do the thing that feels correct and appropriate to me, and I will not interfere with your life at all.
Exactly.
Because that, and I'm not using me as like the moral cornerstone, I just mean that viewpoint, because that viewpoint is not the base for the majority of America. That's a huge problem. When we started to care deeply about the harmless conduct that our neighbors had inside of their house, we reached a real bad tipping point, in my opinion. You know, if your neighbor, like you said, if they're not hurting their kids, if they're not hurting people, if they're not breaking any generally understood moral boundaries, doesn't matter what they're doing in their house. It just doesn't matter at all. If they're not fucking with your property, if they're not doing it, it doesn't matter. And it shouldn't matter. And we shouldn't be making rules for what they can do. We shouldn't be making laws for what they can do. I shouldn't be voting on what you can do. None of those things should be happening if what you're doing in your house does not affect me in a legitimate manner. But we have so many rules, so many laws, so many regulations that interfere with what people can do in their personal lives that it has shifted, in my opinion, the generalized understanding of what is important and necessary for us to live together. Does that make sense?
Exactly. Yes, and I unequivocally agree as you continue, but go ahead. I really agree. Go ahead.
No, and I think that's it. That's been one of the things I remember saying on this show is I was very emotional for some reason. I don't remember exactly why. Brian, what up, dog? But we were talking about this show and like, we had to be talking about lies, because that's where there's like lies and truth. That's how I got into this emotional state of like, this is where I'm at. And I was talking to like, do you know, I'm going to tell you as the audience how you know that you can believe what I'm saying. And it comes from a completely selfish place that I want to be left alone. I don't want to be told what to do. I don't want anybody else to be interfering with my life. That's why I'm doing this here, and that's why you can trust that what I'm telling you is not a lie, because I want what I'm asking for you. That's what I want. And for me to have it, you have to have it. I have no choice but to give that to you if that is what I want. So that's how the only way I can put out for people that I'm not lying to you. I have no reason to lie to you, because I want exactly what I am telling you that you deserve. That is all that I want, is just that thing. So that's my baseline for the show, you know, is that's I don't want anything else, and nobody else should be. I have taken up a part of the show that we don't do so much on grab bags, but more specific days of that at the end of specifically parts 2 and 3. It's what does this have to do with freedom and liberty? What do these particular topics have to do with freedom and liberty? Because that's what this show is about, and exposing for people the ways that seemingly innocuous news stories will impact their lives, because those are the things that matters. The things that government are doing that matters the most are the things that are fucking with your life when they're telling you that it doesn't. They're telling you that it doesn't matter. It happens in the background. It's just a tax. It's just a this. It's just a city ordinance. It's just a whatever, right? Those are the things that fuck with your life the most. And if people aren't talking about them because they're just talking about the political consequences and not how you're going to be less free because of this, you're being lied to. And so that's just been the corner of the show for a while since we started doing the longer streams of like, this is what we're talking about here. You know, this is what I care about. And I think it could, in a roundabout way, circles back to what you were talking about with focus and people not agreeing with the end. You know, my big driver for what I think people should do or things they should chase is like passion based, you know, and that doesn't need to be, for me, it's not a specific occupation. My passion is liberty. My passion is justice. And I know that because I can look back on my life and I can look back on being a small child, 8, 9, 10 years old and questioning things in authority that didn't make sense to me. You know, why do we have this particular rule doesn't make sense, and seeing people be treated certain ways and having that feeling inside of me that that's not right. This conduct, this interaction was not correct. It shouldn't happen like this, but there's a disparity here. There's something that I am feeling that I can't express because of however old I was, you know? And it took me, even now, I just turned 29 years old, and I still am constantly having to remind myself that even though there are other avenues that I could go down to try and scratch that itch for justice, right? A huge thing, police work. Police work calls to me constantly. I mean, on a near daily basis. And I have to consistently remind myself that while that is a potential pathway to justice, those things are not what they appear to be. I know that. Those systems are not what they appear to be. And the scratch of justice that I'm going to get from doing this show is going to be so exponentially greater than anything that I could ever experience being a police officer that it's not even comparable, you know? And I have to reframe that for myself, that like, to be a cop would be an instantaneous way to be like, I'm doing good, I'm fucking helping people, and I'm making a positive difference. Also, you're extorting people on a daily basis. You're stealing money from people. You're putting people in a fucking cage. You're taking their rights away. These are realities of this that I don't have to face hosting this show, informing people of what their rights are. You know? Exactly.
Check out that comment from Joseph.
So I don't know if that might have just been a little bit rambly, but
no, I think it got to where I think it will be interesting. And the part that I held on to and looked at is like, I'm not trying to give you anything that I just don't want for myself. And I think that's an interesting premise, right? Because to give that to somebody without for lack of a better word, a high ticket price tag or whatever, or to give that to someone without selling them a dream of what could be, you're literally talking about like just negative, right? Just like understanding what comes with, you know, you being born and then what we're trying to get to. And again, I think not lowering the bar, but just like bringing down the level of agreement. I think that decompresses everything. And so if we can come to a place where, hey, guys, we're not going to show you how to make $1 trillion, but we're going to iron out these base 3 things that will then give you the foundations to accomplish anything that you want to do. I think that's kind of what we're missing, right?
Yeah.
I think it's like it's almost like a spin-off of the golden rule when you think about it. You know, the do unto others as you would have done unto you.
Yeah.
It's, you know, don't proselytize to somebody something that you're not that you're trying to instill in yourself too.
I run into this all the time doing like clips for the show, right? Because we cover general politics on the show all the time, right? Through the lens of freedom and liberty, but we're always also talking about like potential pathways forward for the nation. You know, what are ways that we could potentially save it? What is going to be required? What is going to be this? What is going to be this? You know, so I post these clips all the time, knowing that in my heart, I don't believe that we should have a government at all. You know, like I don't believe that this is the goal, but it's important to discuss because there are potential pathways forward. Like this is, you know, and we're clear about how we feel. We do this show all the time, so people who watch the show understand where we're coming from and that they're part of larger discussions. But also, if you're just watching these clips on there and then you can watch the show, you might be like, this fucking guy's talking about no government, and on here he's talking about how we need a leader who's going to bring back the fucking Republican Party or whatever. You know? So there's Joseph said, I've never felt lied to from this show. I believe we are all misguided in various ways, and hashing it out verbally and honestly is more important than most people realize. I appreciate that, Joseph. Joseph and I, we have a colored past. I only know him from the show, but this guy, he trolls me sometimes. He's constantly hitting me with stuff that he knows is gonna, whether it's legitimate agreement things or he's just trying to fuck with me, I don't ever know because it's just in the comments. I can never read the intentions, but he's constantly always making me think. I've written a few articles about Joseph before because he has brought up things on the show that I get instantly fucking hot about, and I have to sit back over the next couple of days and be like, why did you get so upset? Like, what about that thing that he said lit you up so fucking bad that it's your show and you needed to take time to address someone who commented? Like, you don't have to talk about it. You don't have to read it, but you needed to take 10 minutes to address this one thing that he said. Why? Why did that happen?
10 minutes is being kind of conservative.
No, conservative, totally, yeah. Well, and then he'll say, I'll come back to it. We'll move on. And I'll go back and be like, also this, Joseph. And so I love Joseph. He's one of my favorite listeners because of that. He's always making me expand the way that I'm thinking. Always.
He does have a way to make you think about things differently. His wife says.
Yeah, his wife is also in the chat. They're
They're the G unit.
Yeah, their last name is Garrett, so they're the G unit. That's their.
G unit.
Yeah,
like
some
that.
of our favorite listeners. They're good. They live in Florida. They're hunting gators all the time. They're
Let's
fucking.
go.
Yeah,
That's crazy. But yeah,
Proper
not for me,
Floridians.
but you guys have fun. I'm not gonna hunt a gator.
Larry's like, I don't want anywhere near the water. I'm not interested.
Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, gotta stick to one of my strengths on land.
Donovan's so pent up from the break.
From the break.
Amen,
It's been
dude.
a
He's
long time.
it's a whole thing.
Yep. I got another video that I'm gonna make this week. There was a Axios does a podcast that is called One Big Thing, and it used to be their daily show, and now I think they only do it once a week. Do you listen to this anymore? So on Thursday, you got to listen to this now because I'm going to record a video on it this week because I was so fucking lit up about it at work. And they had a constitutional scholar come in, and they got his take on the Constitution in general, and the way that it's being applied, and like a little bit about Donald Trump and January 6th. And I had a lot of thoughts. I had a lot of thoughts about it. He referred to it as like a living and growing document and stuff like this.
The cracks in the Constitution episode.
Yes, yeah, you got to listen to that one because it was very good.
Add it to my queue.
I'm gonna do a video on it next week. I might live stream it. I'm running into a content making thing where like I'll record videos and I don't fucking edit them. But if I sit down and I just do a live stream, I'm gonna just hammer the whole thing out in an hour and it's just done.
It's the nice thing about live streams.
That's my hang up. Because also when I do a video, I do a fucking live stream style anyway. So I don't really cut that much stuff out of it. It's most of it's just rolling. So I'm like, should I just live stream this and we'll just let it sit? Like, what should I do? But
Do both. Listen, I'm a big fan of just do both. Just figure it out. I just do both, throw it in Opus, and then figure out the good parts. And then if you ever want to edit it down, just go. But I mean, listen, I digress. I'm the worst. I'm like the awful person of the perfectionist, which is I'll just not do it because I think it won't be perfect. So I'm just
Don't even get started with it.
I just can't bring myself to it. So there's one more thing that I want to ask you about as far as your life goes, and then I think we'll take our first break and we'll go into part two because this is just how the things go.
Do you have let me ask you this for this episode?
Oh, yeah.
Well, why don't we start part two with that then?
Deal. Yeah, I have a good. Let me ask you this. So let's talk about the Army thing really quick, right?
Oh, yeah.
When did you officially get out of the Army? Because I know it was kind of an extended process for you to get out, right?
Yeah, it was. So I think I was done May 1st of 2023. I was done. That was my 8 years. And then the thing was like I had been on leave. Like they gave me like 8 months of leave to leave the Army.
Woo.
So I was on leave forever. And so like the last 8 months of it, I was just kind of hanging out. But yeah, May 1st, I passed off the guidon of command towards the end of 2022, and then I went on a nice long break combined with a career skill builders program, which was just like interning, and then yeah, now I'm out. Now I'm an actual civilian. I haven't shaved, as you can see, like a week.
Oh yeah.
Full-time numbers man now.
Yeah, full time. My firm, I got acquired over to Nova Point Group, so now I'm a managing partner over at Nova Point Group.
Because you used to be Atlas, right? When you were by yourself,
Yeah.
you were Atlas.
Atlas Solutions, yeah, and there will always be like an Atlas in my hierarchical structure of organization because obviously Ayn Rand is my spirit animal.
Right.
I'm over there now, so I'm a managing tax partner there, and then and they are really leading to what I'm really passionate about, which is kind of the bail concept, which is the banking and accounting. Banking and investing, accounting and taxes, insurance, and then the legal component, and then having that all under one roof, right? So most people know it as the family office, but the family office is generally geared towards 8 to 9 figure family net worths, right? Ultra high wealth. And so what we are trying to do is basically give that feedback to as many people as possible at a more normal price point, right? So that's where we're at now. That's me leaving and just being a normal civilian.
Well, you know how my brain works, so obviously I've already got a ton of ideas for ways that you can go about disseminating that information. So that's something I would love to talk to you about more offline, obviously, to help you, if you're interested, to figure out the best way to get that done, because I think that's a great thing. I can really only speak from my own personal experience, but like I grew up very poor, in near poverty. Like we were on food stamps, I had state insurance, all the stuff, and becoming an adult, I still don't know how to do money. I don't know how to do any of that stuff. You know, we've lived in this house for like just over a year now, and I've made multiple financial mistakes in the last 5 years to try and that I thought was right at the time. And then, 8 months later, you're like, this was a fucking terrible idea, but I've already done this thing. And, there is the same exposure concept of that, because when you get into that type of like rut, you start to like get embarrassed. You're embarrassed of the decisions that you've made. You're embarrassed that you're not in a better financial place. You're embarrassed of all these things. You don't want to talk to somebody about it. You don't want to ask somebody because you're embarrassed that they're gonna fucking judge you or like talk shit to you, whatever. It's your money. I don't know what I'm ever scared of, what anybody else is scared of. It's just embarrassing, and that can continue down that same path of not talking about things, not learning things, not ever hearing other strategists, just doing the same shit because you're too embarrassed to even just tell someone like, I just don't know what to do. I just don't know how to have money. I don't know how to do this thing. So I think that is huge, 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 huge. Trying to put out free information like that for people to just understand how to exist and not exist in debt, because that's so sold to you from day one. Debt, just credit card, student loan debt, this, blah, 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 blah. And there are other ways to exist,
And it's really, there are two things on that. Like, one, I think people, I got embarrassed, right? One, because like it's like seen as like supposed to like be easy, right? So everyone tells you like, oh, like you should be like wealthy. Like if you don't make this amount of money, this much net worth, then like I did it in like 10 seconds a day, right? So you're sold a bill like it's super easy.
Right.
And then when you can't do it, you're like, okay, well then I must be a reject. And then two, it's just like it seems like when you're there, it's very hard to like craft a way out, right? And then like, I guess a bonus is like some people, like you said, like people judge you, right? Like people don't want to be surrounded, right? Because like you're like, well, if you're, on the poverty, you're like, you can't come up. So it's just like, one, we want to kind of get around a lot of those solutions, right? So like the cool things I've taught people that have been through like all waves, right? Like I think I met my first person that was like, interestingly, like he's an actual 9-figure person, and like it's very easy to still out, and it's super cool to like hear his like thoughts on it. But then I think what I'm passionate about is not giving the information, because the information's super easy, and it's really ties into how you guys or how you said you in your show, which is how does this tie to freedom? Is I want to answer the specific questions, because like anybody could search how do I do X, but like what I want to do is be like, hey, like I have a 400 credit score, I want to get in the house in like 18 months. How do I do this specific thing, right? And then once I give you the list on the third thing, you're not going to understand it. So like, how can I then give you understanding context of your life, give you feedback on that third thing that you're struggling with, that one specific thing. But like, if you look at it, you're like, oh, like credit repair. Well, if I don't answer that one thing, now they go down the loophole and they're paying $1,800 for a credit repair course that doesn't even repair your credit. They just roll it over they consolidate into a loan, which didn't do anything for you, right?
Yeah.
It temporarily raises it, but then like it doesn't take in the whole picture. And so like, how can I navigate that, right? And I literally, and this is the last thing, I just talked to a client where they're like, they have these super intricate plan. They're like, oh, I'm gonna refi all my debt, blah, blah, blah. They're gonna roll it over. And I was like, listen, I was like, how long are you gonna take to pay off this debt? They're like, oh, 14 months. I was like, great. So if you roll this over for 14 months, you're going to pay someone $1,800. They're going to save you, I think it was $400 in interest. I was like, why would you do that?
Right.
And they're just looked at me. They're like, no one told me this. And I was just like, you don't know and I was like, you don't know what an origination fee is? And they're like, no. And I was just like, okay. And like, it's just another thing that like, I get so frustrated because when people are trying to sell your course, they don't want to answer that question.
Right.
Because that's a sell. And so like, how can I get on that person's side and like not sell them anything and then literally help them navigate that stuff? And I want to be so good in our business that I won't have to charge anyone. Like I think like my wife tells me all the time, like if you win $1 billion, are you still gonna work every day? I was like, fuck yeah, I would just do more things I'm passionate about, right? Like,
right.
Because like obviously I like getting charged, I like people paying me for doing the things that I do, but like there's like I've met people that are like, I can't pay you, but like do they not deserve the same kind of feedback from me? So like I don't know, I go back and forth with it all the time because like obviously just naturally as we get more clients we do more, like our prices go up. It's normal, but
it's
like
just how it goes.
Yeah, it keeps me. I don't want to say it keeps me up, but I think about it a lot. It takes like every time I'm on a walk, I think about it. I'm just like, man, like what if somebody just didn't approach us because like they couldn't afford it, right? Or what if I'm just only like talking to people who can quote unquote afford to pay me the prices? And like again, feed my family, take care of my client, or take care of my employees, my team, my family. But like it's just like it like pokes at me. I won't say keeps me up, but it does poke at me. So yeah, that's
Yeah.
what again, that's what I'm super passionate about. It's just like not so much giving information out for free, but like how can I cultivate a relationship where after I give someone advice and they get stuck again, I just solve that one question. Because most people are just like one thing away. Like with your like like the decisions you made in the last year, and you're like, oh, I made terrible decisions. One, you still got in the house, right? So you still moved up.
Right.
But then two, like you're looking back at it, like, man, like okay, like it's easy to only is gained with experience, right? Or talking to someone, right? You took the experience path, like what can I do, right? Like can I help someone not buy a house with a terrible foundation? Can I help someone not get into a hard money loan that's going to, balloon in a year? Like can I explain enough of these concepts, right? Like we have a lot of doctors that will like there's like a rent to own house and like they give out these great perspectives with these great numbers and I was like literally looking at these numbers like, oh, this is a no-brainer, Larry. I was just looking at the numbers. It's like this is a no-brainer because they lied about the insurance costs, the tax costs, the interest costs, and all the maintenance costs. It's like, but if we correct these numbers and then I pull up the industry average, you're like, oh, this is an absolutely awful deal. And right, and I'm rewarding them, right? And so like, can I how but again, it's hard to scale. It's really, really hard to scale, right? And then like it's just like how but that's my passion project. That's what I want. Like if I made $1 trillion, that's what I'm doing. It's just like there's like just so many things rattling around my head. And I want to nest in like my philanthropy because I finally found out like the philanthropy how that will all fit in. So like I'm just like working towards that and like nesting it there. And so that's pretty much all I think about beyond my life.
I think one last thing I wanted to add before we take off is
No.
I feel like part of the frustration there is when it comes to like people with fiscal problems, right? Fiscal questions, stuff like that. Well, there's a lot of issues there, but the main one I think that would be so frustrating for somebody like you who wants to help people like that is that everybody's particular problems are going to be so individual that it'd be really hard to find like a broad brush generalized concepts of how to help everybody.
Yeah.
Because everybody's issues are going to be very, very specific. Like you're talking about that rent to own deal. I'm like, there's no way to fully just give everybody the list of like rules to look at. This is what you look at in a rent to own deal. And then, and here's all the other little areas you have to check. You have to look at the specific deal itself and kind of go through it yourself and find out what the problems are. So it comes down to, it kind of has to be a one-on-one meeting like that to find out all the true details. And so I can understand where that frustration really comes in, because looking to scale that ability seems like an insurmountable task when you first look at it.
Well, and I think like my mind obviously goes to like video first, and so when I think about it in like a video format, I bet you take like a specific comment, a specific question, from almost like a Reddit thread, because with the amount of answering that you're doing to people, the amount of like interaction, I feel like Reddit or something like that has to be, or like what's it called? The messaging based Telegram. Telegram?
Yeah.
Like
I've never
that,
used
right?
it, but I've heard it.
Right. So something like that. I've also never used it. I'm aware of it, but I've never used it. But something that's more directed, where people can have kind of be like, have a pool of questions, that you can pull from, and you're going to make a video on one. I'm going to take this specific question or this other video that I saw that said the rent to own one. I'm going to break down this thing in this video to address this. And then you also, sounds like you'd be hitting up those Reddit comments, those whatever, at the same time, to people who are asking about their scenarios relating to that thing, and then you'd be hitting up, okay, so I was doing this, or like I was doing the same thing, but I hit this problem, and now I'm here. And you'd be like, okay, so now that you're here, do X, Y, and Z, and then we'll talk to you in 6 months when you're at step 5, whatever.
100%. And again, I don't know how I would scale it, how to do it. I just know when, like, money is a lifeline. Right. So when you don't have a lot of it, right? Like, I mean, my mom, I would be lying if I said poor, but like we've had less, right? We've wanted, right? As we're getting there, like when you don't have it, you really feel like I'll do it. Like you feel like you'll do anything for it, because like life, like respectfully, life becomes easier as you get more of it, right? So like when you see it and then someone's just like, oh, 6 months you can do this, 1 month I'm making 10,000, and I get what they're doing, and that's probably why I don't grow as well. One, consistency. Two, I'm just shit at hooks because like the hooks feel so disingenuous to
Yes.
me that it's just tough to go through because I don't want you to come to me to like learn how to do something in 6 months because it's not worth doing. But like, can I show you how to structure your W-2 income so that you can carve out a side hustle so that you can fill your cup in with a thing that you want to do? Like that's what I'm passionate about, right? Like, can I help everyone get into their first home so they can at least stack a little bit of equity, right? So like, my ticker doesn't go up in the same way as Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk, but at least the arrow's up, right? Because like again, like getting into a house is fundamental, right? So like,
Yeah.
how can I do that? Can I tell you? Can I teach you other programs? Because like most people don't know, like I just like my clients are closing right now, and like again, this isn't because I'm even amazing. I'm just reading, right? They're closing on another house, and they will literally make money at closing. Like they are getting money at closing, and that's just because we're just leveraging credits, first-time buyers, arbitraging rates, moving money over. Like when the money's all done, like they will literally get a check, and they literally are just like no one's gonna believe me. I swear to God, they're like, so wait, we get $10,000 at closing, and the guy, he looks at me and said, "There's no way, the math is wrong." They literally closed 2 weeks ago. So he closes, calls me up, he says, "We just got a check for $10,000. Like, what do I do with this?" Because they think it's like a tax sale, blah blah blah,
Right.
whatever. This is the money I said we were gonna get.
So deposit it, man. Put it in your account, baby. Do whatever you want with it.
And it was great. It was just cool. He was just like, "How much do we owe you?" I was just like, it's already included in the fee, right? It's like, you've already paid me." And he was just like, "It's like, the interactions are so weird because like I've talked to him one more time because obviously we're moving into tax season, and he's just like, "Are you sure? Like the money is still ours?" It's like, no one's coming for this. Like no one's looking for you. And so it's just cool though because again, we didn't do anything cool. I'm not doing anything that's hyper secret. I mean, you guys know me. I'm a little bit, got a little bit
Right.
of the and so I just fixate on these things. Like I'm just so fascinated with like arbitraging rates, paying down houses down, and so like I just read about it, consume about it. Like I literally like now like again, it's just like I hear something on TikTok now, like, and I already know what they're gonna say, right? And I know what they're gonna sell. I know the interest rate. Like it's so frustrating. So again, I don't know how to scale it. I'm just so passionate about it, and like anytime that like I'm like it's like if I'm sad, down, like I have no motivation, like I always have motivation to go on TikToks and answer questions, Reddit's answer questions, or like try to connect people who like, 'cause, like I don't know everything, right? Like
Right.
there's some high level stuff that I can do, but like I try to get a Rolodex of friends that I can literally like, well, this guy does it all the time. And so
No, I think that's huge. And the reaction that your clients had to like them unbelieving, of the $10,000 also speaks to like kind of how fucky that industry is. That they're like, what do you mean you're not taking money from this? I'm not going to get fucked on this. I'm not going to this. I'm not going to this, because it's so, like you're saying, the information is there. It's direct. They could probably find that answer themselves online, but there's so much deception and so much nonsense and just fuckery involved, that they're almost like, what do you mean you're being honest with me? It's they don't see it. Brian, one of the commenters, said financial real estate courses on how to make money by making courses, all a scam. And that's, I think, what you're talking about. The people charging money for information that they can get for free, but just may not be able to totally digest by themselves.
and it's and they're not
It's a
all
translation fee. That's what all those things are, translation fees.
And it's literally it's like the information is all there. It's like the oh god, what is it called? What is it called when you lay everything out in an art gallery? Oh my god.
I don't know that one.
Oh my god.
Lay everything out.
There's another word for organizational, right? It's the
Okay.
way they organize it is what you're paying for.
Okay.
Because like if you go into a course, like it's the nothing's gonna be newfound. But like if it's a good
Curating.
curating.
Nailed it.
It's the curation fee. Like we're out of the information age, and I think the next stage is going to be curating the information. Because like when you think of every podcast, every article you read, like every time you write an article, every time you talk about something, you're not giving them new information. You are curating a line of steps, and so that a person can digest it and be like, okay, how does this affect me, right? Why should I care? And so like the curation, like, but I think we charge too much for curation,
Right.
Because like you feed your families, but like I joined a course and it was, oh my god, it was $6,000 for the course. $6,000 again, right? Because I have to know before I talk about it, right? And I'm not gonna say anything, right? Because I'm not trying to bash anybody, but I paid the $6,000, right? And I go into the course and I'm looking at it, And I'm literally, and I'll tell you offline. I'll tell you, right? I don't want it to be any weirdness.
Well,
Anyway,
we're going to be talking way more, Larry. I'm going to start calling you once a week.
yeah,
I'm putting your feet to the fire.
I like the curation. It's just so sad because like I'm like looking at it, and you know how like I see that it's on YouTube, so they're just curating YouTube videos that are out there in the ether.
Yeah.
And I was just like, oh, okay, hold on. You're charging people to find this information, and so I was just like, it's sickening. But like I'll find a course. Like I found a really good course, right? So his name's Meet Kevin. He's good, right? His course I bought, and he probably raised the prices. When I bought it, it was $250. It's like $250 or $350, right? Reasonable course, and his curation is amazing. Like that's worth it because it's curating through the step process, right? And so like I want to do something similar to what he does. I just want a teachable that's like again super low, like just $10, just like pay the cost for me to run it, right? And then you can just take all the information for free because like we know like the people, everyone's going to do it, right? I think if I give everything away, someone will eventually call me and be like, hey, can you just do this for me, right? And that's what most of my clients do. They're just like, hey, you explained it great, I don't want to do any of this because I hate numbers, I hate taxes, blah blah. That's the most rewarding because like I've earned your trust to do it, right?
Yeah.
And then I no longer feel bad for that exchange because if you ask me like, why do you have Larry doing all this? He's like, because I want to take the extra 8 hours a month and hang out with my fucking family.
Yeah.
I love that. Like, let me work like a dog for you. But like, I don't want anyone to ever be like, I need you because I don't understand. Because that's just preposterous. I literally, if you could see, literally, all these notes, all these papers are just me writing things to clients and taking pictures and sending it to them. That's all it is. It's like sending them pictures. I could literally share my screen. I have so many things. Like, and I like the camera turns on. I just get so nervous and I just don't create anything. I was just like, I get so psychotically in my head about it because it's just crazy. But like, I tell like I'm not the greatest tax person ever, but like I really understand these concepts and they're not hard. And like we can just do them. So again, like I got off on a tangent because I really love talking about this stuff, but I'm sorry, but
No, and I think it's perfect. I'm going to add 2 notes and then we'll get out of here because I identify with something you said to an extreme amount when you're talking about, you said, just let me do that work for you, right? It's why I don't want the 8 extra hours. I want to be able to spend time with my family, right? We've used that same line on this show, especially in the very early days when we were like just strictly politics. You know, we're like, it takes us 40 plus hours at work every week to curate this information and get it into a digestible fashion so that you can listen to a 3-hour show and understand all the concepts people are talking about. And that's where we began to find success, you know, is let us figure that out for you. Don't worry about the fact that the possibility that we're lying, you know, and that's where that second hour, the earlier aspect that I talked about came in. You know, I can tell you that I'm not lying to you because I want the same thing that I'm asking for you. So now that we have that trust, let me do the work for you. You don't have to do that. You shouldn't have to do that. You shouldn't have to be working that hard to understand the world that you live in and have no choice but to exist in. You know, you don't get a choice about whether or not you live in this country because you're born here. Well, you obviously understand, you can leave, blah, blah, blah. But like this is the reality of your life. You live in America now. You have to exist in this current set of circumstances and parameters. Let me make that easier for you because God damn it, should it be as easy as possible? You know, this thing that I like you said, I find passion and I find enjoyment in. Don't worry about it. I'll handle this difficult part. You fucking enjoy your family, knowing that you have at least a cursory level of information enough to get you by to have a conversation with somebody else or form your own opinion about what this particular issue is. You know, so that's huge. That's really, really big.
Yeah.
And then I just wanted these comments really quick. Brian again said Larry's a content creator. I missed him. And Larry that's what we're talking about. It's kind of how he's going to make content. I think that he's very much on the road to content creating, and we're just kind of figuring out exactly what that content is going to be. I'm very excited about this. I want to I'm not giving you a choice now. I'm going to brainstorm with you on how to do this because I'm excited just on how you're going to do it. I don't give a fuck about numbers. You do my taxes. I don't want anything to do with numbers at all. So I don't want anything to do with that. I am thrilled about the idea of disseminating useful information and helping people in an area that I know that they need help in. I'm huge on that. So I love that. Unless anybody else has anything they want to say in this final time,
I'm good.
Then we will, I think, call this the end of our first segment, and we'll cut out for the first break. And I didn't do it in the beginning, so of course I want to remind everybody that you're watching us here on our YouTube, youtube.com/saltofthestreets. We have our own personal social media. I'm at Salt of the Street on Twitter, and at alpaca_Don on Instagram. Colin's at Big Bird Offie on both of those things. You can find all of this at saltofthestreets.com, including our Patreon, patreon.com/saltofthestreets. Go there. We have the newsletters. We're going to have the new show, the uncut, the raw episode of the show, whatever
The raw
the fuck you
dog.
said, raw dog version of the show that's going to go up there. So make sure you go to the Patreon. It's getting big. We're doing big things over there. So get signed up. Larry is at Larry the Taxman in various different ways on Twitter. What's your biggest social media right now? TikTok, right?
Yeah, I guess it would be TikTok. Larry the Tax Guy. I do technically have a following. I have like 8,000 followers. So
Are you
yes,
making
Larry the
videos
Tax
or are you
Guy.
just commenting people?
I just comment, like I have like 10 videos, right? I had one do like 800,000, which is like nothing on TikTok, but
Right.
like yeah, I've one larger video, and then 90% of that I just answer questions. Sometimes when I'm feeling spicy, I'll sit there and just like answer questions. So
Yeah. So for now, if you have tax questions, I don't use TikTok. I never have. There's a mixed bag in the audience on people who do and do not use TikTok. I think you can understand on the show, but I don't judge anybody for whatever. But if you are looking for specific tax information, money information, that is an avenue that you can go to. You can follow Larry the Tax Guy on TikTok. He's answering questions. He's doing that shit. Do they have DMs on TikTok?
they do have DMs. The
You can
DMs are
DM Larry.
open.
I literally don't even know
Yeah,
how
I
it fucking
don't
works. I've
know.
never been on it one time.
Like they're just it's basically China's Instagram. I think is the best way to say it. And again,
Yeah.
I go on there because
Is there another way that people can get in contact with you if they don't
I'm
use
on all.
TikTok?
If you do Larry the Tax Guy, I'm literally on everything. So you'll find me on YouTube,
Okay.
Instagram, Twitter. I think TikTok was just like during like literally like I have like most of my videos were during the pandemic, and
Yeah.
during the pandemic, like before all of it came out, I was like heavy quote unquote posting there.
Yeah.
And so that's kind of where I was, and so that's where I have the most following. But I'm on Instagram,
Yeah.
I'm on LinkedIn. Like, yeah, I'm everywhere. So there's not, I'm hard not to find.
So there you
I
go.
have
Hit
all-
him up on Instagram because I know that the G Unit has Instagram. I know, Brian, you have Instagram. Go there because we'll tag him in the posts of this week, obviously,
Yeah.
and the clips and stuff like that. So he'll be there. You can find him. We follow him. If you scroll back far enough, you'll find other clips and stuff like that we have of him that will take you to his profile. So he will also take your questions there. I am not even fucking asking him. I'm just like, go fucking hit up Larry. He'll fucking answer any funny questions that you have. Fucking-
Honestly, the best way to just give my email. Just put my email in the bio. Feel free to just
There you
email
go.
me. Email me
We
the
will-
fucking question.
We'll put Larry's work email in the bio of the show. You guys can get it there. With that, we are going to take our first break. We'll be back in just a few minutes for part 2 of Salt of the Streets, episode 162 with Larry the Tax Man. It's been a fucking great time already. We're going to start in some topics. We're going to start part 2 with a Let Me Ask You This. It's about China, so get prepped. It's about China.
Let's go.
Let's go.
All right,
All right.
we'll be back. Ooh, look at that little on break screen. That's nice. It's like an orange sickle. I like that a lot.
Yeah. I think it actually was called Ornsicle.
Are we hot mic? Am I hot mic right now?
Not anymore. And we're back.
Thank you very much for joining us again, everybody. This is Salt of the Streets, episode 162. My name is Donovan.
I'm Colin.
And we are joined by Larry over here next to us. We are thrilled to have you guys here. And of course, before we go any further, I want to remind you that you are watching us here on our YouTube, youtube.com/Salt of the Streets. You can find us at our own personal social media as well. I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. Colin is at Big Bird Offie on both those things. And everything can be found at saltofthestreets.com, including our Patreon, patreon.com/Salt of the Streets. Larry is Larry the Tax Guy on everything. If you have specific financial questions, you can put on Instagram, TikTok specifically, also Twitter or X, whatever the fuck we're still calling it Twitter, doesn't matter. And he will help you out there. So we're going to start to get into some topics, some things, some topical things. So we'll start with let me ask you this. With that, let me ask you this. So I've struggled on how exactly I wanted to form this question over do you like that, Larry? You like that drop?
Yeah. I like that transition. Go ahead.
And it started because I was just finding myself. I was coming with questions every week, and I was just like, all right, well, just let me ask you this. And so it formalized itself into a segment. It was really a beautiful thing. So I'm not going to give me a little bit of grace here because I don't totally know how to ask this question because I've gone back and forth about it a few times, right?
Okay.
So I'm going to give you a little background information. Let's talk about China. Right, as far as global conflict is concerned, as far as global conflict is concerned, there's a couple of key factors, right? A couple of people that we look at, right, as a country who might be going to war with. China's one of those people, right? So China has a lot of things going on. They have a struggling economy. They have extremely high youth unemployment. It's like 20% or some shit like that. They have a struggling birth rate. They're not adding to their population. Just recently, Xi Jinping had said that he had plans distinctly to reunite with China. With Taiwan. Yesterday, Taiwan had their election. They elected a president who leans towards independence. This morning, Joe Biden, in response to this, said, we do not fuck with Taiwanese independence. He said that this morning. We do not support Taiwanese independence as a country. Apparently, that's our standpoint. So, when I look at all these things, right, my first thought is war is really good for an economy. You know, war tends to bring people back from the brink of fucking disaster. That's what a lot of people have tried. We've seen that. It's a racket, right? So you make money, you can invent money in there, right? They're talking about taking back Taiwan, and there's kind of other global conflicts going on. Is China about to pop off? Like, that's kind of where my brain goes. You know, the only thing I really struggle with in that is the population aspect. They also have a fucking bajillion people there already. So, the fact that they're struggling to add to it is not necessarily
I think it's issue. Like 1.2 bajillion at this point.
Yeah, exactly. It's not necessarily an issue right now, but the struggling birth rate indicates that it will be an issue in the future, right? Yeah. So I guess my question to you guys is, kind of, what are you thinking about China? Is it possible you think that they're posturing for warfare? Am I off base on this? Am I just thinking in a really, just the worst case scenarios? Catastrophizing. Am I catastrophizing when I think about this type of thing? Is that just how I'm viewing it through a certain prism?
I'll go ahead and say, all China really needs to fix their birth rate problem is to get themselves a southern border like ours, and then that problem will solve itself. Unfortunately, they don't have that. Okay, that didn't land. No, China is about to pop off, but what is about? Time is relative. And in CCP time, 10 years is like a minute in our time. You know what I mean? Yeah. They've proven that time and time again. They're
playing the long game for sure.
Always playing the long game. The dynasty has.
They're still thinking dynasties over there in China.
Very much so. And so their ultimate goal is to, in their terms, reunite China.
Yes.
That's why we have our strategic ambiguity in our one China policy, is to pretend and act like Taiwan is its own shit and do our own stuff with it, but
it's
also
not ambiguous anymore.
We don't play that. There is only one China. That's a thing that we do. But I don't know when would be the right time for them to do that. It should be no surprise to anybody on this particular show that I've been waiting for the day that it happens, because it's going to happen in my mind. There's no way they're not going to allow that to happen. As long as the CCP is in power, Taiwan will be theirs at some point.
I know a few people very concerned in the military realm, I should be more specific, that are concerned about that particular thing. Yeah. And some of the conduct that China does, like up the seas off of Alaska, kind of sitting with submarines and shit like that, just very, very close to American waters, inside of American waters.
A lot of real close calls that we never hear about. Those kind of things.
Exactly.
But I think if I had to guess, they're more along the lines of waiting for the right time, and that's going to depend on primarily who is in office as far as who controls the levers of power in the United States. A lot of people thought due to projected weakness that it was going to happen during the Biden administration, but then everybody also forgets that nobody likes a war more than Joe Biden and his administration. And so I think China knows that, especially because they've been dealing with that administration in its many forms for multiple decades.
Yeah.
And they know that if they tried to invade Taiwan, the first thing Nancy Pelosi and the rest of the warmongers, including Joe Biden, are going to do is say, okay, well, we're going to war then. Trump might be a different deal, although he does like to protect Taiwan. So they might just be waiting. They might take a chance that Trump is so much more of an interventionalist or an anti-interventionalist that they might try to wait until he gets elected again and then do some fuckery with Taiwan. Mm-hmm. But I don't think it's a matter of if. I think it's just a matter of when. And I mean, it could be
sure
any
when.
day. It could be some point in our lifetime. It could be after our lifetime. But they will do it eventually. I think if a broader, more regional conflict breaks out throughout the rest of the globe, it might be a good time to do it because everybody else is fighting anyways, and that reduces the amount of attention and power that will be brought down on them.
It's part of how I got here.
The Pacific Fleet, the Pacific realm as far as warfare is a difficult one for us to fight because it's so fucking far away, and look at how we did it in World War II. I mean, it's just a bunch of islands, and you're worried about Air Force bases that you can launch aircraft from.
Right.
Yeah. We don't necessarily have that problem anymore. And our naval power is still pretty beastly, especially when you think of our aviation-based, or our flotilla-based aviation power. So like aircraft carriers and stuff like that. But, planes fly a hell of a lot farther and faster now than they ever did before. I mean, you launch a fleet of bombers or fighters out of Honolulu, I'm pretty sure they can still fuck around pretty close to the mainland. The Philippines, Guam, we have all sorts of bases over there too. So
right.
But if we're also tied up in the Middle East and in Europe, things kind of get more diminished.
Well, especially, like I said, this morning, Joe Biden came out and said, we do not support Taiwanese independence.
Yeah.
So I struggled to, that's why I'm like, what else are you waiting for if we've already told you we're not going to support their fight for independence? Because what else is that? You know, if China decides to.
I'm sure the White House appreciated that they didn't have to walk back his statements and re-clarify what the White House thinks like he did last time when he said that we would defend Taiwan. Now, not supporting the independence of Taiwan and not defending Taiwan are two very, very different things as far as our government is concerned.
Because we still need them for chip production. Like we obviously just invested a bunch of money in our own domestic chip production for microprocessors and stuff. But until it takes time. It takes like 10 years or something like that to get these plants
especially in
ramped
our
up.
America.
Exactly. So
if this was 1940s, we'd already be spitting them things out.
So like why? I'm sorry, Larry, I want to hear what you have to say first, and then I will ask this question.
So I think the China Taiwan is a fascinating thing for me because the question I always have is, what do they have to gain? Right? And there's always two factors that always make me think, right? The first one is like at least how we're poised now, America's never shown a propensity to want to get in front of Taiwan if there was a steamrolling to come. So there's no reason to go over there. So they can go as slow as they want, because if we come out and say we don't support Taiwanese independence, then there's no real reason for them to go, because they have a slow move of pushing them out anyways on the international sector, right?
Yep.
And we saw it in a very gentle way in the Olympics when China, when they were putting out the medals, they're like, no, those aren't Taiwanese, those are ours. And then towards the end, there were publications, New York Times and, oh my gosh, I think Wall Street Journal, that were printing out the China scores, including Taiwan part of those, right?
Yeah.
So there's no rush to go through there. And then the second thing, and this is a weakness of me and maybe a pro, maybe, but like I always look back to the economy. So what I'm always looking at, whether China's going to react, is I'm always looking at the Country Garden real estate company in China, right? Which is their largest builder of homes, but also the largest consumer of their debt, right? So if you're looking at them having a possible 2007, right, which would then spur what I think would be similar to our Great Depression and what pulled us out was going into World War II.
Yeah.
And so I'm always looking at if there's going to be a default in that market. And so I'm always looking at Country Garden Real Estate Company because when they last time I checked, it was like $186 billion of debt. If that were to default, what does that do to their economy? Then on their back, then they have to do something immediate. I don't think that they're in a place where they have to do anything immediate to
Okay.
correct any of their problems. And so that's why I don't think, like, is it going to pop off? I don't know if we've reached inevitability, but I think that my indicator is coming on the back of Country Garden because I think once they actually do hit a real recession, right, then we'll start to see like what it matters, right? We had to have an inflamed pseudo recession because they're kind of dealing with reopening and they're now getting to the point where we were with COVID, which is just like, hey, we're going to stay open and we're just going to take the punch in the stomach. They never did that. They shut everything down. So now as they're trying to
Right.
do that and they're getting hit, and so now they're going to have a kind of pseudo recession. But I don't think the status quo, like you got to look at it from their standpoint. Everybody's tied in the economy, right? The global economy, I don't know if it runs through China as much, but at least goes through China through one point or another. And so as long as that exists, why would they disrupt that if their ultimate goals, which is again, because we all know that they're long-term planners. And so they have no problem through their centralized planning putting something on a 50-year horizon as opposed to a 4-year horizon as our politicians do.
Right.
And so on that timeline, if you already see that Taiwan's soaking into you and nobody on the global stage is planting a flag, why put troops across the strait? And so I think the only reason they would do that is a default. So I think everything centers on Country Garden Real Estate Company, right? And that's what I think made everybody wishy-washy towards, Q4 last year is because they're like, hey, like the buildings were sus. They were losing track of money because it's a really poorly ran large company. And they're like, oh my God, are we going to default on all these loans?
Well,
And so that's where I stand.
And we've seen for quite some time the the ghost cities inside of China. The amount of like legitimate actual cities that are of just empty buildings because they have real estate companies and construction companies. They're like, we got to just keep making shit. Like we can't not make anything. And so they just continue to own those buildings, and that's the debt you're talking about is just these enormous actual entire cities that they own with no one living there other than like utility workers to make sure the fucking lights work for no one,
Yeah.
So it's a weird deal. And that's at least a decade that I've known about that. So I don't know how long that's been going on, but.
And it's propped up too, because the way that, and I don't know, I'm not gonna pretend like I read all the contracts, but generally how
You guys are China experts. That's why I asked you specifically about this thing.
Well, I just want to make like on the contract law of China, as far as their loans go, I don't know, but generally how commercial real estate works, it doesn't work the same way as your home, right? So you buy a home, 30-year fixed payment. At the end of the 30 years, you own it. Commercial works on a 5-year balloon. So it's a perpetual refining of debt every 5 years. And so as you saw in our market, that caused a lot of those smaller regional banks to go down because their balance sheets were fucking degenerate. There, in theory, is a period where everything should have to refi.
Yeah.
And China's government can only refi so much. Now, we all know that everything's kind of a proxy to China's government, which is why you don't hear as much about it, right? But like that's another thing that in theory, there should be a balloon payment coming. Now, I have not searched a ton, but China's not very forthcoming of balance sheets in the same way that our companies are on our Wall Street.
Right.
And so that's what I'm fascinated about. So I'm like, I won't say every day, but I have a gentle refresh going on the real estate companies there, because if that tanks, that's when I think it's going to get scary, because it's like desperate to stay in power, right? Because like now we generate growth.
And last year they were still like, I hear they were starting talking about like Evergrande, I think, and like stuff like that. Some other, obviously not the biggest one, but some other Chinese real estate
that's
companies.
I was trying to think of that.
Looking at insolvency and stuff like that, because like we don't fucking know. All of our
defaulting on
buildings are
payments
empty. We don't know what to do. There's no one who lives here. We got
It
a billion
looks-
people, but all these empty buildings don't know what the fuck to do.
Where are they at?
Yeah, where are all the people? I don't know. They're in Bremerton.
They're in
apparently.
Bremerton.
Yeah.
It's where the people are.
Great metropolis, I hear. It's the biggest metropolis.
Yes. We have a question from the chat for you. Tiffany says, this is a comment and then a question. Tiffany says, would they lean less towards war if they had skin in the game? Relatives or kids on the front lines, not hiding behind a desk, being treated like average Americans in war. I think she means because like the people that will serve in the war in China are so far separated from the actual party itself.
Yeah.
And that's certainly the level of I mean, they're fucking communists, so they don't care about people anyway. But the level of disconnect there from the general populace to the party members is even, I would argue, probably even greater than it is here in America. From our inter-party members to the civilians, like we can still walk to the Capitol. You know, we can apparently, they have to let you, but you can still get in there. You know, it's a little bit of a problem, but they'll let you in if you put up a big enough fight. In China, they'll fucking run you over with a tank. You know, they'll be like, no, we're not doing this here today.
No.
It's fine. There are cameras. We will run you over with a tank.
Yeah. Well, another aspect I wanted to think of too, especially as it pertains to Taiwan, is how they took over Hong Kong.
Yes.
And it's
through legislation. It was
through
very,
legislation,
very slow,
through,
like Larry's talking about.
and I mean, you can make things happen without sending over, you know, landing craft and troops.
Right.
Not to mention, the reason for wanting to reclaim that would be, you know, mainly economic and manufacturing of high-tech goods.
Right.
The best way to do that would just be to take over the government by putting the right people in, and you do that over time.
Crimea style, people wake up. Taiwan is now China.
Yeah.
It's no longer Taiwan anymore. There are Chinese flags up now, and they're like,
You
by
don't-
the way.
Yeah, all you see now is that Taiwanese flag is down, and for some reason the red China flag is up.
Right.
You go, oh, okay, I guess this just happened.
And I think that makes sense, like Larry was saying about the slow push. That especially if America is kind of the biggest party to worry about, and we're being very open, like we're not going to defend their independence. You know, if that's going to happen over time, like in Crimea, we're not going to throw a fit about it. It is what it is. If they return to China, then we don't care. You know, then they don't have a reason other than the insolvency to rush anything. You know, if they have time, then they can just kind of chill and slowly let osmosis do its thing, and let osmosis do its thing, and
then they get to choose too, right? Because like I liked, like, just from like my brief non-crazy like career, but like 90% of what I learned was just planning, right? And so what I think they do a really good job of, right? And I don't want to just prop up or just love on communists, but like they do a great job of choosing where the fight's going to happen, right? If you ever look, because they plan out so far, like they could like, if, for example, like say that the worst thing that ever happened to him was that Donald Trump gets elected, comes in back in the office, right? Because you could easily see like whether they liked him, they respected him, right? They didn't have nearly as much movement with him, but they are able to plan past him and observe what's going on, right? So like no politician that we have will outlast their horizon, and so like if they were like, hey, our battle is in 2040. They can prepare for that disproportionately better than we could.
Yeah.
Because right, and so they can in place that. And so like if we see like there are footage coming out that we have Chinese nationals coming through our border.
Check.
Right.
Which
so
we do.
now, like, right. And so how do we know that that's not happening in Taiwan?
As well as
what
in
is
our schools and our military. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but just to add to what you're saying, this week I just saw there was a dude, I feel like he was in Japan, but he was in the American Army, and he got hemmed up because he was selling secrets to the Chinese military. He got 2 years in prison and like a $25,000 fine. That's all. Selling fucking military secrets, like location data of like missile emplacements and shit, that he's fucking just giving this information. China's like, fucking 2 years and 25 grand. Don't worry about it. It's literally a fucking Chinese spy in the military, and they're like, yeah, it's fine. Or fucking kill him, or fucking send him to somewhere else. Let's just keep him here for 2 years and then turn him loose to the rest of the world. What the fuck are we doing, man?
And I think that's, as we dig deeper, is just like their ability to kind of like by time we catch up to it, like we don't have. And again, it's kind of like what are we gonna do, right? Because like there's so many other things on the front, but like by time we catch up to it, like they're like China is just stair stepping the way to the next thing. Like we found out they were paying people in our Ivy League school systems, right? So they're already controlling what is getting taught to the people that proverbially are making the stances, right? So and now they don't have to get to everyone. They just sow enough distrust for us not to be deadlocked and not move anywhere. And so like now it's just like it frustrates me, but like we heard the story. Well, you just told me, but like unfortunately, I'm literally gonna forget about it in the next 2 weeks because like there's so much other stuff coming out. And so like because they can plan, they can literally deal with our turbulent which is chaos, which is why I believe that we just need to lower the bar of agreement, because I do think there's you can point to whoever you want. There's nefarious actors that are planning past what we are.
Yeah.
Whereas we can only think from really TikTok to TikTok, or short to short. Like, people are planning years out, and if you can plan 3 months when I can plan 3 minutes, you're gonna crush me. You're literally gonna crush me.
Well, I think part of I agree with you, and I think part of our issue as civilians is that the I'm going to say generalized uninformed civilian is being taught and conditioned to be thinking in those 4-year terms that you're talking about. So there are people within our government, the fucking deep state, the nameless, faceless gray suits that you talked about in the opening, right? Those people are existing in longer terms, like Xi Jinping is. They're going to be in the government for 40 years, just like Xi is, right? Yeah. So they're thinking in terms like that, but they're also actively working to ensure that we are not, which is a detriment to the outcome of the country, right? Our country, the government, cannot live for the length that they are planning without the involvement and cooperation of the civilians. And I think that I gotta think about it for a second to make sure that I'm saying it correctly. The general level of information and education on that outlook is growing. There are a shrinking number of people that are continuing to think in those small units of time, that more people are breaking out of that, whether it's just removing themselves from the political system. I don't want to vote anymore. I don't identify with the parties. I don't whatever. They stop thinking in those terms of 4 years, and they start thinking, at the very least, in terms of their own lifetime or their children's lifetimes, which extends that past. But we are still competing with those forces, those deep state forces that are trying to stop us from doing that.
Yeah, well, that and the institutional forces that are indoctrinating people as fast as they can to continue to be in that old short-term system.
Right.
Or just straight up indoctrinating them into the same ideology that China has too.
And the positive that the Chinese Communist Party has going for them is that they are a communist party, and the people that exist within it just do what they are told. They don't need to they don't need to be convinced. They don't need to agree. They don't need to do any of the stuff that they quote unquote need us to do, to conduct warfare. That supposedly, I mean, you can, right? You can be in the military and choose to not fight in warfare. Like, that's the thing that you can do, but it would be, the government would try and quickly rethink that process if, in mass, 80% of the fighting force of the United States military was like, no, we're all not doing that. Well, they all have the right. They all can do that. They all have the constitutional right to not fight, right? If they did that, like I said, the government would quickly change that. Like, actually, we don't do that anymore. You don't have the right to withhold. So,
authoritarianism happens very, very slowly, then all at once.
Right. It's.
Have you guys looked at just like, because when you're like, hey, like, you no longer have that right, have you guys tracked at all, like, just our general recruiting into the military?
It's not good.
We've talked about it, especially because a couple of the people that we've had on lately have been like, one of the guys I've gotten close with, Brian, who's in the chat. He's an ex-Army guy also. He was a Black Hawk crew chief when he was in the Army, and he's a super cool guy. Brian's a really, really cool guy. So he talks to me about military stuff all the fucking time. And then one of the guys that I've been shooting with lately is a 2nd Battalion Ranger out of the Joint Base. So he obviously talks to me about fucking military stuff all the time. So especially him, because he's like, nobody wants to work here anymore. Like, I'm an Army Ranger and nobody wants to do cool guy stuff anymore. I don't know what to do.
It's super interesting too, because like both of those guys, like in like the hierarchy of things, like those are top tier guys, right? And so like it's even different for them, because like, look, if you're like, okay, do you want to do this super sick job or do you want to do this trash job, right? You're going to be pulled into doing the cool guy job, right? So like they're even seeing more. And so like what we have seen has just been like a systematic drop off where like we're not worried about those. Like, you have to look at like the normal jobs,
right,
but like that row the proverbial boat,
the sailors and shit, and the fucking
and like that's where like it's like, again, we're not getting crushed, but like that's where it's been like the tempo's been changing, everything's been changing, right? And that's where like what drove, like you saw, like I'm sure you guys saw, that they started to lack some of the things that they were looking for as far as the COVID vaccination, right? The status.
Yep.
Like when I was
Yes.
leaving, like you weren't getting, like we're kicking out. All of those have now been repealed. There is no mention of the booster. Like when I was leaving, like again, I left as like the new booster came in, and like again, there were hard requirements. Like I was like, you know, kicking people out of the army. Like, hey, you can't be here anymore. They're like, hey, I don't want to take it. And like they're like, okay, we weren't doing it. And what they weren't telling you is like they were turning people away who weren't getting the vaccine. So like, whereas it was going up to Congress to be like, okay, does your exemption work? If people didn't want to get it, they weren't shipping them; they were just leaving them.
Yeah.
And now all of that's gone away because like we just don't have numbers. And then you compile that with what happened in the army. Oh, in 2001, we went into Iraq and Afghanistan and started that whole Middle East thing. All those people are aging out. 20 years, they hit their pension and they don't want to stay anymore. Like they won the race, and so they're getting done. So like all of our well-trained, oil, veteran, like battle-hardened people are also leaving. And so like I think that's just again another reason why we're just trying not to fight, because I think the thing nobody wants to say is that when it's time to go to the fisticuffs, like we may not have the juice that we used to. And I'm sure, like again, you see in other places, and none of my friends obviously would come forward about it, but like I still have a lot of friends in, and a lot of the highly trained ones that are really good at their jobs are just like, I'm over it now, like, and they're just
Right.
they're done. And so it's just like, not only is it the recruiting, I just like what they have not released and what they will not is just the retention. They don't release the retention numbers, and that's what I'm fascinated by.
And I think that's really interesting because I'm just thinking back now, right? My brain's spinning, and that there's historical context we are talking about, right? When we entered into Vietnam, we had to pull back a ton of old dudes who fought in World War II. Like that's who the commanders were. That were like, we got to bring people back because the commanders that were in place, the commanding officers in place when we began fighting in Vietnam, had never fought in a war before. And it had been 30 years, 25 years since we had been in active combat anywhere. Korea, you know, but there's a finite amount of people that were actively involved in that. So we had to bring dudes back who were already retired for 5-10 years and had been done with it, and bring them back into the military and then send them to Vietnam or have them in places of high command, so that there was a quote unquote progress in that war, right? But for us to not outright lose, we had to bring people back.
Yeah,
and I think that's
historically that goes back even farther than that.
Right.
Beginning of World War II, the same thing. All the major military leadership was changed over very, very quickly after the war started. World War I, same thing. Not just ours, but the French, the German.
Right.
Because there's a very big difference between a peacetime general and a wartime general, as they say. A peacetime general is a politician. A wartime general is a fucking general that knows what they're doing.
Right.
And that goes out there to win wars. And there's always a time where you realize that this isn't going to work out as soon as Larry said, the fisticuffs start flying, that you go, this isn't going to work. You need to be retired.
We need
now.
dogs in here.
There's a change of command in your future very, very quickly, because you are not up for this. You're used to going out there, cutting holes in the water and doing drills. Okay. Or launching missiles sporadically into Yemen.
right.
It's very, very different when all of a sudden there's a full-on naval fleet battle where, you know, there's multiple destroyers and cruisers and aircraft carriers going up
Dogfights
another
and shit
one.
going on,
Yeah,
right.
exactly. Very, very different. And so that's definitely a massive factor. I even remember seeing the shift in recruiting when I was in, and watching the difference between the guys that came in with me compared to the guys that were coming in when I was leaving.
Yeah.
And it's the same systemic problem. It's the peacetime versus the wartime, and that train just continues to go. That boulder keeps rolling downhill, and now we're dealing with the problems that we're having, which are exponentially worse. But it was the same issue. It's the same issue now as it was then.
Right.
Brian was saying that we shifted away from warrior recruiting.
He said, I think the Army shied away from warrior recruiting, and they're learning that they needed it. More recent recruiting has had more hoo-ah combat stuff in it. And
The commercials have changed.
I was just going to say that, right? During COVID, it's all very diverse, and it's only people of color in it. The only Army commercials I've seen in the last year have had mostly white dudes in it. Mostly fucking white dudes in the Army commercials. Like, no, you can still be here. We will still take you.
Doing
Don't
cool
worry
guy
about
shit,
all
too.
the other stuff that we said. You can still come and be a part of this, even though we turned you away 2 years ago because we were trying to hit the fucking diversity quotas. If you come now, we will take you because we just fucking need bodies on the line. That's insanity.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
And the scary thing about it is that when push comes to shove, if push comes to shove, when the numbers aren't there, the government will make the numbers there.
yeah.
That's why I think there's been so much more
That's
kind of talk about the draft.
Do you think people? I'm fascinated, and I wonder, will people show up? Because again, and this is where, and this
Show
is
up like if
in
their draft numbers get called, you mean?
yeah, if their draft number gets called, right? Like,
I'm not
do
fucking
people
sure.
show up? I don't know, and this is where, again, this is the darkest way, and are we trying to move, like, letting, like, I think the conscription model of serving X amount of time in the military gets you your citizenship. I think that's kind of the model that we're looking to go to.
Yeah.
And I think that's what's going to be the next big thing for us.
New
just like,
question: is Vivek Ramaswamy a psyop with his fucking idea of civil service for citizenship? Is he an early plant by the deep state, and that's
No.
why he's so anti-deep state is to make us?
I can
love
tell you
him?
right now he's not, because I know exactly where he got that idea from.
I'm just kidding.
Don't besmirch the good name of Vivek.
How did I know you would just love it? How did I know that you were just going to love it? Oh, my.
I do love that guy.
That's really funny.
I don't believe in the U.S. government or its justification to exist. But if there's a top dog that needs to be in, I'd vote for him.
You know, it sounds great. It's tough because, like, it's like a double-edged sword. It's an outsider, so he's not a part of the swamp, right? But then he's an outsider, so is he going to say what he's going to do, right? Because, like, even with Trump on a level, right? And people have been hiding behind. They're like, oh, well, there's so many people standing in his way. Sure, okay. But there's a lot of things that he didn't do that he said he was going to do, right? And, like, it's just like now that you have a record, like, again, 'cause I am so agnostic. I just want someone to just fix these problems that I think are just fixable. And so, like, with that kind of level, like, I just want someone to just, actually do what they say they're going to do. And so that's, like, my obsession. And so, like, I feel like I'm jaded, honestly, because I feel like everyone's selling a false bill of goods, but, like, I just feel like no one's, like, doing the things that they say they're going to do. So I'm just always sitting here like, okay, like, am I just going to get my hopes up on just another person? And so, like, again, I respectfully am probably one of the more jaded people, just I don't know if I'm the most jaded person, I'm pretty jaded.
I think, like Donald Trump when he got into office, Vivek Ramaswamy doesn't have an accurate conception of the level of pushback he's going to get when he gets into office.
Oh yeah,
they're
going to show him that picture of JFK that's never been seen before, and go, "Hey man,
Donald
just
Trump said a ton of shit too, and he did a lot of shit, but he also didn't do a lot of stuff that he said that he was going to do. And I don't have like a list to compare or check or blah blah blah, right? But as does every other politician, he did not do all the things he said he was going to do, and I'm not holding his feet to the fire for that because none of them do. But I'm just using that as evidence that he did a lot of shit that people really didn't like. He still didn't do everything. And that's because I don't think he understood the level of pushback and resistance that comes with trying to change that system. The people that have been there for 20 years already, and they're like, no, we have this figured out already. You can't sway from the pathway or else we don't get this in 15 years.
Yeah. I've said it before and I'll say it again, but the larger the government grows, the stronger its own immune system becomes.
Yeah.
And it will push back against any form of reduction or any kind of counter narrative that they oppose.
And that's why because the clips that have been posted this week, go to the Instagram, everybody watching, go to Instagram, watch the clips for this week. We also had new beats, all the stuff, right? They're from a conversation that you and I had, and also from a conversation we had with Elijah when we were talking about, like, Elijah's question had something to the effect of, who the president Jesus Christ?
Yeah, words and stuff. I know.
Yeah. Does it matter who the president is? And do they have any power to shift anything when they're in office? And so my answer was to the effect of, like, I don't think that it matters, but I do think they can do something. And that's because I don't think that it's likely, right? But the levers of power exist and can be pulled. That if someone is able to get into office, in the executive office, they have the executive power to shut down an immense amount of the executive branch. And
go ahead. Sorry.
And at the very least, pass sign executive orders that say, no president can ever do this again. That can obviously be flipped over as soon as the next guy comes in office. But at the very least, you're positioning or positing to the country, I'm telling you, no one should ever do this again, and that's why I'm ending these offices, and that's why I'm signing these executive orders. That I'm not going to do it, and nobody else is going to do it. And he can't hold anybody else, like I said, in the future to that. But he can at least signal to the country that this is the right way forward, and this is what we're doing.
Yeah.
That dude is definitely going to die. He will not live the rest of his life, and I think that person has to know that, and they wouldn't do those things without knowing that. But that's the part of me where that hope exists in, that like there is a person, because there are people like Brian just said, he said, I'd go back to war just so others didn't have to, right?
Yeah.
There are people in this country who would get into that office and cancel those branches and say, fucking kill me then. It's too late. I already did it, and even if you kill me now, these things are already done. That is, in my opinion, what is required for something like that to happen, because that person will not survive to their natural end. That's, I think, the best way to put it, because I don't know when that would happen, but they will not survive to their natural end. But
Their life expectancy would be very short.
But that is possible. There's nothing to stop that person from doing that. Even if they fucking lie and deceive all the parties up to their way in there to get into office and say, just kidding, I fucking have been fooling everybody for the last 2 years. I'm not a Democrat. Thank you for the dollars, though. I'm ending all of this shit, right? I don't know if that's what they take. I don't know. That's very conspiratorial, right? But that
possible.
power in the executive office does exist, and it is that simple. That person will, in fact, die, though. That's my personal opinion.
I hear. I think I think I agree with you, and I think that's what makes me so sad. It's just are we like understanding those facts, right? If we accept those facts, there, like it just seems like it makes it hard to like get up and be like, God, is it worth it? Because like if it just, whenever we lay it out like this, or whenever it's like out like this for me, I think I just get so like I get a myopic stare. I get so just like down. I'm just like, God, what's the point? Just like waking up if like I'm just like, because like it almost seems like do they win there? But then it's just like, well, like, so you're like, okay, well, we can't just let them win, but then how do you fight? And then that's where like the two-party system, like it's almost won, because we're kind of like stuck, like, because even if we're like, okay, like Ramaswamy, like Vivek, we want him, like there's just no way, given where he's at, he's gonna get, like, we can even get him in a reasonable place to where he'll ever even be considered. He could never be president technically right now, given his poll numbers, right? He's not winning anywhere. Right. He'll probably fall off here going there. Like his best hope is like, he goes and gets a part of a cabinet, but then do we lose him to the system? Do we Harvey Dent him, right? Does he die a hero, live long enough to live good?
Yeah. And so
that's where it's like scary. Go ahead. And
I would I don't even use him as an example, right? He's just kind of the avenue for the conversation, because I don't know that he's a guy. I don't know about anybody in mainstream politics enough to, or even adjacent to it. I don't know about any of them enough to say that there would be that guy who's willing to take that position, and they would be resilient to the outside influences, and they would be willing to cancel those offices and then be like, fucking if I die, I die, right? My only counter to that, it gets very big picture, and it gets very kind of woo-woo, right? But I have to ask you to follow me down this pathway, because that's where it has to go in my view for this to work, right?
Yep.
The goal and the pathway of liberty is selfless, right? You are not doing it for you. It is not for you. In all likelihood, you will not get to enjoy that prize for very long. It is for the people who come afterwards. So my counter to, is it worth it and did he win, is if half of the signers of the Declaration of Independence were murdered 2 years after independence is gained, did they win? They did win. Even if they were only independent for 2 years, they did win. They did gain independence. Those changes were made. And even if another president does come in after whoever this exalted being is, and they flip that around, the switch has been flipped in the minds of the American populace. We will know what you're doing is wrong, because we just saw this person do the right thing and cancel all of these powers now. The fact that you've come in and you're immediately trying to grow the office, there is a problem here. Even if that general understanding doesn't exist before the offices are canceled, if half of the country is extremely, or 3/4 of it is extremely upset, they want this president impeached, right? They want him gone because they can't fathom or comprehend why he would do something like this. They will understand in the future when their lives are better. So that's, like I said, it's very like ethereal almost. It's a very big picture. It's very woo-woo-y and like kind of magical. But that's what liberty is. That's what freedom is a overarching concept of multiple generations. That is the tree of liberty. Fucking what? You're planting a tree that you're never going to sit under, right? Or the shade of whatever the quote is. That's precisely what I'm talking about. And so.
Well, it's also important to remember, too, that we have a historical precedent for an unstoppable behemoth machine to collapse overnight. The Soviet Union was going to be an unstoppable force. The presidents at the time stated that fact, and everybody around the world thought the Soviet Union was going to be around forever until it wasn't. And it fell apart in like 2 days. It was just done and over with. There's nothing that says that our giant behemoth of a government can't collapse overnight in some capacity. I mean, if you continue to grow it as you are, the authoritarianism required to keep its power growing eventually will get too much. And then if one day, whether it's a financial thing or if it's a social movement or whatever, or a war that breaks us, something can happen, and a new thing can come from the destruction of the old, and that might be better. There's a lot of different ways that it could go down.
I want to answer Brian's question because he said, can someone like that even get into office, right? And I don't have. My answer is yes. I don't have evidence for this. I don't have a line of facts to it's a faith-based thing. It's a faith-based answer. I do believe that can happen. I have to, for me to come up with like a specific answer, it's a very specific set of circumstances, you almost need somebody who from the beginning has an inordinate amount of money, because you have to defeat that initial barrier of no amount of financial barriers can stop me from getting on any stage that is required for me to follow through this process. I have to be able to get over that barrier myself. And then I don't know how you get over the barrier of being genuine. I don't know how to convince a nation that you are a genuine person. But if that can be attained, or at least to a reasonable level, a platform of I am only gaining this office to remove power from it and return power to the people. I'm not here to push legislation. I'm not here to change the way that the Congress is doing anything. That's their own business. I'm only seeking this office to remove power from it and to hand power back to the people in the original framework of the Constitution. Like, I feel like that has to be from the beginning. Like, I don't want shit for myself. And I will, after doing this, I will sit back and not do anything for the other 3 years unless I am directly requested, because I don't want to bring any of my own bullshit into the office, except for I shouldn't have this much power. And I'm only trying to get here to show you what a closer image of what the type of power I should, quote unquote, have.
You're gonna need some Maximus Decimus Meridius type shit from the Gladiator.
Yes, I'm only here to fuck this up. I'm just here to ruin this thing, because it's actually the art of it. The destruction of this is really the beauty that I'm showing you. I know that you don't understand, and you think that I'm a Nazi, and you fucking think that I'm Donald Trump, and you whatever, all these different groups. But I'm really just trying to show you that this is the beauty at the core of this office, is the limited power that it had when we started, and all this other stuff is a symptom of the abdication of the power of the other branches. And that's has to be at the core of that, of like, I don't want to do anything. I want them to do all of the stuff. I only want to sign the papers that they're supposed to put through to me. I want to take all the powers away and move on. I don't want to sound dumb, because I am aware enough to understand how fruitless that sounds, and how like very silly that sounds. I recognize that, and that's why I had to start by saying it's faith-based. That is faith-based. I have nothing other than the same pull inside of me that drives me to do this show that tells me that is possible. America is the greatest country to ever fucking exist. We have made some of the greatest people to ever exist on this planet. That is possible. There is someone that either exists or can be created by this country and the people who exist in it that will do that. There has to be. And I don't know. There's just something inside of me that tells me that. And I could very well be wrong, but I think that person does exist.
It has to exist in my mind. Because if you don't believe that.
I don't know. Was that dumb? Did I
No,
say a lot of dumb stuff for a long...
I think that's kind of if you said like 4 things that I had to write down because they're so great. But
I said a lot of stuff. I know.
You said a couple things that I was just like, oh, like, yo, like, you're cooking, like, yo, we are not.
Get out of the kitchen,
but like,
bud.
if you lose faith in it, like, there's no, again, like, it's kind of like where I would be. Like, if I had no faith that it could change, like, what is the reason to what's the reason to get up? You know what I mean? Like, it's just there, like, at some level, there has to be like a philosopher king type person who's willing to deconstruct everything we have and get us to a place where we can, move forward. And then once he gets there, be like, all right, I've ran my race, right? The proverbial George Washington, if you will, who chaos stewards through his 2 terms. And when they're like, oh, no, just keep doing this thing. And he was like, guys, like, chill. Like, this is why we did this whole thing. Like, it's going to be okay. And that's cool. Where, 100%, like, let's go. And, like, it's weird because, like, it's a pushback I have against FDR because in that moment to give, like, he was not technically, like, he was trying to go for the 3rd term.
Right.
Like, he was financially in, like, he was not going to give up the power. So, like, can we get back to the roots of just, like, doing it? And that's where, like, Vivek gives you hope and he kind of scares you because, like, he checks so many of those boxes where he talks the good game. He's trying to reappeal back how much we're doing in taxes. He's like, no, we need to force, like, austerity in our government. Like, we need great spending. He's independently wealthy, so he doesn't technically need any finances to do it. But then, like, again, I just come back to, it's like circular reasoning because, like, now I'm like, I'm jaded because, like, one, the fact that, like, the campaigns against, like, you could be like, hey, like, I don't agree with your policy measures, and, like, that's reasonable agreement. People are trying to tear this man down. I'm just like, for all intents and purposes, like, he seems like a normal guy who loves his family, who cultivated his wealth out of providing something to the economy, and then is coming back to do things. But, like, I hear him, the pushback, and I'm just like, it's making me jaded. It's like, wait, why don't you like him? Like, sure, you can disagree with his policy, but people are attacking him. Like, there's like, no, you're not going to work
because he's such a threat.
Well,
the system itself.
The powers that be, right, as we often refer to them here, they don't want to see any more power returned to the people.
No.
That's any power removed from the current structure is not what they want. And even though, it's the journalistic class, the corporate media that is attacking him, they're the 4th estate. They're very much tied to the government as it sits. There's a lot of hand and mouth type shit and cooperation. I mean, the amount of articles they will read that someone with knowledge of the fucking subject, and then they write an entire article about something and they don't name somebody, they don't say what position they're in, they don't say anything. That's
trust us.
Yes, that's the egregious level of leaking that we saw from the Donald Trump administration and also from the Biden administration. It's insane. There's so much cooperation that you almost can't reasonably separate the 2 of them. So the corporate media is absolutely working on behalf of
the state.
Yeah, absolutely.
But so are the politicians. Like, again, I tell people this all the time. Everyone's like, oh, there's too much deadlock in, X side or this side. It's just like they're not cooperating. And I tell everybody every time someone says that, I'm just like, have you ever seen any of the politicians miss their pay raise?
Right.
Hey-o. And they haven't. And in the wake of giving the armed forces a 5.2 bump, which everyone's like, oh, this is great. I was like, well, hold on. This was inflation 5.2. Why did they get a 12% bump?
Right.
Like, and no one was just like, everyone just like go. Like, I was like, whoa.
They still took a pay cut.
Yeah, it's like crazy. It's just like, wait, we managed to come together in the nth hour to pass a very small bill that contained your pay raise for the year. And even though we don't do small bills because it's not efficient in our government, and this is what, again, I just feel fraudulent. That's why I hate reading about it because, like, I literally tilt till the cows come home. The fact that they are able to, like, send us into, what's it called when they can't agree? They can shut down the government.
Yeah.
But, like, they get paid through the shutdown.
Oh, yeah.
I can't imagine. Like, just think of, like, in your jobs, like Colin, you've run your own business. Be like, hey, we're not going to get this thing done. Actually, we're just going to take 2 weeks here because I can't agree on how everything go. But you're still going to pay me for everything that you said you're going to pay me for.
Yeah, that
And
don't work.
completely fine. It's again. I hope someone comes in. Vivek gives me some like happiness because he's like, no, we're just going to shut down the government. We're going to cut by 75%. That number
Right.
makes me sweat. It makes me so happy. But like
Man.
again, I'm jaded because like nobody seems to want it.
Well, I'll tell you, there is only one path for Vivek, and he knows it. And the only reason he's still around, because if he was a traditional politician, he would have dropped out a long time ago because of his poll numbers. He is the only America First candidate, the one preaching the same, ideology that Donald Trump does. And he is sticking around because he is convinced in his mind that the powers that be, the deep state, whatever you want to call it, through one mechanism or another, will not allow Trump to be president. And when whatever that is happens, and he is not somebody that anybody can vote for, Vivek is he's the
That's why
embodied.
he's staying in.
He's the next best thing to Trump. Otherwise, what are you going to do? Vote for Nikki Haley?
Nope.
And that's why he's sticking around. He is the plan B option for when the state figures out a way to keep Donald Trump out of office.
That's so interesting.
That's my perspective, anyways.
And this may not be the proper time. And this is where we need to come up because you just spurred something fascinating. Because if you say that he is Plan B, and I may have missed this, are we just not Ron DeSantis, guys?
No. That dude is a deep state shill who's just one step underneath Nikki Haley. All of Nikki Haley's donors, all the power that she's gained from in the past, in the recent history, the last few months, came because all the powers that were pushing Ron DeSantis pulled out from him because he's a wet noodle who can't emote, he can't do anything. He was a decent governor of Florida, but you try to put him on any kind of national stage and he pisses his pants and wears high-heeled boots.
The people, Joseph, like I said, one of the listeners is from Florida. He loves DeSantis for governor, does not want him as president. So he's a great governor. Do not fucking be president.
Yeah.
Just stay at home and do the thing that you're doing here. Do not be president. I don't think, and Joseph has been on that tilt from the beginning. I think if the people at home don't want you to leave, then you're not going anywhere.
That's again. I think it's interesting, and it's been fascinating, right? Because obviously, and everyone knows, right? I hate the term Republican, but I'm very conservative in thought, right?
Yeah.
Like that's just kind of where I'm at. I think
we're all Nazis here, Larry.
Yeah, 100%. And so, where I think it's fascinating is when
probably was a bad choice, but
well, yeah, that's going to be a weird clip when we put that on the Opus.
Opus, don't click that.
I wonder if that works. I'm going to try to run this right through it and see if it does it.
I just I think what I find, like, I would listen to a lot of just like left leaning political people, just kind of so I could try to stay balanced, right? Like, obviously I am where I am. And what I found a lot of them saying is like, yeah, we agree on XYZ, but like we have to vote Democrat, right? Like It was like, no matter what we agree on, like let's all just row the boat the same way. But like it was like in the Republicans, when we seemed to have like a baton handoff, like, okay, Trump into DeSantis, it was just like DeSantis was just like not about it. Like, I need to go now. Like, he was like, let me just not finish my governorship strong and just run in 2028. Like, let me just get it now. And I was just like, which is good and bad. Like there's just no level of like getting on the same page. Like, where there's so much infighting where like it literally seems like every like the Democrats have literally decided like even Democrats hate Joe Biden. His approval ratings are awful, but like if you just the fact that he's even kind of polling with those approval ratings just shows that like everyone's like gonna get on the same page.
Oh yeah,
I'm fascinated with that dynamic.
And I don't think Joe Biden's going to be on the ballot at the end of the day for 2024. I don't think there's going to be something that happens. But
who's it going to be?
It's getting close enough that I'm struggling to see what's going to happen that pulls them and who they're going to put up instead, because they don't have somebody else that they've been putting. Gavin Newsom, but I don't
if
know
there's-
that people are going to take that switch.
Yeah,
You
well,
know?
so this is the going theory, right? One of the going theories is that once primary season is over and we're past Super Tuesday, essentially, with the Democrats not running a primary, Joe Biden's the only one would be the only one on the ticket. There's just in Larry's word, Democrats generally vote Democrat, just regardless of who's on there.
It's just what they do.
After the primary is done at the DNC or right before the DNC, the national convention, where they elect their candidate. For one reason or another, health issue or something, Joe Biden will bow out and he will essentially, whether it's him or the rest of the party, chooses either a Gavin Newsom or a Michelle Obama, or, I mean, it could be any...
Big Mike?
Big Mike could be on there. Anybody with a high name recognition.
You know the Big Mike thing, Larry?
Oh, I know it.
Yeah, he knows Big Mike. But at that point, because you've already passed the primary thing, and then the DNC just puts whatever Democrat they want on the ballot, and people will just vote for them because it's not Trump.
Well, and I can't put it past them. The DNC don't give a fuck what anybody says about anything.
No.
They're going to do whatever they want at the end of the day. But
I mean, they have the super, what do you call it? The super delegates that just get to do whatever they want. But that's a theory that's going on right now, is that's how they get Joe Biden out, because they don't want him.
That one just doesn't tickle my belly. You know what I'm saying? I tend to get a gut feeling when you and I have known each other for long enough, and we've been doing this show together for long enough. When the thing that's going to happen comes up, I usually get some type of something, where I'm like, that makes me feel a type of way.
Yeah.
This doesn't make me feel any type of way.
The other theory that I've been hearing too is that
that's not a good reason to not agree, but
I have it's more than a feeling. I think we need to break out and talk.
One of the other theories I keep hearing nowadays is that at the end of the day, the uniparty, as we would put it, they're so intertwined.
Uniparty strong like bull.
Uniparty very, very strong. And the uniparty could get behind somebody like a Nikki Haley, somebody that really likes wars, somebody that likes the military-industrial complex, big pharma, all the major institutions, is there to be taken up by the lobbyists.
And she's like a soft pro-life, soft
super
pro-life.
And that's somebody.
You know who else was like that the big government got behind.
Yeah, and so the uniparty could easily softly get behind Nikki Haley and be able to still say, oh, Republicans are bad, blah, 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 but still get what they want done, get money in their pockets, moving on. And so then they just let Joe Biden stay on because he's just weak enough that they won't be able to pull the victory in. And worst case scenario at that point, they have a nice little, uniparty neocon that they can make a bunch of money off of if Joe Biden loses. They'll still have all their power they want. They can still get everything they want done. They'll be able to convince enough people. I mean, it'll probably end the civil war in the Republican Party.
Nikki Haley's already talking about internet IDs and shit like that. And
they love that shit.
Right.
So that's
she's trying to pitch it as like a good, it's because they're trying to fuck
style.
us. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And even though they can fight it all along, they'll still end up getting enough. They'll have enough of their vote, either Democrats in Congress vote for it so that it'll pass. And then bing, bang, boom, they still get what they want. They still get to track everybody, steal all their data, make sure everybody's on a fucking list. Everything that they actually want is still possible through Nikki Haley. And so that's another theory I keep hearing is, we'll make sure she wins, and that way we can get rid of Joe Biden because he makes us look real bad.
She's like George Bush light, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah, she's like if George W. Bush and Dick Cheney had a baby.
George Bush in taller heels and a dress?
Yeah. In taller heels.
Well, he's really short, so he had I remember that he wore very tall. He didn't wear.
That's why DeSantis thought.
Yeah, he didn't wear DeSantis heels, but he just had large, men's shoes.
Just he had like a couple inch dude. Nothing crazy.
No. That's nothing. They're nothing gate worthy. You know, his only shoe gate was when the dude threw the shoe at his face. That's the only shoe gate that he ever had.
That was great.
Yeah,
that's
he does it.
Yeah. What the shit, man? What are y'all doing over there? But that's another theory that I keep throwing out. So either way, the Uniparty's trying to make sure that they will maintain
Oh,
maintain
definitely.
power. And whether it's through Joe Biden, a surrogate of his on the Democratic list, or somebody like Nikki Haley, I think they would be happy with either.
Larry?
Yeah. So yes, I think the strongest strategy is they're gonna bolster, because like, you say what you want to, right? Like, it is Joe Biden running the government. I think what they're gonna do is they're gonna slump them out. They're trying to make everything as good as they can. I think we're gonna see inflation come down. I think we're gonna see some pressure come off of inflation. Prices are gonna they're not gonna drop. They're gonna go down less, and they're gonna be like, listen, you don't like him. Got it. But they're going to be like, look at all the great things he did. It's not going to be his face on it. It's just going to be other people's face. And they're going to constantly be like, oh, yeah, like, we know you don't love it, but like, look what he did. Look what he did. So I think, because there's just, I just don't know. I think it's too risky to kind of put out for the unit party, right? I think it's too hard to let, like, Nikki Haley. I don't know how Nikki Haley. I would be shocked. I'd be flabbergasted, right? Because like, you can tell me till the cows come home, like, sure, people love her, but I would be shocked to see that. That being said,
She scares me.
Yeah.
And not in the way of like, I'm sorry, like, not in the way of like her policies scare me, but because when I do think about her, I do kind of get that weird feeling of like, that's really bad. Like, that's like the perfect combination of bad shit for people to like make exceptions for, you know. Well, I know she said this, but I like that she said this, you know. And that's, I hear a lot of that type of stuff happening, like, yeah, but also she said this, or but also she's really strong on this, you know.
Could be our first woman president.
And that's the shit that's the real downfall.
Woman of color?
When people are willing to make exceptions for the things that she says because of other things that they're doing, you know. We talked about that a little bit with like RFK, you know. That's like, I'm unwilling to make these exceptions for you, even though I fucking love you saying this shit. I'm not going to make this work for you, you know. But I'm feeling that happening for Nikki Haley, that they're so. And Joseph said, well, Brian said he thinks that Biden is going to be in the Democratic primary. Joseph said, I fear DeSantis is a Manchurian candidate. He is too good as our governor not to be able to read the room in this situation. And then he also said Nikki is the Democrats, a.k.a. the establishment's best candidate at this point.
Based. That's a good look.
Joseph
That's
is
a good
fucking
look,
smart.
Joseph.
He's a smart fucking gator hunter, this guy in Florida.
You got to be, otherwise the gator eats you.
That's true.
because you're already doing what I'm not fucking doing.
Oh man. Either way you slice it, man. No matter what happens, you know, we got the Iowa caucus is the next. I think it's on Monday, supposedly, but there's also a blizzard going on. So like
there's no way. Well, it's not on Monday. It's on Tuesday.
Tuesday.
There's no way they do it. Yeah, I was gonna say there's no way.
Always a
It's Martin Luther
Tuesday,
King weekend. All right, listen. All right, it's a revered day.
That's right. That's right.
So yeah, I don't. Like I said, I would. This year's, I think, going to be fascinating because I think a lot of I don't know what it looks like across the finish line. I'm so excited for next week, and like obviously, like the debacle, I've stopped following it, so I'm not spun up on like the whole Trump getting sued, him getting pulled. Like I know he's, it's going to Supreme Court to try to pull him off the ballots in states, but like him not being able to participate in the Super Tuesday because they're trying to have him in court. Like I don't know where we are with that. I just felt like that was like the last ditch effort. So I thought that was super fascinating.
Well, there is a very, very local story that I had at the ready, but I'll just bring it up real quick. Because the Colorado case is working its way up to the Supreme Court right now, there's been no stays on it. There's no nothing. So they've set a precedent at this point that you can quote, or, you can rely on the 14th Amendment argument and say that he was a part of an insurrection, he's an insurrectionist, and that allows you to pull him off the ballot. That was Colorado's case. Maine essentially did the same thing. There's a petition in Kitsap County right now that it's working its way up through the court system to pull Trump off the ballot in Washington State.
Get the fuck out of here.
It started here. Yeah,
I hate it.
They just started the process last week, and so it'll be going through the court systems over the next couple weeks.
Yeah.
And until the Supreme Court hears that, makes the decision, or puts a stay on it, it's going to keep happening throughout the country.
So let's talk about this for a minute, right? Because I'm struggling, like many people, I think, struggling to understand this, okay? Yes. So he has a case. I have an article here that goes over like all the different cases that he has, right? And So one of them is for this insurrection thing, right? It's this January 6th case. If this is still going on, though, so if he hasn't been found guilty of treason or insurrection, like any of these things that are cited in the 14th Amendment, I don't understand how he can be removed from a ballot. So let me give you a list of general questions that are going to start this conversation, right?
Yes.
Because that's really kind of, I don't expect an actual answer from you, but these are the good rhetorical questions that many people around the country are asking, right?
Indeed.
How can he be removed for something he hasn't been found guilty of, right? Let's get a little bit bigger picture.
Or technically charged with.
Exactly. Yeah, that's it. Precisely, because the charges in this Jan 6th case are 4 counts: conspiracy to defraud the United States, conspiracy to obstruct an official proceeding, obstruction of an attempt to obstruct an official proceeding, and conspiracy against rights in his relentless pursuit to reverse the outcome of the 2020 election, because it's a civil rights thing, like trying to fuck over people's votes. So, bigger picture than that, how can anybody continue to claim that this is a free and fair election if the candidate that the people want is not on the ballot, right? If he's not even allowed to be on the ballot, let alone be voted for, how can this be a free and fair election if people want him to be there? Because if he were to be in the primaries, we all know how we feel about polls, right? But all the polls indicate that he would come in first, if not second, in all of these different primaries. He would definitely be on the ballot. I don't understand how at the end of the day we can claim that this is a free and fair election 2024 if we aren't allowing the candidate that people want on the ballot. Further than that, I had one more. No, that's
We
it.
should start with that.
I thought I had another big one. I'm
Larry,
really
let's
good
start
at
with
hosting
you.
this show.
What are
you
your
guys.
thoughts on that?
Yeah, my big thing is it just like again, we're violating a little bit of his rights as an American, right? And like it just seems like there's so many things have been layered on, and then we've had so many situations where like the action has been treated right. So you have the document thing where they're like, oh, this is the worst thing ever. Like this should disqualify him. Then Hunter Biden got caught up in it. Then Obama got caught up in it. There's like, oh, okay, a lot of presidents have been really loose around how they've handled documentation. So like that kind of fell to the wayside. Then it was just like, okay, well, his family's like one of the big things when he was working there was like the nepotism he had with his family. It was just like,
Right.
well, his family's too close. Then this whole Joe Biden escapade with Hunter. Now everyone's just like unfairly chasing a person that just seemed to be throwing his dad's name around whenever obfuscating around people that could be construed as not always friendly to America, right? That's the nicest way I could say it. And then we have like this where crimes have not been levied, but like everybody's now saying, well, okay, because of these lines of things, which we have had happen that have not been treated the same, he's going to be, or he can't be included. And everyone's like, okay, this loose impeachment where he wasn't impeached, but technically the House voted for it, right? So it's like because of that, like we can't do like at every step of the way, because we are jumping ahead of the process, it looks unfair. Like it's hard after everything for us to like deem it fair. Because then like what's to stop it? Like what's to stop Wyoming for being like Joe Biden has not been like because of like these a random allegation, right? There's tons that we could use. We're not going to include Joe Biden on the ballot. What's to stop that? There is no like, and so now it's just turning into like a mockery of the process. Like we used to have a delineated process. Bill Clinton got a special favor from one of his people, and everybody was just like, we hate it, but like, let's just get him out of the office and let's move on, right? Like we literally saw he committed adultery in the Oval Office, right? Like that's where we were, but like we're able to just like not move past it, but allow the process to play out. But now we're just like we're refusing to let a process play out, and everybody's just getting super emotional. Where it should be cut and dry. Like they pulled him off for something they didn't do. The only question that matters is did the act happen? Like the fact that we haven't asked that is just like you can't tell me it's not politics anymore.
Right. The January 6th thing is not as cut and dry as it is presented, in corporate media.
And you could try to present that, but the fact remains like he has to stay in court. Like even if it was cut and dry, and we had a video of him just telling like he was in there painted up on his face, and he said, "Follow me" with a big sword. the fact remains it has not been delegated. Like you could say that he instigated it, sure. You could say that it's his fault that it happened, all those things are, I could see how you would get there, but the fact remains, as an American citizen, he gets to stay in court. The
Right.
judge, or sorry, that process of court decides. And so
Yes.
until that's run, we can't make any delineation, because that's the same thing. And this is why you've seen, again, all right, not to make this or race driven, but a lot of black people have been coming around like, whoa, this is what they've been doing to black people for ages.
Right.
Sprinkling, like Dave Chappelle has a skit, sprinkle some crack on him and let's get out of here, because then he doesn't have to stay in court. And then they just shove it out in the process. The only difference, and a lot of people are like, okay, this is looking weird, is that he has enough fame that it's just being seen, but like the same game has been done, right? Like where it's just like, let's plan it and get out of here. And now you can't with him as a figure, because like you have, people like you guys and other YouTubers breaking down every step of the way. And so we now handle to the conclusion where I don't care how you feel. I don't care where it would be if he is found guilty. He has not been found guilty, period. Right? So it's unconstitutional. There is no reason to pull him off. And so like I get passionate about it because, like, again, it's kind of like the COVID vaccination. Take it or don't take it, don't give a fuck. But to force someone to lose bodily autonomy, that's a weird slippery slope that we have to identify.
Right.
Like we and like you can, and every time we get to this thing, they relate it to this like super grave thing. Have you noticed that like everything that happens, it's not like an isolated event. It's like this is for the health of the world, or this is for global warming. Because
Right.
once you tie it to that big thing, well, now you can do these things, and like we're just again, it's gonna happen. Like cars will be shut off, like things will be done, and like like again, they tie it to the gun thing. Like, well, this epidemic of gun violence is a reason that we should take your guns away. Like, whoa, okay, pause. Like, what is the gun violence, right? And then they're gonna skip over it and weave the story to not include any of the gun violence in inner cities, but the school shootings, when the numbers, like, sure, the events are smaller, but the numbers are equitable, right? So if we're not going to approach that in the same way, I don't want to hear it. Don't come for my guns. This is an
Right.
ingenuous thing. But like they tie it to an epidemic, this crazy epidemic, and then they come for the rights. But what did I see on the other side? I saw small businesses go down, and like all these people change their entire lives, and then the rich got richer. These epidemics, right? Even though we saw it, the rules for thee, but or for thee, not me, right? Like the rich people constantly, like, for example, on private airplanes. I now know this. Do you know the mask mandates on private airplanes?
No.
There were none.
There you go.
There were, because
Private
you
company.
could control it, right? But like it was
Right.
in that same space. It's just a frustrating process, all right? And I don't want to get off tangent, because I know I'm known to do that. But like the frustrating thing is, because of this great evil that he is, right? Because again, right, what people are like, he's gonna be a dictator. He's not gonna let the next person get elected. We're just like,
Right.
do you know how many leaps and bounds we just took here? How many extrapolations? Like he could, like, there's a world where he loses, right? Like just like people come out and like in a fair election, pause, where everything's above board.
Pause.
Like he loses and he's not there, but like we've extrapolated out, like this guy's gonna come in, turn into a dictator, never give anything back. He's gonna then ostracize all these random populations of people that he didn't in his last, but he's like now he's gonna do it because he's the automatic ruler, and like everyone's gonna go with him, and then we're just gonna overthrow. Like it was just like, how do we get here from the man hasn't committed a crime, so he belongs on the ballot?
Right.
You see,
And Dude, it's so
as,
funny
as
because
crazy
that's
as been, he's always been somewhere in the middle.
yeah, and
you
it's
know?
exactly what they said when he was president last time.
Yeah.
It's like he's going to be a dictator. Like a month after he got elected, that was the narrative. This is the way it's going to go. And then Joe Biden became president. But to give my
When
2
they're
cents.
already- I'm sorry, they're already hitting him for saying like that he's not going to respect or he may not respect the election results. Well, if he's not on all of the ballots, of course he's not going to say he respects the election results because he didn't get a fair shot at even winning the election because he wasn't allowed to be on all of the ballots. So regardless of however they're trying to extrapolate that or make it bigger, that's of course he would say that. And I know it's not exactly what he's saying, but he's saying that this is not fair because I was only on fucking 46 of these. So like that, So I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, one of the things I wanted to make sure to point out is when it comes to that Colorado case, right? The reason why there's more states trying to take him off the ballot now is because even though he wasn't charged and convicted for being an insurrectionist, the court system, the federal court system, whatever one runs out of Colorado, whatever district it is, has already by de facto called him an insurrectionist because they've already passed. Like the case has already been done, and now it's moved. It's in the appeals process and moving on.
Because
so the
they won
judicial
case to
system
be
has
able to pull-
already decided that you don't have to be tried and convicted of being an insurrectionist to be one.
On a federal level, for us to use a federal statute to pull you off of a federal
Because
fucking ballot.
to get a case to the Supreme Court, it has to go through the lower federal courts.
Right.
So
That's
this has
fucking
already
right.
been done.
Right.
Like the federal court system, in some capacity, has already called him an insurrectionist
In Colorado.
In Colorado.
I'm an insurrectionist in Colorado.
Yeah. And that's like the scary thing is that the justice system, quote unquote, has already fucking failed.
Right, which like it makes sense. The process, I'm like, that's how it needs to go. Because I actually explained this to Jordan and obviously fucking forgot because I'm like, how the fuck does this work? But that is absolutely hilarious. So I'm an insurrectionist in Colorado. I want a T-shirt that says I'm an insurrectionist in Colorado.
I just feel like, and it's just I don't know. It's just we're raising the bar of agreement, and like now again, I'm not like
Colorado Confederate.
Yeah, how I see, like now, if I disagree with the premise on like how they laid out the facts to get them there, like am I now just like in like direct, like am I allowed in like Colorado? Like how does that? You see how like this is I just think it's such a slippery slope. Like
right.
It's just
dude,
so
the slope's
crazy.
back there, dude. We've been sliding down it for a long time. We're just seeing the consequences of all the
we're
bullshit
so
that
far
we've
down,
allowed.
We're measuring the grade of the slope that we've just
Yeah,
slid
you're
down.
right.
Yeah, it was steep,
It was
bro.
a fucking steep one, dude. That was
hasn't
crazy.
it has not taken that far to get to this point.
Right.
To the point where we're just willing to completely do the not the Potemkin, whatever that the bullshit court was that they used to do.
Oh, Manchurian court,
something like you know it.
Yeah.
The fake ass court. Like
Yeah.
you're just there to get like called out and then sentenced. Your sentence has already your guilt has already been decided.
Okay.
It's like that episode Batman was 3, the Black Knight Rises, where he's like,
yes.
already made the decision.
Exile.
Like, yeah, you can choose exactly death or exile. There it is. It's like I don't know, and it's like I feel like it's like crazy because like it's like weird to like wake up, and I truly want to be in the middle, right? I truly try to like take everything, but like I just feel like I'm like looking at it, I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. I'm just like there's like like just play it out, like just play, like imagine if a person, like if I walked in, right, in a local government and I convict someone of a crime that's obviously wrong, right? I abuse my power, and until he has it like appealed properly and my thing reversed, they have to exist their entire time as guilty. That just doesn't. What's the point of the appeals process?
Right.
Because if you draw it out for, imagine it draws out for 3, 4. I don't even know how long these cases draw out, but like 3 years, right? 3 years, which I feel is like a normal time to turn on a really big case. Your life is awful for 3 years, so you're just supposed to accept remuneration, like just payment, back pay for your life being ruined, for you losing rights. Like this, it's crazy, and like it's like I don't know. It's obviously at the Supreme Court, or it's gonna go to the Supreme Court, and it'll probably get overturned because it's just like there's, in my mind, like can you have your day in court if your appeals process is fake? It just makes it like, what's the point of the appeals process?
Yeah.
Don't lie to me.
I pulled this really. If I don't have it, I'm gonna scream. But I wrote down the most magnificent quote earlier this week. Yes, it's from the Washington Post, The 7, which is their daily show. Right, they're talking about how the Supreme Court is going to have to rule on this, right? And their quote was, "The case has echoes of the court's involvement in the 2000 election, when its decision ensured victory for George Bush and damaged its reputation as an independent institution." That's what their claim was, is that
Because if you don't get the outcome that you think is right,
then they're not independent.
Wrong.
Yes, then they're not independent. They can't be trusted.
It's the way Crystal Ball lives her fucking life.
It's an insane. We've talked about the illegitimacy of the Supreme Court 1,000 times, right? But of this to be one of the cases that we're picking out that shows their lack of independence is insanity. Who the fuck else should decide then? Answer this, constitutional scholars. Who else decides? Who else fucking decides if all the other lower courts have decided that and he's still appealing? Who else decides then? It's not Congress. It isn't fucking Joe Biden. Who else does it? But still, the Washington Post sits around and they're saying, oh, they're fucking showing their lack of independence because they're going to rule on this case. what the fuck else happens then? What is the other pathway for this to be solved? There isn't one. It's already in the judicial system. It's the highest court in the land. There literally isn't another place for it to go.
Yeah, they think that it's so beyond the pale because they believe in their hearts that he is a guilty insurrectionist,
Right.
And so
They should just
we all
reject
saw
the appeal.
January 6th.
Yes.
They shouldn't even be. They shouldn't allow the appeal. We all know what happened. We're right about this. Everyone else who thinks that we're wrong is a fucking rube who has no idea what they're talking about and probably belongs in jail too.
Like the Supreme Court is literally designed to handle cases that have never been ruled before and that deal with directly constitutional things. This fits that exact definition. This thing where a president has never done this thing before, he's never been charged with this thing before, and no other answer can be found in the Constitution. This is what it's for. So for them to deny the appeal that, in my opinion, would be a greater sign of their lack of independence because they're refusing to do their job. The only person who can do it than to actually rule on it one way or another. Even if they do rule, fuck him. Take him off. He is a piece of shit. He did do all that stuff and he can't be on here. Even if that is what they decide, that doesn't make them not independent because that is their job. There is no other way to define this thing. It is active spin and distortion of the fourth estate that we're talking about. Like they're just disseminating that ideology or that not ideology, that line of thinking straight from the top, and I'm not trying to say it's orchestrated at the top because I want to ask about that too because I told Donald Trump said a lot of wild shit earlier this week when I was watching him do his press conference. I just watched for 2 minutes and I was like, that was chaos. I can't believe everything that he just said. But I mean that idea of Donald Trump is guilty, he is an insurrectionist, is straight from the top down. Joe Biden says this same exact thing. So I don't know how else it's supposed to be dealt with and why else they would be saying these things if they're not trying to sway the public's opinion in a certain direction, you know?
I just don't like how this extrapolates. And I feel like there has to be somebody, an adult in the room, be like, listen, like, this does not extrapolate well. Because again, what is the stop? Like, just like for example, Missouri is suing the Biden administration they're suing the cooperation between the social medias and how they were working with the social medias to censor people, right? Yeah. What if they're found guilty in Missouri, right? What if the Missouri says like, okay, well that is undermining an election, right? And they legalize their way to be like, well, you can't be on here because the last time you were in election, you literally worked with these social media companies to undermine an election. Like literally, you destroyed or corroded the integrity of an election. Why should you be able to participate, right? And then we're going to remove you off the ballot. It just keeps going. Then you're going to have candidates that go against each other, and one's on 27 states and one's on 34 states. Like that's not a union.
No,
like, that's not a. That's not a union. And that's why they did on it, because if left to the discretion of the states, we are just going to devolve. It doesn't work over the long run. And like what we have literally like people are just now in the place where they're not paying attention because they have their own lives to deal with,
right?
Or rich saying like, oh, like this is fine, it's not what you think, because what people don't understand, in a decentralized world, the person with the most money is going to win. Because the only thing that we seem to always agree on is that when you exchange your dollar or swipe your card, it counts for that much money. If the only thing we agree on is the money, then rich people will dominate. And that's where it's just like that's again, right? Weakness and strength. It always comes back to finances. That's why it's so important. Like, because like we have to understand the fabric or what the direction of the soul. There has to be something outside of money that joins us together. It used to be the churches. I don't care if you don't go to church. But like there has to be something outside the bank that joins us together, or we are just going to lose. Because again, like, money runs the world, right? And so like if there's nothing to offset it, right, no structure, then we're all going to lose. And everyone's just like, well, money's evil. Like it's the rich people there. It's like, do you not realize that the government wants to work with the rich people? Like, do they lobby with you? Like, do you get the lobby? Like, do you have a
taking you out to dinner?
Thank you. Right. Like, so, like, do you think that they're actually anti like money if they say, like, even if they say they are, Like just because they have like a good like this bill or that bill, like what have they done? They've done nothing. Even if the bill doesn't come due, they go out with the same people. They give the contracts out to the same people. They invest in the same market. Like it's not for you, it's for them. And like again, I'm not saying everyone needs to be like a super trumper. What I'm saying is we have to acknowledge that the more they corrode at the way we think or our ability to agree, we're just gonna get fudged and just ran around the circle, and we're just ultimately gonna get beat. So.
Right. So let
It's
me
just
ask
crazy.
you, both you guys, a question kind of based off of one of the first things that you said when we were talking about interference and stuff in the states construing things different ways, right? So there's a lot of people that are obviously considering this as election interference, the removal of Donald Trump off of the ballot. There's a lot of people talking about that. I think that's certainly a very fair allegation. You know, it's difficult for me to. I already asked the question. It's difficult for me to consider this a free and fair election if the candidate that people most want is not on the ballot. So if we use that as the basis for the question, right? If we have these states that are in fact taking part in election interference, and we have states accusing other states of interfering elections, not just groups of people or administrations, right? Not like the Biden administration, the Trump administration, but actual entire states. Why? What? I mean, I guess that's the question. Just like, what do you do with that? What's the next? Because then it's not just an individual who's questioning the outcome of the election. It's an entire or group of states who's saying this is not right because 3 of these states are interfering actively with this election, and so we can't trust this result.
Like, was the allegation that tech? I mean, do you remember during the 2020 election? There was that big court case of the states filing against other states.
Okay.
And it was almost 50-50 split. And essentially it was Texas accusing Pennsylvania of passing unconstitutional voting laws, which by de facto hurt their state because it was unconstitutional according to the Pennsylvania Constitution. They couldn't change voter laws without a change in the state constitution, which they decided to do fucking anyways because pandemic, COVID stuff, and they said, fuck it. And when they brought that case up to the Supreme Court, which is where it belongs to handle differences between states, the Supreme Court says, we're not going to listen to this. Sorry, good luck. And they just pass it on. Ever since then, it became a state-on-state issue. And there's only one direction that the nation itself goes.
With interstate conflict.
With interstate conflict. And I don't know what it looks like. Nobody knows what it looks like, especially in this modern age. But it doesn't go anywhere good.
I'll tell you what, if the issue is the Donald Trump election, I am not fighting in favor of the Pacific Forces. I am not doing that. I will not fight in favor of removing Donald Trump off the ballot. I will not do that.
I don't know. I think the Pacific Forces, as it were, would be taken over. It would become, we'll just say if it was a red and blue thing, right? The red would take over pretty quickly. I think they would start off as a blue region, and it would quickly turn into a red region because
we're putting his ass back on the ballot.
We got the landmass, we got the dudes with the guns. This ain't happening, boys.
It's good. Again, that's what's like scary though. I just feel like it's like weird. Like it's being raised in Washington, having lived in the South my entire adult life, basically post school. It's just like you kind of like look at it and like. I don't know, like, I don't, this is why I get so jaded. I don't know what the path is. And, like, I preach, like, this weird, just, like, I look at everything, like, as a normative or a positive, like, way. Like, what is the best outlook? And that's kind of, like, I go, but, like, it's literally to keep, like, my energy up. Because, like, I just, God, are we going to a civil war? Like, it just seems so, like, because, like, it's just, like, what is the next logical step? I don't know the next logical step, and that terrifies me.
The next logical step, so there's 2 ways it'll go. People, states, whatever it is, however it looks, will decide we're not going to do this, and in some fashion push back.
Yeah.
Which is a dark road, obviously. Or the other road is that people just say they just go about their lives and the tyranny continues and the country evolves into a more direct democracy, authoritarian state where the states don't actually really matter. Everything, all the the difference between states and the federal becomes so blurred that they essentially are one, which is we're pretty close to now anyways. And then we just find ourselves one day living in a brand new giant authoritarian state that just is the way it is. People will just go along to get along, try to pay their bills, try to work their jobs, and next thing you know, there is no going back. You're in a new nation now.
Can I posit another scenario as a question?
Please do, because I don't like those options.
I'm just thinking.
I have some shit options.
My brain's just running as you're talking. So we're just spitballing now.
Spitballing, baby.
Is it possible that there is because to have a proper secession, it's got to be recognized, by whatever X amount of states and blah blah blah, right? But is it possible that there? Do you see a possibility? Because anything is possible. So let me frame it the right way. What is your take on the possibility of unofficial regional secessions? Because there's been all kinds of talks of Eastern Washington being we don't want to be a part of Washington State anymore. We want to be our own deal. There's going to be, I would imagine, in a world where the election plays out in the way that the scenario we're talking about, where lots of people question it, especially big portions of the country or certainly statewide portions of the country, that there are other regions, if not I'm not talking about regions of the country, but I mean parts of states and stuff like that can kind of agree enough as a group to say, no, we're done with that. We're going to do a separate thing now. We're going to, I don't know, is that, I don't know. What's your take on this thing, both of you?
I think that's essentially that's the same thing as some form of a civil war, to be honest.
Yeah.
Because that ultimately
you think that would involve active conflict, you think?
It would eventually. Because at some point, push would come to shove and somebody in this new, more semi-autonomous region that we're just doing our own thing here, we don't recognize you guys. At some point, some Fed man would come to collect and they'd say no.
Yeah.
And then escalation just builds from there.
Waco, Ruby Ridge, blah, 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 all the
but
fucking...
on a bigger regional scale.
Right.
That's, if you go that way, which I could see happening, but I don't know how that's that much. That's almost like just a side road off of the more broader Civil War aspect. It all goes the same direction to the breakup of the Union, if you will.
Because I'm just what I'm saying? I'm thinking anything as small as big as a region of the United States, a group of states that all agree, no, this is not okay, to as small as a group of towns that are close enough together, that they can form a semi-independent economy where they're we just kind of all work and trade shit. We're spitballing. It's all very fucking magical, but where they're doing that and then they're governed largely by a group of sheriffs, who are whatever. We don't want to deal with whatever you guys having going on, and so we're just gonna fucking leave them alone, because we don't want the trouble of whatever this might bring on, and it's not really harming anything for them to be doing their own thing and not be paying federal taxes or whatever they're doing. So I don't know how possible that is. I don't know how magical that is or anything. I know, Larry, what's your...
Yeah.
My thing is always, I think it's going to be a fascinating look, right? Because the question, in states with less laws, I don't think they would matter as much, right? I think where it'll be interesting is states with high taxes, because that's X amount of revenue. So if you go to, because think about people living off the grid right now, they don't abide by really anybody's tax laws, right? And that's why I think tax is fascinating, because they're not paying taxes in, right? They're not relying on the system. The question is when if you are generating taxes and you're okay, hey, I'm not a part of this state, what protections do you have there? And I think that's when it's going to be pushed to shove. What action could they do to compel you? Because right now we have a societal thing that we recognize, the FICO score, right? If you don't pay your taxes, eventually you'll go into collections. They can levy things on there. But if you don't see that they have a right to do that, because for example, California can't technically they cannot collect money on people who live in Nevada, right? They just cannot cross borders to do that. So if you say oh no, we're part of Nevada now, but then Nevada accepts it, who decides that? Because if we're already corrode what is our Supreme Court, who has the authority to decide that? And again, these are the fascinating things that I think it's going to be fascinating court law if it ever comes up, right?
A
And I think
Nevadian
that
colony in California.
Well, the thing is, like Colorado or California already has a law on the books now that allows them to levy taxes on people that moved out of state, like during
Right.
the pandemic, and to say if
Yes.
you've lived here over the last 10 years, you owe us taxes. And the people are going, I don't live there, bro. You can't. New York State tried to come after me once for New York State and city taxes when I was on active duty, and then all I had to do was say, hey, here's my orders for that time I was here. And they were like, okay, cool, we're square. But it's nothing to stop anybody from
Right.
getting that bill from the California tax man, and then just whatever kind of enforcement arm is able to reach out. And if you're in, say you moved from California to Portland, Oregon, well, the odds are that the Oregonian authorities are probably going to be much more apt to try to clamp down on you because they recognize whatever bullshit law California passed. If you're in Texas, they're going to tell them to push rocks or to move along. So,
Yeah.
So it
Kick rocks.
It will kick rocks. Thank you. It'll be very interesting, as Larry said, that what will come of that, because it is happening now.
Yep. And I get, like you said, and I see a lot of it. It's like I get the tax. Like, so I've had to send very detailed outlines on when the client moved out of X state, just so the state will be like, okay, we're not coming at you for the taxes. But until then, until it's like levied or solved, they can still send you to collections while it's happening. And so like they can still ruin your life while you're just like literally working out like, hey, I'm not a part of this state, which again, I find fascinating. It's just like another ism of the life that like I've just never, you don't think about, but like is a big part of it.
And it's funny because, like you had mentioned earlier, let's say you're doing the proper thing, you get these bills from California, whatever, and you're somewhere else, and you're like, okay, well, I'm going to fight this in court. And you're tied up in court for 3 years fighting this. The entire time, your credit score is getting hit because you're in collections.
Right.
What are you supposed to do about it? It's not going to come back.
Yep.
They don't give you back 300 points when the shit's over if they find in your favor. They're just like,
I'm sorry. I was going to say it at the time, but like the moment had kind of passed. But I mean, we have the basic 10 from the Constitution, right? And one of those innocent until proven guilty. There's so many cases in the justice system. This one in particular, this scenario we're laying out, where, like, yeah, you might be found innocent at some point, but that shit that you're going to go through throughout your time in the justice system is going to do all the damage it does, and your life is going to be that much more worse off on the back end once you finally got your right to a fair trial and so on and so forth.
Right.
The damage has already been, there's a measure of damage that can be done just in the process. That is so against the concept of innocent until proven guilty that it almost might as well not exist.
well, that is, I had like offhanded mentioned Ruby Ridge earlier, but that is right up with that, where they like, in the wake of you being apprehended, your wife is killed, your son is dead, you've lost half of your family while they're trying to take you in to maybe give you a fair trial. Like that's just because of the way that particular scenario, and I'm not talking about, I'm using that as an example to talk about the scenario that we are discussing of secessionist regions, where you're talking about if the feds come in, half of the people there die, and then the other half get brought in to fucking see trial, where like now you go to prison because you're not allowed to secede, and you also owe us $200,000 a piece in back taxes because you've been conducting business in this region without us for 5 years.
Yep. And it's just like, again, I think it's been fascinating. I think like that's, and it's like weird because like
it's so un-American. It's like so counter to the basic core tenets of freedom, and just like, I just want to be fucking left alone, that it's really kind of disgusting,
Well, it's so much so that even like the Civil War was not seen by the victors as a civil war. It was just a rebellion in the South that was put down. They were never a separate nation.
Right.
They were never a separate nation. We had a Southern rebellion, and that was put down, and the Union was made whole.
Right.
They were never actually a sovereign nation, according to our history, because we don't allow for that.
And who does, like, when we went to war, like, we mustered rifles. Like, who's fighting the war? I think that's what's fascinating today, because like it's just like it like I know we said we would never have like another, you know, end of times type thing again, but like now who fights the war? Like who goes to quell the dispute? Like does California muster their National Guard to go over there?
Yeah.
I think this there. I don't know if we're close to here, but I think this is going to be a fascinating thing, because like if they don't, like if California like can't do that, then like now we're looking at like, oh well, they didn't stop any of like these problems in the South, or sorry, they didn't stop the problems, and now these people don't have to pay taxes. Why would I? So it kind of begets a system, right? Like our system of taxation only works if people like are willing to basically be taxed, right? Because like if you're not willing to tax, like then why would you do it? Why would you do it, right? And so like if you don't participate, like they can't collect money, like they have no power.
If you start seeing mass defections in the force that you've mustered to try and quell the rebellion that's there. And I also think about like the actual combat aspect. I don't know how long you're going to be able to convince Americans to go out and shoot other Americans because they're not paying taxes, because they're doing bad shit, you know, because they're doing whatever they want up in the mountains, and we can't be having that. Like, I don't know how long. I mean, I've never served. I'm certainly not in right now, so I don't know what the general morale or like level of unquestioning, you know, fortitude is in the military. So I don't know how many people would immediately say yes if they're called up. If shit goes, let's give it like a really bad timeline, like 9 months. If tomorrow shit starts getting really bad, you know, or by the end of 2024 election, right? So early 2025 is when they're supposed to be inaugurated. At that point, whoever it is gets inaugurated again, and those states that have recognized are like, no, fuck that. This is the last step. Like we're fucking seceding, right? Combat starts to happen. I don't know how many of those, if it is the National Guard, how many of those National Guardsmen are going to say, yeah, we'll do that. We'll go and start shooting Americans right now. And even if it is most of them, how long are they going to do that? How many missions are they going to do where they fucking shoot somebody they went to high school with, or somebody that there was their fucking neighbor down the block? How long are they going to do that before they don't agree, or they're too fucked up in the head by killing people that they recognize that they can't conduct combat anymore? Like, I don't, you know.
Well, and the thing about like
how long can you fucking sustain that?
Like
Because
we asked that question, right? But everybody in the military now there's no concept of fighting fellow Americans. It's always, you're always fighting a war abroad somewhere, right? That's what you do. We haven't fought any war on our own soil since like the Civil War, right? But like our modern army, for generations, you know, there might be some federal agencies that have had gunfights on the border and stuff like that. But it's a totally different. You're not talking about the military.
We haven't seen any warfare here since World War II.
And there's zero ability to even guess what the armed services would do if they were asked to turn themselves inward. I would venture to guess that 90% of people would be like, we're not going to do this. Unless there was some kind of egregious, massive, like, terrorist attack by a group that claims sovereignty somewhere to do damage on someone else, then automatically they can see them as the bad
in
guys.
defense of the nation. But if they're just chilling and the government now is recognizing them as a hostile force or whatever they're going to call them, you know.
So we're getting pretty close to time here, but I do want to talk about the border in particular. So I have a proposition. We'll talk about it in the break.
Yeah, no, we have internationals in the next topic, so I have the border on here for sure, and so we'll definitely talk. We'll talk about that first, and then we will.
Because I just want to leave everybody with the conversation starter of the border, because we're talking about like the secession stuff and issues in that regard. Right now, the Biden administration is suing the state of Texas because Texas has ordered their National Guard to defend the border, and now we have an agent, or you have a federal and state issue where they're coming at, I don't know what you call it. They're coming to a head because the National Guard from Texas is being told to close the border down and make sure nobody else crosses, while the Border Patrol, which are under federal, they're run by the Fed, are being told to keep the border open and allow people to come in.
Larry, did you know that the wall opens?
What?
Oh, yes.
The wall on the southern border that's like the pieces of metal like this. Did you know
Yeah.
that parts of it open up?
No.
Lots of gates.
There are gates in it. They just pull it right back.
Yeah.
I watched it. I know I talked to Jordan about it. I'm sorry I interrupted you for
No,
this,
you're
but I was talking to Jordan about it just yesterday because I was doing my notes for this, and so the last thing I was doing was immigration stuff. So I was just talking about general immigration stuff, and I was like, yeah, I don't know why I was doing it, but I had access to cable television one day, and I turned on Fox News. I watched it for maybe 5 minutes, and they were at the border, and they had a camera at the wall, and I saw Border Patrol agents open the wall up. They retracted part of the wall like it's a gate, and they let in like 15 dudes. I think 10 to 12 of them were from Africa because then they were all lined up and they had camera there. And so the Fox News reporter asked every single one of them on the camera, hey, where are you coming from? Where are you coming from? Where are you coming from? 10 to 12 of the 15 were like, oh, I'm from fucking Ghana. I'm from Kenya. If they understood the question, right? Eventually they answered, but from Africa, and then like 2 or 3 dudes from like Guatemala and Ecuador, you know, random fucking South American countries. But all of the other ones were from Africa. And they just opened the fucking gate up and they're like, all right, get him on the bus and get him out of here.
Yep. And we've seen it before where the Texas National Guard goes over there and sets up the razor wire along the river, and then a couple days later, the Border Patrol comes by and snips the razor
Pulls it
and
right
pulls
down.
people in. So we'll just leave that how it is because we already have constant clashes right now between the states and the federal government happening on the southern border.
Yeah.
In that kind of. Right now, it's like we do one thing, and then you guys turn around and change it, and then we do something else, and then you guys take it down, back and forth and back and forth. But what happens when there's a bunch of National Guard dudes standing there and says, fuck you, Border Patrol, you're not coming through here.
Everybody has guns because Border Patrol stay packing all the time. They got rifles and shit, and maybe not all of them, but a ton of them do.
Yep.
And then, of course, if the National Guard getting sent out, close the border, they're fucking kitted. They got the full battle, all the everything.
We've showed a couple videos on here before of like a higher up, you know, like I don't know what their positions are, but of a Border Patrol group trying to get his troops rallied by giving them a little speech and say, you know, we may not agree with this, but this is our job. We got to go out and do that. And then there's pushback from the ranks. I don't think the Border Patrol would have the morale to be like, yeah, no, we're going to fight against you guys. No,
Right.
we're on your guys' side. We're shutting this thing down.
Oof.
And then the federal government just loses power.
And yeah. I hate that it has to come to that, but I think we're coming to a head where the final thing that compels a person to do what's going on is force, right? If they say show up and you don't, they can only like their final nugget is technically by force. Like it's the thought that like they will bring more than I can, right? So if that's ever dispersed in any way, like how you do, because they can't show up everywhere, right? Like they literally there's not enough people, right? Especially inner cities, like there's no way. And so like if at any point you do lose the ability, it's there. And the tough part is right now, like we've only come together to like really destroy things, right? But like if we come together to do something, like it would be interesting. And I would never pose this because you know I am an EA, but like if everyone just decided like, hey, I'm not paying taxes, like what could they do?
So I have to ask you to end this because this was the other part of let me ask you this that I had, but we just moved right in and it was fine, right? We've talked a ton of times about civil disobedience, right? That being like a pathway forward for citizens of this country. Civil disobedience. We've given a bunch of different examples, right? We know more than one person who doesn't pay their federal taxes, right?
Yeah.
What is your take on this?
It's again, I think it depends on like where I wake up on that day, right? The days I believe in America, it's like what we do. I think I've been understanding like if that's what you want to do, it's harder to get by in the world. Like that's where like I don't know if that's it because they make the game like you know, you went to buy a house. What's one of the first things they ask? Oh, we want your tax returns, we want your pay stubs. And so it's hard to participate in society. And so like I like, you know, I don't know, how do I say this legally? I've helped people, showed people like the best ways to pay, like delay paying your taxes. Because even if everybody didn't pay their taxes until October 15th every single year, the government would be crazy because that's after the fiscal year, right? And so like that would just absolutely fudge them over. And so like there's ways to do it in ways that don't ruin your life, right? So like that's what I would say is like it's hard. Like I don't judge anybody, right? If you're like, hey, like I don't want to participate in this because they're not doing what's best for me, like more power to you, right? Like I won't help you evade it, right? But like I will construct a plan that doesn't ruin your life in the process. That being said, I don't judge you for not wanting to do it, right? It does not work unless everybody does it. So I
Right.
would never like advocate for that plan because like
And
if you
officially, you can't tell anybody not to pay their taxes. That's
yeah,
I've
100%, I
questioned
would
here. I'm like, I don't
Everybody
think
should pay their taxes.
I'm like, I don't think I'm legally allowed to tell someone not to pay their taxes.
100%.
That's how you get
But-
Wesley sniped, bro.
Exactly right, and like that's what I'll tell you. Like, and so like, but I like, everybody who like wants to do it, like the and this isn't a frustrating thing, right? The tax holidays are done by people who don't understand taxes, right? You have to understand the game. Like you would have to get a large scale, not like oh I got 1,000 followers. You would need to get tens of millions of people, like people like trillions of dollars come
Right.
through, right? And so you would need like California to be like, nah, we're not doing it, right? And like there's states like South Dakota, like if they all paid late, like the GDP coming out of there isn't enough. But like I understand the concept. People are starting to feel disingenuous. Like it's hard to see like when I have to like steward, you know, X amount of bucks in my household and make that work, and then our government can't do it when they got 2 trillion running through. It's like it's definitely disheartening, right? So like I've had
Right.
this conversation I have a lot often, right? And like because people are just like they're just done. Like when you're not heard, but you still have you still send $15,000 to the government every single year, like, and you feel like you're not heard, like it's just you're disingenuous. You become jaded, right? It's just like, well, like why am I paying into something when like like especially when you're the problem and you're like, wait, what? Like I'm now racist.
Right.
I'm now bigot because like I don't agree with this agenda when really all you want is to be left alone. So like I have this conversation a lot. Like my official standing is everyone pay their taxes on time. My other standing is if we could get everyone to come together and to talk through it, like it's just there's legal ways to go about it.
And I think it's really interesting when you think. What would you say is the percentage of everyday Americans that actually end up paying taxes every year? The majority of people get a tax return at the end of the year. So I mean, as far as income tax is concerned,
It's I'll have the breakdown next time we do this, but I know the top 1% pay 35% of the taxes. The bottom 50% of the bottom 50% of people who live don't pay anything in taxes.
yeah,
So the vast majority of people do not pay any money into it, right? So like if you're making less than I would say if you're single, if you're making less than 20, which is not a lot of money, right? Less than $26,000 to $30,000, you're not paying anything in taxes. And as you have kids, that number goes up, right? So a person with 3 kids making $50,000, which is the median in the income, you're net not paying taxes.
yeah, you're getting a
Right?
return
And,
at the end of the year.
Yeah. And that's where another thing where it's just like the information is so like this is what I'm really passionate about. When people are just like the rich don't pay their fair share in taxes, I've seen their returns. Like you can't say they don't pay their fair share, right? Because they pay a lot of money. Like everyone's like Jeff Bezos doesn't pay any taxes. And I'm just like, okay, let's parse this out. Like what we've done is we've counted Amazon as being Jeff Bezos,
Yeah.
and then said that Jeff Bezos, because he owns Amazon, he doesn't pay taxes, even though corporation tax is separate, right? It's so convoluted that we can't parse it out, right? Like the easiest person to look at, Elon Musk. Like you could be like, oh, he has the wealth, but he also ran up an $11 billion tax bill.
Yep.
And he paid it. And so it's just like, and that's more what it should be, right? Because that was about 28% of what he took home that year. And so that was an actual tax bill, right? And so like, again, I think they keep us dumb and keep it divided. Like if I could just explain how the money's moving, one, you'll be a little bit frustrated how the money's moving, right? But then two, like you'll kind of see, like to say that, like you could say they need to pay a little bit more, but like again, the marginal tax rate is at 37%, right? So like 40% if you're counting state taxes, it comes in. And even states like Washington, where like, oh, we don't have a state tax. Well, did you know they instituted a B&O, business and occupation tax, which is 1.5% of revenues? And so like if someone who you guys know, imagine you giving $1.50 for every $100 that comes in, no matter what you spend it on, right? So it doesn't matter. Like imagine paying employees and then you only have a little bit left for yourself, but like they still want it off the top before you do anything.
Yeah, it's
so
the equivalent of unrealized gains. It's just revenue is not profit. Revenue is just how much money, every cent that the business made at all. That's before you start paying employees, before you pay your lease on your building, before you have to pay the rest of the other non-taxes that we have, like healthcare and labor and industries. I mean, all the different things. And then at the very, very bottom, you go, okay, well, that can be mine because I own the business. Whatever little bit is left.
Well, and the same thing is said for people who you're talking about not paying taxes. Those people still pay taxes every single day when they buy things. They still get taxes. Like that's a thing, you know.
It's
so
just
that's
the income tax.
I know, but I also we've talked about this. That's I get a tax return every year. That doesn't mean that I'm a piece of shit because I fucking get a tax return. Like that doesn't mean I don't pay taxes, you know. And there's tons of people who are still getting fucked that also get a tax return because they have kids or because they have whatever. Like
if you don't file your standard W-2 end of year income tax thing with that doesn't mean you're not paying taxes.
And all I'm saying is that not getting a tax bill at tax time is not a decider of anything. Like that doesn't, you know, that isn't an indicator of anything.
I tried
you
to
didn't get a
qualify
tax bill.
Income
like
tax only.
That's even that. That's what I'm saying. If you don't get an income tax bill at the end of the year, that doesn't mean anything. That's not an indicator of something just because you didn't get a bill. Like that's not, you know. Joseph is saying the same thing. Like he pays a ton of money in taxes. He has kids. He probably also get a tax return. That doesn't mean anything because he's getting a tax return, you know. That's
very true.
And that's what like I love, like when I try to explain, like you see, Don, you've seen the videos I try to play, like I give out like when I do the taxes, and I try to explain it because like the people are paying money in taxes. The question is like, because like even if in a world where you, a W-2 employee, get all the money you paid in taxes back, that doesn't count your payroll taxes. So every single person with a W-2 job is paying 7.65% of your taxes before anything happens, right? And that's Social Security and Medicare, right? And so like we'll start there. The businesses pay the other half, right? That's there. And then you go into sales tax. Everybody's paying sales tax except in Oregon, New Hampshire, some states. But then you have property taxes, right?
Oh, yeah.
And then there's vehicle taxes, and then there's fees associated with just existing in the government that are just, again, fees are another word for taxation, right? A dead weight. It's just like we all pay taxes. We're just not thinking about it. I think because it's convoluted, we don't have a good understanding of how to pay taxes, right? So like, I think in Chicago, they do a really good job with like ID cards. Like if you make over like $100,000, you pay like $100 to renew your ID card. But someone who makes under that threshold can provide a proof to say like, hey, like I'm below this threshold, like I shouldn't have to pay it, right? Those kind of targeted things kind of make sense. But what happens is, and you have not, I don't want to put your business out there. There's people who don't qualify, who qualify for tax credits that literally get money. Not like they don't pay money. They literally get money from the government to subsist, right? And that's where it's like a weird stewarding, where the problem is, instead of fixing the problem at the government level, we've then created entitlement programs to pay them out. But like, there's not enough money we're trying to do everything. There is not enough money. And if we confiscated all the wealth from everybody in the top 10% of the world, we still would not have enough to steward this for longer than 2 years. And so like, the question is like, we're doing too much by way of not doing it. And so I'm not saying that the government shouldn't be involved. We have to pick and choose. We just have to be adults. Like I go to the store all the time. I want everything, and I don't buy everything because I have to live on a budget in order to steward our house, right? If I get this thing to splurge, I pull back here. If I want more food, we go out less, whatever it is. And so we have an inability to do that, and the bill's going to come home to roost. And so a lot of people who I've seen, just especially in the, the libertarian anarchy, like there's like, I see how this game plays out. Why would I contribute? And this is where the genesis of this conversation comes in. It's just like, if I know this is a house of cards and this does not work, why would I do that? Now, a lot of people do it to, obtain wealth, and that's where the government constructs the game to pull you in. But like, that's where it comes in. And so if someone looks at all this, and it's like, I've seen the math. Like, why would I add into this? Like, if it's not going to work, I'm just going to live my best life anyways. I understand it. So.
Makes a lot of sense.
Okay, well, let's use that as the ending point for this segment. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes for part 3 of Salt of the Streets, episode 162. Once again, you can find us. We are at, obviously, here, youtube.com, Salt of the Streets. You can find us at our own personal social media. I'm at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram and Salt of the Streets on Twitter. Colin is at Big Bird Alfie on both those things. Everything at saltofthestreets.com, including our Patreon, patreon.com/Salt of the Streets. Larry's at Larry the Tax Guy and all the things. We'll be back in a few minutes to talk about some immigration, and then, of course, we're going to talk about some Israel, maybe some Ukraine mixed in there, and then we'll hit the grab bag. So we'll see you guys in a few minutes. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Give us just a moment while we do some camera adjusting. Larry had to take off in the break, so we have to do a little bit of Discord switching. So that's what we're doing right now, just so everybody knows what is up. So just a moment here. There
And
you
we're
go.
back.
So
That
thank
was
you very
relatively
much.
painless.
Thank you very much for joining us, everybody. Obviously, it's just the two of us now. Like I said, Larry had to leave in the break. It is an unforeseen thing. We did not know that. He did not know that. So he will be back. It will not be another 2-year absence from him. We have done the reconnection. He talked about it. So
I can't believe it had been that long, to be honest.
I know. Yes.
Time goes by way too fast.
Just over 2 years. So we will see him again very soon. We will have more of your questions for him. And, excuse me, he did let us know that, if you guys have any tax questions, money questions, anything like that you think that somebody in the financial world can help you with, reach out to him. You're more than welcome to reach out to him. We can connect you with him if you just need help with that, whatever. We are here for you. Will you pull up the YouTube on one of these things just so that we can see the chat while we're doing that? It's no problem. Any chance you can boost the volume? Make it up a little bit. It's all through OBS and stuff like that, so it's all a little bit different now. But so let us know if anything needs to be adjusted for you guys or anything like that. But with that, I'll remind you again, you're watching us here at youtube.com, Salt of the Streets. We have our own personal social media. I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Don on Instagram. Colin is at Big Bird Offie on both of those things. Everything at saltofthestreets.com, including the Patreon, patreon.com/Salt of the Streets.
I can put my cans back on.
There you go. With that, we're in
Let's
part
go.
3. Oh, I'm going to make sure. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh, party foul. What'd you spill? Oh, the pens. It's not like an actual liquid in the cup. That's a good deal.
No, I was going to turn down the speakers, but you have the one with the volume on it. And I also have this fucking big fixed blade knife in there, and that's what I bumped into and knocked over. Not a good place for it. I was like, that'll be funny, have it in the pen
Just
cup.
a little top heavy.
But exactly. I was like, oh, it'd be funny, have it in the pen cup, because it's a fucking giant knife in a pen cup. Like, that's really funny. But it was for a minute.
Barely Gravity has other
It
comments.
was for a minute, so that's okay.
Oh, that's
We're in part
too
3.
funny.
We're talking about the internationals. We're going to talk about some crisis at the border. We're going to talk about we're going to talk about that for a while. We got some good crisis at the border stuff. So I think
There's a lot. Hello?
I think that a really good place to start is with a California story. So you and I talked about this earlier this week, and I have an article that I can send to you if you would like.
Poor favor.
That if my internet will pull up, there it is. Has to do with California extending its health insurance to illegal immigrants.
Yeah.
And I want to make sure that I find the right one because the article that I had was really, really good.
There's been a couple of them that's coming out lately, ever since the decision was made to start giving California state health care aid to illegal migrants.
It's from the LA Times through MSN.com, and I kind of think that it's an opinion article. It says story written by whoever, so I'm unclear on whether this, just the kind of some of the verbiage in it feels like it's an opinion story, but it doesn't say that. So we're gonna, I guess, just give you guys that context, and then we'll move forward like it's a news story. But
Indeed.
So this is, can California afford health care for undocumented immigrants? California is now providing the full scope of Medi-Cal benefits to undocumented immigrants. Full scope Medi-Cal, called Medicaid in other states, covers primary and preventative care, specialist, prescription drugs, and other services. Previously, immigrants without legal status were eligible only for restricted scope Medi-Cal, which provided benefits for such things as emergency room visits and pregnancy-related care. But effective January 1st, 2024, all California residents who meet the income eligibility requirements, regardless of immigration status, are eligible for full scope Medi-Cal benefits. It says in the paragraph below that that in 2016 anyone under the age of 19 could get it, and then that was expanded to 25 in the year 2020, and 2 years later in 2022, anyone over the age of 50 also could get it. And now on January 1st of this year, or 12 days ago, the missing group, ages 26 to 49, became entitled to the exact same full-scope Medi-Cal benefits available to low-income citizens. That is estimated to be an additional 700,000 people that will be added to the rolls. That is already 14 million people. That costs about $3.1 billion per year.
Woo!
There are some further concerns. There is actually an active lawsuit going on from a group that I'm trying to find the name because it's a big acronym. The Mexican American Legal Defense and Education Fund sued the California Department of Healthcare Services. The complaint stated that Medi-Cal reimbursements were among the lowest in the nation, causing Medi-Cal patients to have substantially worse access to healthcare than Californians who had different insurance. Medi-Cal reimburses 52% of what Medicare pays for the same service compared to 65% in 2000. Medicare only pays 70%. So I'm also unclear if this means that they pay 52% of that 70%, or if they're just paying 52%. Just because of the way that it's worded, I'm not quite clear. So it's one of those two things. I'm not sure. They're either
And it's
paying...
the medical insurance industry, which means it's probably very straightforward.
Exactly. But what
I'm
that
being
also,
very facetious.
what that means is that the costs still need to be paid, right? The people who provide the services, and we've talked about how bullshit that industry is anyway, but as it stands now, the costs still need to be paid. So those costs that don't get paid by the Medicaid insurance, by Medi-Cal insurance, get immediately flipped over to the private industry. Anybody who has private insurance in California is going to pay more for their private insurance and for the services that they receive when they use their insurance because of this decision, unquestionably.
It's a great way to really lay out how socialism really works.
Yeah.
The bill's going to be paid regardless. It's still going to be $100 no matter what happens. But if the government's going to foot X amount, the other portion's still going to foot in the other part of it.
And the people who have private insurance are also paying for this insurance with their taxes because they're paying state taxes in California. So their taxes are also going to go up to pay for this additional cost, which is likely to be $500 million, something like that.
It'll be taxes and their premiums.
Yes.
It'll be a double hitter.
A double hitter. That's nice.
Double hitter.
Yeah. And you're the one that told me that California...
I didn't do it.
You did tell me that Medi-Cal covers transition services.
Now,
so all of these people who are illegal immigrants that are now going to have access to this health insurance also now can transition on the state dime so long as they meet the income requirements.
Yeah, let me see if I can pull up an article for that. How would you put that? Transgender healthcare?
Gender affirming care, Colin.
Gender affirming care. California.
State insurance.
Google's too hard. California state hair insurance covers sex changes for...
You can always depend on Fox News.
They'll have it, bro.
When they're talking shit about California, you can always depend on Fox News.
It's going to happen. All right, you're going to have to read it because it's too far away from me now.
California state health insurance to cover sex changes for illegal immigrants. There you go. The Golden State is expanding its massive healthcare system this year, which means more taxpayer dollars will fund I cannot say dollars today. Will fund sex change surgeries for state residents, regardless of their citizenship status. According to a memo first circulated in May 2022, and reported by the Daily Caller Foundation, California's Medi-Cal covers costs for hormone therapy and procedures that bring primary and secondary gender characteristics into conformity with the individual's identified gender, including ancillary services such as hair removal incident to those services. Nearly 700,000 illegal immigrants between the ages of 26 and 49 qualify as of January 1st. So we talked about which will cost California taxpayers an estimated, whoa. So are they saying it's an additional $3.1 billion?
Will cost California an estimated 3.1 tax. Okay.
Because I thought... So
let's
this
go
is
to the
again
other
unclear.
article.
Because I thought... In this one, the way that it sounded was...
Yeah, let's read these verbatim.
Let's go back to the top and see what it says here. Because they had one also. Could add another 700,000 people to the rolls and will cost $3.1 billion per year. So I'm still...
Oh, geez.
Who's getting us? It's Fox News. It's always Fox News.
It's got to be Fox News.
You can always blame Fox News also.
Yeah, good thing I have the desktop audio off. So this is just us.
Oh, and through here. But
okay, that's not the right one. I got too many fucking windows open, dude.
It's this one down here.
Shut up, Fox News. God.
So I'm unclear still, based on both the articles, if it's going to cost an additional $3.1 billion or if that's how much the total cost will be for the program.
Yeah. Which I guess at some point either it does come out of the taxpayers' pocket at that point, because if there's a new $3.1 billion... Or
if it rounds it up to $3.1 billion.
Yeah, it still has to... Either way, your pocketbook's getting hit. Your pocketbook. I gotta quit using it. I hate it when people say pocketbook. Nobody calls it a fucking
Pocketbook.
pocketbook anymore.
This
It's a
article,
fucking table, kitchen table issues. It affects your pocketbook. Fuck you.
this article from MSN also, or from the LA Times, also says that California is facing a $68 billion budget shortfall.
Yes.
And then it says, "What's the plan? Can you guess?" That's why I think it's an opinion article, the way that it's written, because it literally says California is currently facing a $68 billion budget shortfall. What's the plan? Can you guess? Like, that feels not like, you know what I'm saying? On January 10th, the Assembly Revenue and Taxation Committee will hold a hearing on a wealth tax proposal to be accompanied by a constitutional amendment that would allow the legislature to define wealth and tax it.
That's shorthand for unrealized gains.
So there you go.
That's so California, dude.
So that's a nice start to it. This also references the border crossings for December. The number of border crossings in December alone was reported to be 302,000, an all-time record. How many will come to California? This cannot be. It has to be an opinion article. It has to be.
Yeah, because right at the top it just says story
by Susan Shelley.
LA Times News. If we went to the you know what?
That article.
Let's do a Google search and find out.
Yeah. Because like the way it's written, it has to be an opinion article.
It has to be.
It's so weird. It's just so like flippant,
Yeah, paste and go. Let's see what happens here. Okay.
There it is.
This will actually bring us there. I'm pretty sure like MSN, by reposting it, doesn't have to say it is opinion.
Okay.
There
That's
it is.
what I thought,
Yeah.
man. I really thought that. So I still trust it's corroborated with the other articles. So the information is legit. That's why it's the most spicy article. So that makes sense. So I was reading, it was like, this one's like really like it's interesting, and that's why, because it's an opinion piece. But that makes a lot of sense. So we're using this as kind of a jump off point to talk about the kind of the larger issue of the border, right? 302,000 crossings in 1 month. We are looking at, this article has a quote from Alejandro Mayorkas that says when he was asked how many people have crossed the border since Joe Biden has been president, he said well over 1 million a year. So that's at least 3 million people since 2020 that have illegally crossed into the border and
we know of,
and they're not being deported. We're not
Yes.
doing that right now, other than the people who are like criminals. If they find you, if you commit a heinous crime and they find you, then they will deport you. But also, a lot of those people end up back here. We know that for sure.
That's how it
when
goes.
it's as simple as it is to get here, they find their way back. This is where they want to be anyway. So
Well, yeah, all you got to do is walk across. They'll
Exactly.
open the gates for you. They'll cut the barbed wire for you. I mean, either way, you're fine, man. And
Yeah.
I'm trying to find the statistic, the chart that showed there were more border crossing illegal entries that we know of this past year than there were natural births recorded.
right.
So there were actually, like, the number actually inverted to the point where, like, there was actually more illegal migrants coming in across the southern border this year than there were people being born in the fucking country, which doesn't help the old great replacement theory people, because that goes, well, yeah, obviously that's where you go.
Well, and there's a lot of questions to come from that, as far as the census, the people being there, the distribution of federal representation. That's a very basic way that these things are impacting the other people that already live here. That depending on where these immigrants are settling at, that's going to deeply affect the way that the numbers are counted up, the population is counted, and therefore the way that the district maps are calculated, the way that they're come up with. It's run through an algorithm and then people fuck with them.
Yeah.
But
It's run through an algorithm and then people fuck with them.
That's what it looks
It's
like.
called gerrymandering, and it's bad because
Exactly.
Republicans make more, they get more people or whatever. I don't know.
It was bad until we did it, and then the Supreme Court said, yeah, it's supposed to be that way. And they said, wait, no, this is bad.
But no, you're very right, because the biggest issue with allowing more than, what was the number over the year? Did you say that?
1 million, well over 1 million a year is all he said.
Okay, so now spread that well over 1 million.
That's what he said.
Yeah,
With
which
300,000 for December, that's
okay, we can
that's
actually
over a quarter of a
find the
million.
actual number. Number of illegal migrants, 2023. Migratorypolicy.org.
And up at the top, it said like a 500,000, but that
not
can't
right.
possibly be it because Alejandro Mayorkas said well over 1 million a year.
Yeah. What was this one? Did this have any real numbers from the actual Border Patrol 2023 monthly update? There's some good charts out there. I just don't have them pulled up. But regardless, right? Let's just say, because we've looked at the numbers before, we've said it before. It was since the Biden administration, over 1% of the population has come in number-wise, illegally across the border, and that wasn't including the numbers that we had this year. And so you're already talking about a percentage of the population of the United States coming across the border in an illegal fashion, adding to the populace. We've seen them moved around, some might say trafficked around the country in various forms. There's been buses. James O'Keefe just had a undercover story that he did where he was following a private charter that was busing illegal migrants somewhere, and they
Tons of planes.
It was weird. They're filling up planes. Ashley Sinclair just did she broke a massive story over the break where they're just being pushed through without, they're having boarding passes that say no name given, manila envelopes from, these Catholic charities that are like trying to help people out and stuff like that as they come across, and they give them these manila folders full of, it's got a phone, it's got, instructions, it's got all sorts of stuff, and they just give it to them, and then they get to the airport and they're going someplace and they have this boarding pass with no fucking name on it, and then getting on board planes with regular people that are having to go through security and take off their shoes and do the whole 9 yards and through 5 forms of fucking ID and get, anal probed by the TSA. And they're just flying wherever they're going. So they're getting spread throughout the country. We've seen New York City is Mayor Adams, after all the talk of sanctuary city, everything's going to be good. He's now freaking the fuck out because all of their social services are completely taxed at this point. There's massive people staying on the streets. It's massive. In Chicago,
New York City has a law that they have to have a bed for every homeless individual, every person sleeping on the street.
Yeah.
So when you add, in a month, 100,000 people to that population. In a month, it's not
for
like
multiple months, for a year.
You can't just make 100,000 beds appear overnight. It doesn't work that way.
No, man. Can I get tissue?
Yeah.
There's absolutely no way to keep up with this. And looking like cities like New York City is a great way to just kind of get a good read on, generally speaking, how the country itself reacts to this, right? So we're dealing with 3, 4, 5, 6% added to the population within 3 to 4 years.
Where's this
Seems like a
inflation
problem
coming from? Yeah.
Seems like a massive problem. Most of those people having to be put on some form of social services or being provided for by city, state, federal government in some capacity, you could see where the issue lies. And it doesn't help like I said before, it doesn't help not add to the Great Replacement theory, the Great Replacement conspiracy theory, so on and so, quote unquote, when that's literally, they're just pumping people into the country like this. And I don't know, without shutting down the border completely, right? Trying to get a good read on who's actually here. I don't even know how you begin to even tackle how to handle the people that are already in the country now. Because Trump's going to replace, if whoever gets in office next, right? Let's just assume that it's going to be Trump. If Trump gets into office again, he's going to overtake Obama as the deporter-in-chief because he's going to have 10 plus times more migrants to deport.
The ICE agents. They're like,
oh, dude.
Get them out of here.
It's going to be interesting. But yeah, that's having all those people, not only taxes, the social services, every community that they come into, just an instant increase in the volume of people that are trying to live in that community. We've been talking about the housing crisis more or less around the nation as a whole already for years at this point.
Right.
Where are these people going to go? It's gotten to the point where Mayor Adams in New York City has said that essentially they're going to start tapping private residences to start renting out rooms for people that have extra capacity so that they can put them somewhere because they can't There's not enough fucking room to put people. And the way it ultimately affects your life, if you
Can
don't
you be
live in
forced
one
to
of these
board
cities,
somebody in your house like that?
the Constitution doesn't really matter anymore, Donovan.
They
Let's
only
be
cover
real.
soldiers in the Constitution.
Yeah,
I
you
don't.
can't-
Tiffany
there's-
says down here, our open border scared the hell out of me thanks to a scary situation in a parking lot. I now never go anywhere without at least 2 dogs. My dog saved us from a potentially horrible situation. Try selling to Tiffany that she needs to have an illegal immigrant that she doesn't know stay in her home and rent that bedroom out
Tiffany,
to her.
listen, I have a nice 34-year-old Guatemalan man for you. He has no family, and he's ready. You have a spare bedroom, and we, the federal government, are going to give you $500 a month
We
so
know
that
nothing
you
about
can,
him.
so that he can live in your house. He doesn't speak English. We don't know anything about him. But if you don't do this, we're going to make you do this. So you're just going to need to do this.
Tiffany says, no, thank you.
No, thank you. Thanks, but no thanks. Get out.
Yeah,
It's not a good. But even on the broader scale, right? You brought up the electoral implications, right? The massive amount of people that move into these places, right? They do increase the population when the census is taken, which does decide how many representative districts get, how many electoral college votes places get, which in turn affects our broader electoral outcomes. In certain places, I believe it's Chicago, that will just go ahead and they issue people government IDs.
Mm-hmm.
And they're also a state that says voter ID is racist. So what's to stop somebody from going to a poll and voting?
Right.
So there's no way to, our voting system is, I know it's the most safe and secure that's ever existed, but I would assume it would be pretty easy to do that, which problem there. Then you might actually be dealing with some real type fraudulent voting procedures that are happening around the nation on a scale that we can't even put our thumb on, because if the states or localities decide to issue IDs to people and you don't really need anything, but you show up to a polling place and they go, well, do you live here? And you show them your ID because you got one for free from the government. What's to stop that person from going in there and pulling a lever or doing whatever? I don't know. If you have a residential address and you get a mail-in ballot that just shows up, what's to stop you from doing that too?
I was going to say, like in Washington, you can sign up. You can register to vote at like festivals and stuff. They have people walking around. And so if you do that, they're just writing down information on a piece of paper and they take that back to headquarters, run that through. So if that doesn't...
Run it through headquarters, bro.
You like that? Like if that doesn't get caught, if you don't pop on the system, I don't know. I have nothing about the system. I'm not fucking throwing accusations out. It's not for you. It's for the computers. It's for the robots,
the robots.
But like if that doesn't get popped in the system, all the voting in Washington is done by mail. So like you said, they just send you out a ballot because you didn't get popped in the system.
Yep.
Then what?
What?
You're just fucking adding to them. There are a lot of these places like New York and stuff like that where you can vote, and it's we debate all day about it, but it's the reality of it that like illegal immigrants can vote in their local jurisdictional elections and stuff like that. And I know that's neither here nor there, but it's obviously a hot topic. Some people don't agree with that.
Yeah.
I don't think they're wrong for that. I'm just saying that.
I don't think they're wrong for that either, Donovan.
So, I told Colin this week we were talking about it, that I've been thinking about trying to talk about this for a long time because like Bronson is a big person. Bronson hits me up about immigration stuff all the time. Anytime we do, a topic request thing, he's always fucking like cross the border, immigration. I want to hear about it, Bronson. And so he's always talking about, there are a couple people that are always hitting me up about it, and it's very important. We discuss it all the time, but because of the context of the show, I just have been struggling to try and like fit it in the right way, to make sure that we're talking about like the freedom and liberty implications of immigration. And they do exist, outside of
There's a lot of them.
Outside of the sole foundational rights that we talk about, the world that we exist in currently, the framework of our country, these things impact you in a number of ways that are very, very relevant outside of the things that we've talked about, like Tiffany has brought up, the generalized safety thing that we can talk about. I'm hesitant to just at sometimes because I don't want to like pick through news articles to find certain circumstances of fucking people who are bad actors and people who are good actors and people who whatever. You know, there's going to be so many stories on either side that there is no doubt there is a generalized safety concern with people that we don't know anything about their history or anything like that coming and existing in the country with very little framework or cultural understanding or relevance. Like these things are important. They do matter, and I think that it's a disservice to the country for people to not mention those factors when they talk about illegal immigration. These things do matter, and they are concerns.
Very much so. This is a very interesting, the way this post is put up. Here's a nice little, this is from a guy named Greg Prince, who's been on IRL a couple times. Starting to lose track of the amount of times Democrats have said that we need open borders
so that our illegal immigrants can harvest our vegetables.
And this is, I mean, this sounds like pedantic when I say this and I bring this up, right? But this is, these are the fucking your betters.
Forget the fact that the
Holy crap, that's loud.
Desktop audio also for the people. This
Oh,
is
yeah,
loud
it's
for
good.
us. Yeah.
It's very loud for us. I'll turn it down over here. There's control on Twitter, but
farm that our vegetables would rot in the ground if they weren't being picked by many immigrants, many illegal immigrants.
oh, Nancy was good. Come on, X, load for me, bitch. Don't make me hit reload on your ass. Oh, Nancy, I want to hear your voice. Come on, you're killing me. Dude, X has gone downhill, bro. Twitter's gone downhill.
It's probably
Susan
my
Wojcicki?
poopy internet too.
No, I blame Twitter.
To create crisis at the border so that people come here and they are always subject to being illegal workers. And we need to do something about that in this country. Those folk who are coming across are the ones who are helping to put food on our table. Without them, we're not able to eat. If you turn them away, if all of them were turned away, and then this legislation passed, making it easier to get at people who are already here legally, and you have no immigration, then we would have no food on our plates. We would have nobody taking care of.
Can I just ask, what's on his neck?
It's
Is that
facial hair.
Is that a chin beard?
It's facial hair.
Interesting. A
It
white
is
chin
the
beard.
weirdest fucking deal I've ever seen. I've thought about it for a long time. I don't know why he's doing it. I don't know what the benefit is. I have no idea. It's a beard. It's facial hair.
Okay, well, we're just going to go past him to see if what Susan Wojcicki or whatever her name is can reload. I wish some
It's
of these
an
were
interesting,
working. It's not going to work. That's fine.
You know, I don't like to be all fucking sensitive about it. It feels mildly racist to me. Also,
Go ahead.
no, I had another one. I fucking,
Feels mildly racist.
vegetables. God damn it.
Fruits and vegetables, crop picking. Like illegals are the only people out in our fields getting our foods.
Okay. We don't have 3 million people in the fucking fields picking vegetables. That's not. If that's the only thing that illegal immigrants were coming here doing, that would be a valid point of discussion. When they're doing about 9,000 other things, that's not the only thing they're doing. That's not a very good point. That isn't convincing. That isn't a reason why we should keep doing this. If that's why you're bringing them here, right? If you're saying, yeah, we're going to allow a certain amount of illegal immigration to ensure that they are doing these jobs that we need to be done, that's a totally different discussion than, well, we're just going to open it up because X amount of them do happen to work in the fucking agricultural field.
Well,
That's
also,
a totally different discussion.
I think you're undermining the fact that also a lot of, if not the majority of, major kitchens in the world that are at restaurants and things like that are also staffed by a lot of illegal people.
Right. And so
it's still food, though.
Right. All I'm saying is that isn't the only thing that illegal immigrants are coming here to do. They're doing a ton of other shit also. So Like I don't think anybody is disputing this fact that yeah, certainly that's a part of our country right now. It's a part of our culture at this point that's how we're getting things done. I don't think there's many people that would argue an immigration policy in which we ensured that the people we were allowing to come over here then ended up doing those jobs that we wanted. That's kind of fucked up. If that's what you want to do, though, like if that's your concern and you want to make sure that's what's happening, I don't think anybody's going to fight you on that. But I don't think anybody on the conservative side is going to be like, well, they can come here only if they fucking work in the fields and kitchens. Like, but that's
right.
what you're saying. That's a really weird point to make.
Well, and the real point that is underlying everything that they're talking about is if your argument is that the only people that work to quote unquote pick our crops for us are illegal migrants, why do they have to be illegal?
Right.
Why can't you just give them work visas so they can come here and work these jobs? I don't understand that. We could do that. That's a whole thing.
Right.
That's
Which
fine.
I guess is what I'm talking about. That's how you ensure
Yes,
that they're doing
that
those
would be
jobs.
nice. But and same in any aspect.
Yeah.
If you want to, if that's what the key factor is coming here for economic gain, what is the problem with building a system down at the border to exponentially increase the amount of people that can come here, get issued work visas so they can go work, pay taxes, and then they can send whatever money they want home? That's
Right.
fine, because that's the way this system works, apparently.
And it's what you're arguing that they're doing.
Exactly. So what is the argument for maintaining their illegal status?
Right.
Give me that, please. Just because they picked the fruit? Okay. You fuckhead. My God. It just drives me nuts, man. It drives me nuts.
So good.
Just because they picked the fruit. Because I mean, Washington State's big for that. Eastern
Right.
Washington,
Apples and
apples
whatnot,
are
yeah.
apples are big. That's a huge thing out there. A lot of farming, most farming that we do in America is done by like machines and combines and all
Right.
this stuff, and that's totally another story. But there's a lot of agriculture that does involve the hand harvesting of
Yeah.
whatever you're doing, whether you're picking oranges off a fucking tree or
Strawberries.
pulling cotton off a fucking cotton. That's still a thing that still happens, right? But
That's a weird plant, a cotton bush.
it's super fucking
like
weird,
inside
man.
of the shell and stuff. It's
It
super,
like pops
it's
open. There's these
super
fluffy little
weird.
white
Yeah.
things, and it's just a cotton ball.
Super
it's
weird.
a cotton ball. It's the fucking weirdest thing.
Who made that? Like, who fucking designed that thing?
Yeah,
You know?
fucking GUD, bro.
It's like, you know what I'm saying? It's
Good.
that type of shit. Like, there's no
Don't know
way.
why I
That's a
said
fucking,
GUD. That's a weird thing. I
That
don't
shit's,
know. But
that's
yeah,
someone had to just make that thing up.
it's like the
That's-
platypus, dude.
Yes.
Who made that?
That thing,
The
that's
cot-
unnatural.
The cotton bush or the platypus? I don't know what we're doing. here.
That's how I know God is real. It's the platypus and the cotton bush. Oh my God, that is awesome.
Oh man, but you know what I'm saying here.
Yes, love a nice Washington apple, Latina, white, Asian. I don't care.
Wow. Brian, shout out. Did you watch the clip of AOC? She was on some late night talk show. They were talking about immigration and stuff like that. And her argument, get this. So if the problem is that all of these undocumented people are coming to America, then why don't we just document them? Which is another word for
Immigration.
amnesty at this point.
Oh, okay. That she's talking about the people already here.
Yes. So, because, there's hundreds of millions of them
It
now.
doesn't work that way.
I mean, there's millions upon millions of them that have come in over the last few years. What would be the problem with a Reagan-era amnesty, in your mind?
There's fucking 3.5 million of them. That's a fuckload of people.
Okay. Well, what's wrong? We'll give them Social Security numbers, have them all come into the offices. All those government employees will hate their fucking lives for months on end while they
Yeah,
run
I
through the
also
volume.
think that
That would be
there's
a good
an
thing.
awful lot
They'll
of-
start paying taxes.
I think there's an awful lot of people domestically that should probably be, sorted out before we fucking do anything like that, That's probably a good, unless everybody.
No,
in
say more. What are you
America-
talking about?
unless
Sort it out.
Unless everybody in America who wants a job has one, we maybe shouldn't add 3.5 million more people to the population also who want a job. If everybody in America,
But these are jobs Americans don't want to do these jobs, Jonathan. That's one of the key. That's one of the arguments all the time. They're just coming in here taking the jobs that nobody else wants.
Yeah, which to me sounds just like the kind of the beginning phases of like a universal basic income. Because what do you do with the other people? You know, the people who you're saying don't want to work. What do you just let them not work? I'm not okay with that. I'm not gonna.
Should get a job, slacker.
I'd be working too hard for you to just not work. You know, that's it. I'm not cool with that. I'm not into that. So.
I'm not into that.
No, I'm not into that.
I'm not into that, he says. That's hilarious.
That's very interesting.
I thought I had the
And the people have not been verified also. Like, they're just here. They've just been passed through. So they haven't had
any form of background check.
Anything, yeah, but
like that.
a cursory security check at the time that they came into crossed the border. That's, you can't be doing that. We don't know anything about any of the people.
No. Okay, so what about this one? This was the this is a tweet from Councilwoman Ina Vernkopf of New York City.
Nice.
First group of migrants from Floyd Bennett Field arriving at James Madison High School. Madison this is the school. So
do you want to know some shit? I'm sorry.
Please.
Tell about the school, and then I'll tell you the shit about the school.
Okay, so Floyd Bennett Field is a place where there is a tent city migrant encampment, which is where they're putting it's like creating little ghettos for these people, and
Quite literally, yeah.
yeah, it's like a lot of there's a lot of reminiscent to
Tent
like
cities.
the ghettos that came up during the Great Depression and
Yeah.
like the Warsaw ghettos in Poland and real bad historical polls that are very, very closely aligned to what's going on here. Look at all of Europe over the last decade because of the migrant crisis from
Right.
Africa and the Middle East.
They're not pleased over there. I don't know. It's
It hasn't worked out real
reasonable if
great.
people don't know about that, but there is a lot of unhappiness and disagreement among the various EU countries and the people who live there, and the amount of immigration that has
Yes.
happened, and the amount of settlement of
Because the EU said you have to take all of these people.
The people are not pleased about
No.
this. There's a lot of crime over there. A lot of people getting stabbed in the EU. Isn't that
A
weird?
lot.
Tons of people getting stabbed.
Yeah, it's real bad.
Yeah,
But-
but is it a camp of sorts? It is. I mean, ghettos and camps are pretty much the same
It's the
thing.
same thing. What's the difference between a refugee camp and a
Yes.
ghetto? Not much.
Fairy time. Love you, Brian. Have a good day. Travel safe, buddy.
Peace, brother. But anyways, Floyd Bennett Field has been one of these camps, and once inclement weather really kicked in New York City, they had to put people places, and so
Gets cold there.
real fucking
hear.
cold and real blizzardy and real windy. They got the whole
blizzardy.
things, bro. My first blizzard that I ever experienced was in New York City. Not a fun time. You know what a blizzard is? It's a hurricane, but with snow.
I've kind of been irritated that it's been this cold here, but it doesn't even have like the balls to snow.
Yeah.
You're not even going to give me snow. You're just going to give me horrific,
Oh, don't worry
frigid,
about it.
fucking cold temperatures.
I got the bad part of it on my end, bro. For whatever, I was watching the radar because I was at work, and I went over to Erin's house it was her mom's birthday, I think, and I'm like, this, it was starting to get super cold. The snow was going to start coming in, flurries. I mean, it flurried a little bit at work,
Right.
And I was just watching the radar, and the fucking snow band was just over Hansville. And nowhere else really. Seaback got kind of fucked a little bit too, which
Yeah.
they always do.
Always.
And I'm watching, I'm going, this is going to suck. And on my way back that night, I'm driving back, it's dry. And as soon as I hit fucking the casino going into Hansville, shit city, and it's just compact ice and snow everywhere.
That's
and
so
it's been
weird.
13 fucking degrees on
Right.
average. So for the first, what should take me 10 minutes, takes me about 20 minutes to get out of Hansville now. And it's just nothing but ice with weird patches of dry.
It's cold here, guys.
But yeah, it's super fucking cold. It's
It's
not
54 degrees in the studio.
which is nice.
Yeah.
Comparatively, I'm super fan of it.
Pretty good, honestly.
But,
it was
so-
at a balmy 47 when we first started. So
Really?
yes.
Oh, it felt nice in here. It's like, maybe just because
Yes.
I came from outside to directly in the studio, I was
We
like,
do
oh,
this
is nice.
for you guys.
Yes.
We love you.
We suffer. Pay us
Joseph,
money. We suffer. Mm-hmm.
yeah, but do they concentrate a populace there or something? Yes, all of the illegal immigrants.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, the thousands of people that are in various areas. They had stashed a bunch of them in certain hotels and
Yep.
certain apartment buildings because there's a lot of project
Very
buildings and
COVID
stuff
era
like that.
shit. Like the same stuff they did with
Very
all the
much so.
homeless people, that's what they're doing with the immigrants now.
Yeah, and they're kicking the homeless people back out of it, which is great.
Yes.
It's a weird shit. But anyways, As part of one of
It's
these
great.
deals,
They care
right,
about you first, guys.
this as they needed temporary housing for a lot of these people.
Yep.
And so they emptied out a school. They closed a school down and are housing illegal migrants into the school. And the really shitty thing is this is actually one of the rare red Republican districts in New York City.
Yes, I just heard that this morning. I
Yeah.
was watching Timcast.
Yes. And so they're housing these people there while the response from the city at this point is to tell the kids at this point that we're doing school from home now.
Remote learning.
We're doing remote learning because we have to close your school down because we're housing a bunch of illegal migrants in it.
So check this, Colin. Let me
Checking.
Let me Facebook fact check you.
Facebook fact check.
Because after I talked to Jordan about this last night, we're getting ready for bed. Maybe it was even this morning, and she's on Facebook and she sees this story from whatever news source that says a New York school closed down to house illegal immigrants. There is a fact check thing at the bottom that says that this is a false story, right? So she clicks on it. It's a false story because the school is not closed.
Oh, yeah.
It's open and there's illegal immigrants in it. The children just aren't attending it. But the school is not. I swear to God. I swear to God. The story is false because the school is open.
We're just doing remote learning.
The kids are still, they're learning. They're just not in it. The school is still open. Are you fucking kidding me?
Let me change my words and say the facility of the school no longer allows New York City residents to come to that specified
They
location.
send their students there
and
for
they're-
educational purposes.
Yeah, they have to do remote learning now.
Yes. Isn't that fucking insane?
Which we know how good that works out, too.
false story because the school is still open.
It's still open,
Like,
okay?
Get the fuck out of here.
That's some semantic bullshit.
Yes. That's how they got us during COVID with the pangolin stuff, you know, that they're like, oh, also it could be this other fucking, like, it's not just a bat, it could be a pangolin. Like, yeah, that's what I said, right?
Yeah,
that's
that's
fucking,
exactly.
That's the point of what I said
Don't
about
look
this.
at the fucking virology lab in Wuhan next to the goddamn market. Don't look at that. There's a pangolin there. And also, I will say, as part of the fun side of COVID, the whole world learned what a fucking pangolin is.
Yes.
And it was a really cool looking animal.
I had learned about a pangolin.
But they have COVID.
Not long before that, from Vice, when Vice was still cool, because they did a story about pangolin poachers, like the scales. You know, they sell them on the black market for dicks or whatever. You
So
know?
we shouldn't. We weren't even told to be offended that there was like an illegal black market of endangered pangolins happening at the wet market.
They are endangered. That is the thing. Yeah, they're super fucked up. They are crazy looking creatures. They look like a Pokemon. It's you know.
I thought they looked like an anteater fucked an armadillo.
So there is a Pokemon called Sandrew.
Yeah.
Yeah, looks a lot like that, dude.
We're gonna
Maybe
do
a
a
Sand
comparison.
Slash. I think the evolved form of a Sandrew is a Sand Slash.
I think you're right because that's early Pokemon
Yeah, yeah.
days.
Okay, so that thing
Yeah,
it turns
don't worry.
into. There you go.
We're gonna do a comparison here.
Yeah,
Compared to a
pangolin.
Pangolin.
I think it's just like it sounds. Yeah.
Pangolin. Oh my God.
I mean,
We got to talk to Japan
look, it
about
even
this.
walks on the 2 feet.
Dude. So, oh wait, there it is. Okay, so the sand shrew.
I think it's this one here, the Sand Slash. That's really.
That's the
Oh,
Sand
that is
Slash.
Sand Shrew. Okay, I don't know. They both say the same thing.
But this is the one. This is the sand
Sand
shrew.
Shrew and Sand Slash. So it is. It's a Sand Slash is what this is.
That's the
Because
big
That's
one?
what I think. Yeah, and then
And you
compare
think
that.
it's more of a pangolin as the sand slash?
I think so.
Oh yeah, look at them! Look at them fucking daggers it has on
And
there.
the proper scales on it.
Oh my God! Look, it
Yep.
it rides its mommy.
Yeah,
Whoa,
that's a Pokemon, dude.
That's
a
a
real life
Pokemon.
Pokemon.
That's wild as shit. Okay, we learned something today. We got to talk about we got to talk to the creators of Pokemon because
Look at
all
how
they're doing
fucking
is
weird they look, dude.
this one.
Look
looks,
at it.
This one
Yeah,
looks
its little
wild.
hands. Oh my God.
Oh, how could you eat that thing? It's like a little armored, adorable sloth.
I'm posting that on our story this week. That's a crazy looking animal.
Just Google pangolin. It's like the third one that comes
Good
up in images.
Christ.
That is super nuts. Oh, little baby. And
And
it rolls
it's-
up like an armadillo, too.
Its hands look soft too. Like it doesn't look like they're proper claws, you know, or like talons. Like
Maybe
they're
it's
like
because it's a baby,
like a dog claw. It's what more it looks like.
dude.
Penny, let me see your feet.
we know what they look like.
They put on a stuffed animal. Yeah. See,
Oh
it's
my
like a
gosh,
dog
it's like
claw.
little fingers.
Yeah.
I don't like this at
It's,
all.
I bet it's related to a sloth somehow.
Pangolins will inherit the earth. They're going to have thumbs next, and then we're fucked.
Look at the way it walks, too, on its knuckles like a monkey.
Knuckle dragger?
That's fucked up.
Is that what they call those? But see, the tongue reminds me of an anteater.
Yeah.
That's wild.
You guys' take on a pangolin? That's what I want to know. That thing's fucked up. That thing is fucked up.
So anyway, it's illegal kids in school and the pangolins. So moral of the story
the
is
spider-tailed viper? Google it.
the spider-tailed viper.
Yes.
Okay, first of all, if it's a viper, I don't want any part of it. Spider-tailed viper. I can't go. Oh my God, what is that horrific thing? I don't like snakes.
What? And that's its tail? Ooh, that's fucked up.
Ooh. I got
You know
chills.
what I
got
don't
chills.
like?
I don't. Fucking snakes freak me the
One
fuck
of the
out.
things I don't like about a snake is that
They're demons?
They're soft, but they don't look like it. Like their texture is deceptive. You know?
I can't. I got it's fucking 40 some degrees in here. Is that what you said? And
Like
50?
Jordan used to have that bearded dragon, remember? I don't know if he was around when we were doing the show.
yeah,
Frank. Yeah, Dr. Frankenfurter.
Yeah, he used to poop sometimes during the show.
Oh,
It would
yeah.
smell bad.
And he was soft too, but his horns and stuff were soft, but he looked like he was super rough, you know.
Oh, that's
he
weird.
would be when he would like molt and stuff. But there was a conspiracy theory about playing Pokemon Go, trying to map our entire country. Ooh, that's fucked up.
Fact check true.
Ooh, that's fucked up. You're probably not wrong.
Probably not wrong.
That's fucked up. People just wandering around the
Dude.
entire country.
Do you remember that era where like people would be getting hit by cars because they just walk out in
Yeah.
front of fucking traffic?
My brother David was big into Pokemon Go. I was like, you got to stop this. You're
I
a grown
gotta-
man.
Yeah, because you know who used to be obsessed with it, and we'd be driving around or whatever, going
Carolina?
someplace, and you have to, you gotta like, hey, pull in over here real quick.
There's a gym. I got to fucking.
Oh my God, that drive me nuts. And you go downtown Paulsbo or something like that, and one of the weird perks was like it got kids outside,
You're right.
but then you go to the park, and there's like 50,000 fucking people there.
They're doing dumb shit.
Cool, but they're all standing around looking at their phones, walking
Yeah.
around, and then just playing fucking Pokemon. One of my good friends still plays. Like, there's a hardcore Pokemon Go thing still going on. It's just reduced down, and one of my near and dear friends who I love dearly, she plays.
Not just walking around everywhere, but you had your camera out. God
Yeah,
damn.
dude, mapping it out. If that's not a good way to just get an entire like
We're so dumb.
3D map of the
We're so
entire
stupid.
country. Weird places too. You remember going into like there'd be like gyms that were in weird like stores, random spots.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, hey, here's a place we haven't mapped out yet. Everybody go there because we need to map this out. I'm on board with this conspiracy theory.
That's fucked up.
It happened. And then we set up the secret police stations, and then we started flooding the border with Chinese nationals, which is also a part of this illegal migrant thing. A lot of Chinese nationals coming in on the southern border,
Yeah.
which is weird because I thought it was super cool over there. Although I think we kind of expressed earlier in the show it's not super cool
No,
over
it's
there.
super weak. Yeah, and I agree. I've been a ton of that through the same deal. Been on the Jesus Christ. Let me finish one of these sentences. The same type of deal has been happening that I was talking about with the African migrants that on various conservative news channels that are chilling at the border. You know, they're watching groups of people walking and they're like, oh, that dude's from fucking Asia. That guy's from Asia.
Yeah.
That guy's from Asia. That guy's from Asia. Because they're from all over Asia. At least that's what they're saying. You know, who knows where they're really from. But it just begs the question, you know, of why? Why is everyone coming here? Why America? Why? But I don't know. There's 1.5 million reasons, I'm sure, why people are coming here.
Because it's cool
I
here?
hear that it's the worst. I hear that America is the worst.
I mean, I live here. We have our problems, but you
Yeah.
know. So I'm just getting into prepping for grab bag,
You're
I
good.
guess.
Yeah, I hear that it's the worst, but
It's real problematic.
yeah, and I think we talked mostly about it in part 2 with Larry, but the domestic issues, the domestic side of the border dispute is getting very tense, very
Yeah.
tense, and we are very much here because of a refusal to enforce any type of immigration policy that does exist in the United States, coupled with an utter refusal by the Congress to reform our immigration policy in any way, shape, or form that might be beneficial at all.
Any change would be beneficial at this
Yeah.
point. But the Republicans, for a long time, during the last pre-shutdown negotiations for the budget, they tried to make a bunch of concessions, but it would go along with, okay, but we also need funding for border security and this and
Right.
that, and it would just always be shut down.
And now they're matching it with Ukraine aid in this current round of funding bill, which I had this written down earlier. Like, when we were talking about Taiwan, actually, I really struggle to comprehend, which is the point, probably, how anybody can argue for us to defend the sovereignty of the Ukrainian border if we're not going to. First, I was thinking about with Taiwan, if we're not going to defend the sovereignty of the Taiwanese border when we have probably more reason to, and then even better reason, our own border. If we're not going to secure our own border to make sure that it's fine and everything is okay and that our own citizens are not being killed, whether it's by crime that's coming in with people that are coming here, drugs that are coming in with these people here, like any number of things that are harming the American people one way or another, if we're not going to do anything to stem that with our tax dollars, why would we do anything to secure anybody else's border, to ensure their own sovereignty when we're not doing it for ourselves?
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense at all. And I can't draw any other conclusion than you don't want to. You don't want us to be secure.
It's
don't want
too
the
good a
people to be
bargaining
safe.
chip. It's too good a political bargaining chip. And we've seen this because nobody's touched it in decades. Nobody's fucked around with it for a long time. The last major thing that happened was that Flores agreement that came out during the Obama administration, which said you have to split up it's like it's inhuman or whatever to like treat kids and adults the same way on the border, so you have to separate them, which means kids in cages and shit like that. But under multiple Democratic administrations and multiple Republican administrations, nobody has done a goddamn thing to stop this, because it's too much of a good bargaining chip all the time for them to do whatever the fuck they want throughout any kind of budgeting process, any kind of legislative process. It's always It's always a very handy bargaining chip that they can use. And this just goes to show you, we haven't said it once in the new year yet, and we should probably say it, you should probably say it, that these people do not care about you.
Yeah.
At all. Every major institution hates you and wants you to die, and this is a perfect example of this. Nobody in power wants to do anything about the border. Any Republican up there sitting there talking about how they want to close the border down, do this and that, wait till they get in power. Guess what they're going to do? Fucking nothing, because they have done nothing. When they had the Senate, the House, and the presidency during Trump, you got a little bit of wall built. That's cool, but you built fucking gates into them, or at least you allowed it so that you could build a gate into it. There's there's places all along Texas where they're now having to throw out the razor wire and shit like that. Why? Because there's not a fucking wall there. I don't care who you want to blame one way or the other, but nobody is doing a goddamn thing to make sure the border is secure. Nobody cares about this. Nobody does. Everything they're doing right now is all just a bunch of crocodile tears. It might as well be AOC crying at the fence in her white suit.
Right.
It's the same fucking shit. All the Republicans going down there now, even though it's been going on for a decade, going down there now with a film crew and going, look at this crazy shit, people coming across. Guess what you're going to do when you go back to Congress? Fucking nothing. Nothing. That's it.
It's been years that it's been like this.
Yes.
Years and years and years.
Yeah, and it's about time Governor Wiltshire finally stood for something and is trying to get his National Guard down there on the border to actually try to do something about it. But that's one state. Arizona's not doing shit.
Right.
Now that Governor Katie Hobbs is in charge, she's not going to
Respect
do
her
anything
authority.
about that. Yeah. I love the whole electoral issues when she was the one in charge of the election, and then surprise, surprise, she gets to be the new governor of Arizona. It's really weird. I don't like any part about that. Refused to recuse herself from anything to do with the election. I don't know. Weird shit. But do you think Katie Hobbs is going to do anything to secure Arizona?
Right.
Hard fucking no, she's not. She's not going to do like Abbott did and at activate some National Guard to go try to do something. She's not going to do shit. California ain't going to try to do shit. So you got one of the 3 border states trying to do something about it. And Texas is a real big goddamn state. There's only
Right.
so much they're going to be able to do.
A lot
So
of land to cover.
Yeah, so nothing's going to fucking change. All that is just going to keep happening. The one thing that might change is if somebody like Trump or Vivek gets in, because Nikki Haley probably won't do much about it if she got in on the Republican side, but they might try to do some executive action to get more funding to Border Patrol or something like that, but
Nothing.
it's not
that
going to
means
stop.
anything, right?
Unless there starts to be like mass deportations to provide some kind of deterrent to people coming up, it's not going to slow down. It's just going to keep coming.
Yeah.
So I don't know what the fuck you do about that. I mean, at a certain point, I don't know, because if it
A lot
hasn't
of people
happened
calling
yet,
for just a shutdown of the border, like
Yeah.
outside of Donald Trump, like they were talking about it on Timcast last night. That
Yeah.
Tim Pool's like, fucking no.
Stop.
As far as I'm concerned, just chill. Just fucking wait like 2 or 3 years, until we figure out what the fuck is going on here. Just like Donald Trump
Yeah.
did. Just like
you gotta
Donald
figure
Trump
out what the
said.
hell's going on.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a bad deal.
Yeah. And, the best we can do now is stem the bleeding a little bit. But
We are going to keep tracking this. Obviously, we'll keep talking about it. Now that we found the right angle and everything, we'll just keep bringing it back because it's important. You guys have asked about it. Like I said, we talk about it all the time offline, just not on the show. So we're like very far separated from it, so it's not a huge topic in Washington State because we're so far away. We're literally as far away as you can be from the border. Like we're pretty close to Canada, being this close to Seattle. So it's not.
we'll get them damn Canadians to worry about.
Yeah, it's something that we consider, especially you guys down in the South. But
Well, I mean, and we're like a governor away from Washington being a sanctuary state.
yeah,
You know what I mean? Once Inslee's out and Bob Ferguson gets fucking coronated as the next king of Washington, I wouldn't be surprised if he turns around and makes it a sanctuary state. And next thing you know, we got buses and planes of illegals being flown in too. It's going to happen in your neck of the woods at some point.
just wait, Tiffany. They'll be knocking on the door any day now.
You got an extra room, don't you?
Alejandro is prepared. He has his bags.
I would pull an African or an Asian name out, but I don't want to sound racist. More racist than you do.
Alejandro could be from any number of South American countries. It does not matter.
Spanish is like the #2 language of the world, I'm
That's
pretty
right.
sure. So shout out to Spanish.
It's my goal for this year, learn Spanish. Haven't started yet. It's only 13 days, though.
Got to do your Mexican heritage right, man.
Got time. Got time.
All that thick black hair has got to count for something.
Yeah.
All right.
Kids have been asking me to grow my mustache back. Well, Dax has. Reason does not like it.
No.
No. Reason, the whole time I had a mustache, refused to give me kisses at all. Yeah.
Ooh.
Give me any kisses? No.
No.
Okay.
She was a girl.
Not interested.
Women
Jordan
don't-
likes it too. Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
It's Jordan and Dax. It's a 2-on-2 scenario for sure. Yeah.
Interesting.
But Reason and I are both like, I'm not so sure about that idea, but the other two are very much in favor of it. Solo stash
Interesting.
too. They want just a mustache.
The push broom.
Yeah. I'm like, I just don't know about that.
You rock the Tom Selleck like not a lot of people can.
I gotta really
It's got to come in.
I gotta refine a particular style, because I don't have I just let it grow, and then I trim it and stuff. But I gotta find a style of it, and then I think that might be the key.
Don't start curling. Whatever you
No,
do.
That's
not allowed.
I'm not gonna be like
One of those dudes?
no,
I've seen very few dudes pull that off really well.
that's too much.
But the ones that do pull it off are like, that's it, dude.
yeah, I don't need to be putting that much work into my facial hair.
No. I trimmed up the other day. I was getting a little shaggy.
Yeah, and that's I'm cool with trimming and stuff. That's just a part of the regular grooming of,
Yeah.
of your face.
There's been
but,
mixed reviews on the grooming, on the trimming.
like whether you should or just in general.
Well, some people liked it longer.
Oh, I think it's good. It's a good reset.
Mm-hmm.
There's some every time Shane shaves his face, I'm always disappointed. I was like, God damn it, why are you doing that? Just let it fucking be.
He
His-
has, dude. Now that he's got the long hair thing, like
a
he's
whole
in
deal.
that lifestyle, he has to have the beard.
It's a whole deal.
You can't be doing that.
But when there was a time when he grew his beard pretty
it was
long,
long.
and it grows like pretty straight.
Yeah.
It's good.
I get to a certain point, then it just goes grizzly man.
Yeah. And
I can't do that.
His was well tamed.
Yeah, it was impressive. So enough of the border.
Yeah. Do you want to talk about some Israel-Palestine stuff? We have some of this kind of like genocide talk that we can do, and obviously there's airstrikes that happened over the last day or so that we can talk about.
Yeah, why not? Let's do that.
So some
It's
kinda-
getting pretty heated now.
Yeah. Some kind of just general catch up. Obviously, shit's still popping up over there. They're still doing a lot of active fighting. People are getting very upset. There's a lot of civilian deaths that are going on. There's a lot of moving of people. A lot of just dying in general. A lot of killing. A lot of shooting of people. It's not a good deal.
It's not a good deal.
Formal and anecdotal accusations of genocide on the part of the Israelis. There's been some protests domestically. Let's talk about the genocide stuff first, right? I told you I don't have a strong take on like whether or not this is genocide. You know,
Yeah.
I don't know.
It becomes a very loose term these days.
Because it's, to me, if you're talking about whether or not Israel is committing genocide, that sounds to me like it's a premeditated, like before they entered into this or at some point in the very, very early stages, they're like, we're just going to fucking kill everybody. And I've not been around for that long. It doesn't feel to me like that's what's going on. Like that's not what it feels like to me. I could very well be wrong, obviously.
I mean, if you're doing genocide, you're doing it real wrong. Because you could just march one direction and just clean house
There
if
are
you're
more
trying to.
direct ways to go about it if that's what the goal is,
Yeah.
right? It's a very direct conflict. It's between two groups of people that are right next to each other. So when people start to die, there's only so many like options for people who are going to die. It's one side or the other.
Yeah.
And when one side, the Israeli side, has the military dominance that they do, there's going to be a disproportionate amount of deaths on the other side. Whether or not it's a calculated thing to be like intentionally killing that many civilians, or this is how the geographical makeup of this battlefield works out, because the battlefield is so confined, you know, like it's just the territory that all the fighting and the people exist in is so confined already. Israel is not that big of a country. The two places, the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, are not very big, you know. So there's the Gaza Strip is like the most densely populated place on planet, or second most, or something like that, you know. So by virtue of the way that they're constructed, that's how it's going to go. I'm not defending, you know, whatever, if that's what the Israeli intention is. I'm saying I don't know.
Nobody does.
It doesn't feel to me like that's what's going on. There was the International Court of Justice or whatever last week that South Africa has placed formal accusations of genocide on Israel, that they're trying to eliminate all of the Palestinians.
Fetterman was like, sit down, South Africa.
Yeah, I just don't know. It does seem like an odd place to come up with the accusation, but it just, to me, that's not how the situation feels.
Yeah.
You know?
It feels like more indiscriminate bombings
Yes.
and just not caring versus a systematic wiping out of a particular race or ethnicity.
Yeah, and I don't, you know, again, whatever. I'm not going to keep going over it. People understand if you're going to fucking come in and be a dick about it, then I don't care. If I was an Israeli, I lived in Israel, right? Especially if I lived anywhere near the Gaza Strip or the West Bank, and Gaza Strip specifically, because that's where all the fighting is going on, right? If I lived around there, and even if I didn't know anybody who was killed, but knew about the existence of this attack, I don't think I would really care if they were being indiscriminate. You know, there's always the generalized sense of humanity that exists there, and if you are able to separate yourself emotionally from what's going on to like maintain that, then that's a really positive thing. But I don't necessarily blame anybody for having a, you know, momentary lapse in empathy and kind of forgetting for a moment that like all life is precious and we need to hold on to that, and being a little bit overtaken with, well, fuck them. If this is how they want to play shit, then, you know, whatever happens with the military is whatever happens with the military. It's war now.
Yeah.
I'm not going to defend that. Again, I'm not going to keep going back to that, but I also don't blame anybody for that being the mindset that they're in. It was October 7th. It's been 2 months, you know?
Yeah.
It's not been that long. So we were in Afghanistan for 20 years doing the same shit, indiscriminate killing of civilians, 1 million Iraqis that we fucking murdered, you know? So I'm also not in a moral position as an American to fucking really question you. I don't, you know, far be it for me to, you know, crystal out and be like, oh, moral relativism, blah, blah, blah. But
They're bombing babies, Donovan.
Yeah, again, I'm not going to
So
defend
you're
it,
okay
but
with bombing babies? Is that how that goes?
it is what it is, I guess. Like I said, I'm not going to defend it because we said when this first started, as an American, I can tell you, we made horrible fucking mistakes when we did this, and you should really try. All I can do is implore you to be exceptionally careful with how you conduct yourself, because we're sitting here 20 years in the future and being like, we fucked up a lot. We did a lot of really bad shit, in our quest for greater good. We did a lot of really bad stuff in the Middle East.
Yeah.
And
it's really sad because at one point when this all really started to pop off, we started to talk about it, and there was a chance, there was like a moment where we could have been like, all right, you guys are on your own. We're not going to do this. But the minute we did decide that we were just going to, whatever, we're on your side, then we're attached to them at the hip at this point. And
Yeah.
anything that happens, anything that they do, we just kind of go along with it, then we're attached to that as well. Which is also why we're not really big fans of that International Criminal Court and all that stuff. This is different. This is an ICJ, not the ICC.
I don't understand the difference between
Me
these
neither.
things, but
All I know is none of them have any actual enforcement arms, so that's fine. Putin's had a warrant out on him for a couple of years now.
Forever.
That's going great.
right.
So I don't, talk about war crimes, bro. War crimes is the stupidest fucking concept I've ever heard of. It's called war, dude.
Yeah.
It's all just murder.
Exceptionally horrific taking of lives.
We dropped nuclear bombs on Japan, and we're cool with them now, which is weird. But it's all just the stupidest thing. I don't know. We'll see what happens with this ICJ hearing. It's predicted to go on, I guess, for at least weeks, if not months.
Yeah.
And then all that is at stake at this point now is like I forget the exact verbiage of it, but it's the equivalent of like a congressional resolution. It's like, well, yeah, this is bad and you guys should stop. Because we
Yeah.
think you're showing signs of maybe possibly committing genocide, so you should not do that anymore.
Right.
Okay. That's going to stop Netanyahu. No, dude, they don't give a
They're
fuck.
going to keep doing their thing.
No,
over
they're just
there.
going to keep doing
Yeah.
it, dude.
Let's
Either
talk
way,
a
it's
little-
all bad.
Talk a little about the
Yemeni-
most recent stuff. Yeah, right. So
The Houthis.
They're in response to the Western support of the fighting in Israel. There has been attacks on the shipping lanes in the Red Sea
Check.
by Houthi rebels, which are funded by the Iranians, which also it's a lot of shit. So I don't blame anybody for not tracking it all, right?
Let's pull the map up.
Yeah,
Let's
when
get
we
some geography
that's a
going here.
good. I think that's a good choice because we're talking about Lebanon and stuff like that. So when we are talking about these areas, there's the countries.
There's the countries.
There's the countries. There's the places. Let's go over to Israel really quick because we were talking about some of these areas before when we were talking about Lebanon, Syria, right? Stuff like this. Lebanon is where Hezbollah exists, also an Iranian-backed group. So all these things, even though the two groups are not necessarily connected, Hezbollah and the Houthi rebels, they are both funded by the Iranians, which means they're going to be operating off of those same intentions. Right?
Indeed.
So I'm just trying to connect all of these things
Yep.
together.
And the West Bank of Israel is just smack dab. I don't know if there's too many lines in Israel, but the West Bank is kind of up here, right kitty corner to Lebanon.
It's that right there, I think.
Yeah.
Yep.
And the Gaza Strip being
West Bank,
dead center. Oh, West Bank down here. But the problem with the West Bank compared to the Gaza Strip, the Gaza Strip being right this tiny little fucking patch over here. I mean, look, and this is all basically urban shit. I mean,
Well,
it's
nothing
all,
now, but
Yeah, now it's nothing. Now it's just rubble. But difference being in the Gaza Strip, we had a governing body known as Hamas. In the West Bank, we have the Palestinian Authority.
yeah.
And the name of the militant group in the West Bank being... Oh, I'm drawing a blank.
I'm sorry. What were you? I was reading
Hamas
Justice Summit.
and what's the other militant group in the West Bank?
Hezbollah.
Hezbollah is actually like a more legit, like regular army type
Paramilitary
shit.
group. Yeah.
Yeah, they're more badass. I think there was
Same with the Houthis.
there was a thing over in the West Bank earlier this past week or 2 weeks ago. I can't quite remember when, but over 100 Israeli soldiers were injured.
Right.
And that just shows the difference between the two. But yeah, down in Yemen
Yes.
is where this stuff's really going off. The
So
Red
this-
Sea.
The Red Sea is over here off of this western coast of Saudi Arabia, reaching down around Yemen, right? So this
Yes.
is where the shipping lanes have been getting fucked with down here around Yemen.
Yeah, because
and
you can
whatnot.
go right into Israel.
Yemen. Obviously, my nose is stuffed. I'm fucking dropping B's for M's all day.
It's 13 degrees.
Yeah.
Give yourself a break.
So if I understand this correctly,
Mm-hmm.
the missile strikes came out of Yemen
Yes.
into targets in the Red Sea.
Check.
Correct? Okay. At first I was unclear, and then I
Mm-hmm.
was watching a video and I was like, okay, they're shooting shit out of Yemen into the water. That's what
Yes.
they're doing. Okay.
Yes.
Because they were talking about attacks in Yemen, and I was like, what the fuck are we talking about here? But there were not sites in Yemen, because I was also seeing videos of like explosions, but those are the missiles taking off out of Yemen, not
Yeah.
explosions in Yemen.
Or us fucking up Yemen.
Right.
Because also, over the past 20 years, there's been you want to talk about genocide?
Jesus
The
Christ.
Saudis have been mercilessly destroying the Yemenis, sponsored by the United States.
Yeah.
That was the first major deal Trump made when he came into
Providing
office.
them with arms, and also we were there, what do you call that? Not corresponding, but, when you're like assisting.
Yeah. Coordinating.
Yeah.
We helped do all that. We've been helping to do all that. And Dave Smith has
Targeting
used
information, all that type of stuff.
Yeah, Dave Smith has been using the word genocide for the Saudi Yemen thing for a long time. But anyway, we saw that there was a whole thing where like there were a bunch of Yemenis refugees coming up into Oman. They were getting gunned down as they crossed the border.
Yep.
I mean, it's not good. But so it's just another war-torn hellhole in the Middle East, sponsored by the West. And the Houthi, the rebels there are known as the Houthi, and they've been launching rockets at ships in the Red Sea. There's a video out there, I don't know if you've seen it, of a helicopter, a Yemeni helicopter coming down and dropping off a bunch of Houthis onto ships and taking them over.
Really?
Oh, word. Yeah, fucking Captain Phillips style, but with a helicopter. But the
I've
U.S.
seen
Navy has
videos
been...
of U.S. helicopters fucking shooting at ships out in the water, like
Oh,
little
yeah.
boats and stuff like that. Get the fuck out of here.
Yep. Yeah, we've been doing a lot of fucking around out there. And ever since the missile strikes really started to kick into affect the shipping lanes and stuff like that, the U.S. Navy's gone over there and started to launch attacks on Houthi positions in Yemen. So now we're doing a bunch of bombing in Yemen, we're just expanding. I had a tweet
And
pulled up
actively
earlier.
involved, because this
Oh,
last
yeah.
attack
I mean, these
was-
are U.S. sailors and aviators going out there launching missiles and dropping bombs.
And so I'm a little bit unclear on how this coalition thing is working out, because they're talking about how it's U.S., U.K., and a bunch of like other countries that took part in this. How the fuck are they involved if we're the ones out there launching missiles?
Primarily, I think the U.K. is about the only backer at this point.
That they're
France
giving
has
us
started to
actual
back
missiles
off.
or something? Like, what the fuck? How
No,
are they
they have
involved? What
a
are they-
ship.
Okay.
They have a ship down. It's like the HMS Badass down there with a bunch. Let's just say I think it's like a 1 to 8 ship difference down
Okay.
there. But yeah, they have one HMS something down there.
Joseph, are we the bad guys? You be careful to start asking questions like that, Joseph. You may not like the answer that you receive. That's so
Yeah.
If there's one thing that we've been saying on this show in the time you've been listening, it is not that the U.S. is the good guys. That is not what we have been telling you.
And I hate to. Okay, so this is where I start to, because obviously we start bombing new countries and shit like that. It's very different. The U.S. has been signing off on the war between Saudi and Yemen for a long time, but once we actively have F-18s and shit like that doing missions, F-22s doing missions out there, it starts to get more concerning. And that's when I see a post by good old-fashioned Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib when she says, at POTUS is violating Article 1 of the Constitution by carrying out airstrikes in Yemen without congressional approval. The American people are tired of endless war. And I have to agree with her. I have to agree with her when she says something like that. This, for one...
Thomas Massey, too.
Oh, yeah. It's not even authorized in the current... what is that? The Authorization of Military Force?
AUMF.
AUMF.
Yeah.
It's not even authorized to be fucking around in Yemen right now, but we're doing it anyways. Which just... I don't know...
Just full send. Yeah, fuck it. That's
don't-
insane.
You know, which at the end of the day comes down to the president. He's commander-in-chief, so he's the one that the generals, you know, his at the I forget what that's called. Like all the generals and the Air Force general and the admirals and shit like that.
Yeah.
The top dogs, they all come in and be like, all right, Mr. President, we have to do this. This is going on. And he goes, okay, yeah, go for it, full send. And then they deliver orders on down the chain. So technically, he's the one authorizing the unauthorized use of military force in Yemen right now, which Congress has not even given an okay with.
Yeah.
I would imagine that as we talk about the government shutdown coming up, they'll probably readdress the UAMF in that.
And it's not
AUMF.
There's no way that Congress doesn't have anything that they can. I mean, at the very, very least, they could be publishing resolutions that are like, this is a violation of the War Powers Act. This is a violation of the current AUMF. The president has absolutely no authorization to be using this type of military infrastructure in these ways. At the very least, they could be doing that.
Could be.
That indicates to you that the only people who give a shit is fucking Rashida Tlaib and Thomas Massey. That is a problem. If they're the only ones who care,
Strange bedfellows.
this might be the only thing that I agree with Rashida Tlaib on is this one thing right here.
Yeah.
This is a problem.
I love it, dude.
And obviously, I'm not going to sit here.
I wanna
this
read
guy
that. What
fucking,
is
why
this?
are you defending Houthi rebels? Blah 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 blah. That's
He said she cited the Constitution. You cited a statute.
yeah. You don't have to defend the same deal with fucking these guys. Andrew C. LaFour Esquire. This guy is the problem.
He's an Esquire.
Just like all the fucking people, Israel, Palestine, all this shit. You don't have to be in favor of genocide to be like, I don't know. This is all not really my fucking deal. Like,
Yeah.
you don't, it's not a complete two-sided thing. You don't have to support the Houthi rebels to say, hey, the president actually doesn't have the authority to be doing what he's doing over here. This is a fucking problem and an actual violation of the Constitution. I don't know. You don't have to take both of them at the same time. It's okay to do one and not the other. It's absolutely insane. That guy is the problem.
You don't support Palestine, so you must be in favor of genocide.
Yep. That guy, people like
Whoa.
him, that's the problem.
But he's an
Jesus
Esquire.
Christ. Republicans against Trump. No, he's not.
What's an Esquire?
I don't know.
Wonder what does that come from? That's like a sir, like a what is an Esquire? What is an Esquire? Oh, he's probably a fucking lawyer or something. Let's see. Esquire is historically a feudal designation in Scotland. Today, the title of Esquire is defined as a social dignity that refers to people of the Scottish. So he must be a Scottish lord.
Esquire lawyer. What does Esquire mean? Because I think that's probably what it is. The term Esquire, often abbreviated to ESQ, often appears at the end of an attorney's name. You may have seen it on your attorney's letterhead of the attorneys. In legal terms around the United States, in the meaning of Esquire simply refers to someone who is authorized to practice law. Any lawyer can take on the title, Esquire, regardless of what type of law they practice.
Oh, so that just
So
means
you're
you're
just
a
a
super
douche.
douche.
Yeah, you're just a
dude.
fucking douche.
I'm a fucking Esquire. I'm a lawyer, good sir. It's like Dr. Jill Biden.
Yeah, we
Yeah, you got a doctorate. bro.
Right. We got some comments here. Joseph Guerra, they give us cash and the go-ahead. That's how it works. Precisely. It makes me so angry, Tiffany. It makes me so angry how quick countries will go to war. There are so many losses in a war. Unfortunately, countries differ so much we couldn't come to an agreement about anything.
Amen.
Joseph, the difference is what she would be saying if the role was
Reversed.
Rashida Tlaib. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that you're not wrong about. That's why I don't. It's this particular statement that I agree with her on.
Yeah.
It's amazing how fast they stand up for it when it suits them. Yeah, you're not
that's
wrong.
right.
You are not wrong.
That's why I
Just like
hate when she says something based, you go, well, I can't argue against it.
Yeah.
99% of everything else that leaves her mouth is garbage.
I'll give you the one high five.
Yeah.
That's fine.
You get one high five.
Yep. I'll slap you 5 for that. We're gonna do it really fucking hard though. I'm gonna
Ooh, make it
the
slap,
fuck out
bro.
of your hand. Yeah.
Yo, that song slaps. That high five slaps. Michigan, that's where she's from.
Yeah, look
I
how
couldn't
based
remember.
she is. So based and cool.
Oh yeah, up there with people doing her thing.
Based as fuck.
There's
dude.
Rashida.
Super cool.
Don't get her going on Yemen though. She's look at her. Palestine. She's sporting that nice little thing that everybody is wearing these days. I'm telling you, man, we got to get in the business of just like creating cheap ass
Just
clothing that
selling
like
fucking
whatever.
material.
Yeah, whatever the left is going to be popularized. We got to get in
Yeah.
on that early. Start just taking their money, dude.
That should be our first hire. Just someone who like a trend predictor or whatever. I'm sure
Yeah.
that's a fucking job. I'm
Ooh, yeah.
sure that it's a job. Someone who just figures out what the next clothing trend is going to be, and then we can invest
World
$10,000 in it.
World Affairs Prognosticator.
Oh yeah,
There it is.
There you go.
And their job is to go, okay, this is the new thing that's going to sell. All these crazy leftists are going to dump all their money into it. We can
Yep.
charge $25.99 for it. If we really want to sell an extra 10%, though, we'll sell them at a lower rate. We'll take it $23.99. We'll put it 10% on sale. Then they sell them for just over $20.
We can get him.
Boom.
We can get him from Sandmar for $4.99.
Let's go. We'll just got to put 10 grand down for advertisement. We'll get in on all the social media feeds, and boom. Next thing you know, everybody be seen on their Instagram feed. We making money.
Do you want to talk about this, the protests, or the next time we come on, we can break down that video if you want. This Crystal and Sauger. We can kind of like jump
Just
through
take
it
a
little
whole
bit.
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could do that. I
So,
like that a lot.
There's some protests that have been going on, some road blockings. It may or may not be happening near you. It's happening near us.
Ooh.
We've not been caught in it. It's some real dog shit.
It's been in our fucking
But,
backyard,
yeah,
though.
We've not been caught in it, but I don't know anybody personally who has.
I don't know.
But-
I mean, do we really want to break down that whole thing? 20-some minutes?
We could talk about it. So we'll talk about it. So
Okay. I
there,
want to talk about it. I'm very pissed off about this.
The traffic blocking is not good. You guys have definitely seen it if you've been on the internet. Did you see where someone made a video of all the Dems calling for violence? It was marked as false info saying it didn't happen. Then it gets removed. I did not see that.
Doesn't surprise me.
Hit us up on the Instagrams. Yeah, send that to us.
Yeah, send to the Instagram. We're ready to receive.
So there's been a lot of pro-Palestinian protests that have been blocking major roadways. Interstate 5 is one that we can account for that happened like in Tacoma. It's been happening in a lot of major cities and stuff like that. It happened in Seattle, and the police will stand by and watch it happen. And when they're questioned about it, they're like, well, we don't have the staff to, clear
What do you want
the
us to do about
roadways.
it?
So we're just here monitoring it to make sure that nothing gets violent. So that's the way your tax dollars are being used, is not to defend your rights or your liberties or your ability to freely travel or anything like that. It's to make sure that you don't fucking hit anybody, because if you do, then you'll be taken to jail. Bet your ass if you get out and you try and put your hands on somebody, you'll be taken to jail.
Yep.
Because you can't violate somebody's rights. That would be wrong. So there's a lot of
There's a lot of weirdness around it.
defense of this strategy.
Let me just
right?
add another layer to this
Yeah.
onion real quick. This happened on I-5 in our neck of the woods, which is who owns that highway?
Federal government.
That's right. Who has jurisdiction on that highway?
Federal
the
government.
state and federal government.
Washington State Patrol, yeah, because that's there. I told you one of the gubernatorial candidates who used to be a state patrolman, and then he was I think it was senator.
What's his name again? It's
Dave Reichert.
Reichert.
And
That's way too German.
He was being asked. Brandy Cruz was asking him like, "What if you're governor, what are you going to do about this?" Like, we're going to arrest him. So Washington State Patrol is going to arrest those people. You cannot fucking block the freeway. It does
Can't
not
do
work
that.
that way. You're not allowed to do that here. You cannot block traffic. We're not going to allow people to do that.
No. And also, what a bunch of fucking shills, dude. They're stealing their protest model from the climate activists.
Yeah.
I thought you guys
They
cared
don't
about
have the
humans.
balls to glue themselves. They're just standing there, linking arms.
Yeah,
and
if
shit.
you really wanted to do this, glue yourself to the freeway.
Glue your
Let's
ass
go.
To the cement. Let me see it. I fucking ranted at Colin earlier this week talking about the people gluing themselves, because they glue themselves to the ground, and then they're like upset that they don't have a safe way to to remove them. You use fucking liquid nail on your hand and put it on the ground. You're supposed to hold a building together. That's what they use it for. That holds part of a building together. They don't have a good way to get your hand off because you aren't supposed to put it on your hand. It says on there, don't put this on your body, and then
Yes.
put it on. Can't get it off. I bet it says there. I'm paraphrasing, I'm sure, but I'm guaranteed that it says that. For sure, the first 2/3. Don't put this on your body and put it on something. So when you do that, and they have to cut part of your skin off, or they have to chip away the cement under your hand, and they hit you with a fucking jackhammer because they're trying to chip concrete by your hand. This is the reality of your existence here. You have done this to yourself, and I don't
dude.
feel bad for you. I don't sympathize with you.
Not even a
because
little bit.
you're said glue your ass to the ground. They're gonna cut your butt off. They literally will cut part of your butt off. That's what they'll do because they
Yep.
don't have a way to get you off the ground.
No.
It's fucking super glue. It's Gorilla Glue. You put Gorilla Glue in your hand and then you put it on a painting. You're an asshole. I don't know what to tell you. I don't feel bad for you. It's on glass. You're talking about the people in the factory that they just left them.
Yep.
Good. Fuck them. I don't.
Don't
piss
fuck
and
with the
shit on
Germans, bro.
yourselves. I'm
They
sure
don't care.
I'm sure we talked about it on the show. That's like, yeah, fuck them. Why? Why would we do anything for you? I'm not going to fuck up this beautiful concrete floor for you. This is a polished workshop floor. I'm not going to ruin this for you. You're an asshole. No. Rip your own fucking hand off the ground. I don't care. It's
I don't
insanity.
care. If you need to pee, you'll take care of business, or you'll solve for X in some way.
Yeah.
But this really bothers me because there's been so many more calls for making people uncomfortable. You have to get out in people's faces. You remember that, who's that fucking real see you next Tuesday representative? When Donald Trump was out there, like, you have to get in their faces. You have to, Maxine Waters.
Yeah, old lady
Maxine Waters.
Old girl.
It's like, it's not okay to go out there and be uncivil to people to try to get your point across. What happens is you look like an asshole. Is what happens.
It doesn't convince anybody to agree with you. And
Yes.
that's specifically with this, like on the video with Crystal and Soccer, they're referencing that a majority of Americans are in favor of a ceasefire anyway, on just the general, like, human being standpoint. They're like, there's a lot of fucking people that are dying. It's a lot of kids that are dying, just a lot of death that's happening in a super concentrated amount of time. Let's chill. Let's just cool it down for a minute and figure something out. Most Americans are on that tilt for one reason or another, right?
Yep.
So if that's already the understanding, what are you trying to convince anybody for? You want to trying to convince them out of their daily lives to go to the Capitol or to do something like you're doing to try and upset people? They're not going to do that. People don't have time for that.
No.
They're too concerned about their own lives to fuck with anybody else's to try and get a point across because they're not assholes.
How many missed hours of work are these people going to be missing?
Right.
That's going to reflect on their paychecks. How many ambulances are you stopping? How many people are going to die because you decided to block all the major entrances and exits into fucking Manhattan for a number of hours?
Right.
A lot. That's how many. It's going to be a fuck ton. Okay? And that doesn't convince anybody that they should be on your side.
Nor does it convince the people that they even talked about, like reference Joe Biden and stuff. That's in no world does that convince Joe Biden to do something because you're fucking with citizens that he doesn't care about anyway.
Exactly.
That doesn't. Is your expectation there that we're all gonna en masse write letters to Joe Biden and that will then convince him that he needs to do something because people are upset now? He doesn't care. They know that this is what's happening. His people screaming at him. They don't give a fuck. They don't care about that.
Dude.
They don't care about you. None of these people care about you. None of your leadership cares about you. Every major institution hates you and wants you to die. They do not fucking care about you. I don't know what level of
Cognitive dissonance.
peaceful protest they think is going to convince them to change a foreign policy. There's a difference, but if you're talking about domestic policy, like I know, and that's unlikely as well, but you're talking about fucking foreign policy that reaches over multiple countries, has many, many different people involved in it. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
In the historical context where the saga was talking about, in all likelihood, this is going to bolster people's support for law enforcement and end up with a lot of you guys in jail. That's all this is going to do. They're going to ask for crackdown. That's already happening here with fucking Dave Reichert. He's like, we'll put them in jail. Fuck them. We'll put them in jail now. We'll lock them in a cage. You can't do this to people, right? That is exactly what's going to happen. Fucking Kent State. Right, Kent State was a peaceful protest against the Vietnam War that ended with people fucking dying because the National Guard came out and shot people. That's what will happen. It's not a good thing. I'm not advocating for that. This is what's going to happen if this is the type of protest that continues to infringe on people's freedom to do what they want. And I'm not trying to bring it down to like a really finite and severe freedom or peace, but you have the right to travel freely. You have, at the very base, the rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That involves you doing what the fuck you want and freely traveling to your destinations. Other people do not have the right to stop you for no fucking reason because they have a point they want to make about something happening on the other side of the globe. They don't have a right to do this. And it's disturbing and, on a show level, very telling that there is an unwillingness on a governmental level to stop this at all, to try and hinder these protests when you are trying to freely live your life. You're not doing anything wrong. You're not fucking with anybody. That tells you a lot that they don't want to. Obviously, I'm not trying or advocating for the quashing of people's ability to peacefully protest. And I'm also not saying this is actively violent. It's bordering on peaceful when you're not allowing people to do what they want. If people can't walk through your protest or around it to get to their destination, I don't know how totally peaceful this is, right? Like I said, I'm not trying to equate it with violence or anything, but you're hindering other people's lives and their
Well, what
ability
happens
to,
if you try to go through the blockade? They're going to try to stop you.
Right.
Yeah, it doesn't get violent because nobody wants to deal with your dumb ass.
So I just don't,
But it could.
I'm not trying to say or equivocate it with violence or anything, but you're on an awful, you're definitely on the line. You're in a gray area of peaceful protest when you're hindering other people's lives to do shit.
The way this is supposed to work is that if you are a protest and interested in nonviolent civil disobedience, you block the freeway and then you get arrested. That's how that goes. You get a slap on the wrist. You get out. I was protesting. Bing, bang, boom, done. You made the 5 o'clock news. You inconvenienced everybody for a half hour, 45 minutes. The cops showed up. They arrested everybody, and everybody went home and on with their day. The fact that law enforcement is refusing to do their jobs and arrest people that are actively breaking the law is the real problem here. If this is what you're going to do, if this is the tactic you want to take, which arguably is a very, very bad tactic because if you're lucky, you get a couple minutes of airtime on the TV. It doesn't spread your message very well, and it makes you look like a fuckhead in between then. But you can freely do that. That's fine, and you will pay the consequences for it. But without any kind of consequences to be paid, this is going to continue to grow and grow and grow. And then it's going to become a major fucking issue. And then somebody's going to get fucking Panama'd, in your words.
And yeah, I did say that.
That was a good one. I liked it.
There's also a difference between what's going on right now, these like impromptu protests where they're randomly blocking off streets. And, you know, when you have a large enough protest, and you do it in cities and stuff, you have to get permits. You have to tell the city that you're doing that. When it's big enough, they just block off parts of the city. They just close down roads.
And then let you go.
Because that's what you're doing. That's what's going on that day. There's going to be a protest this day. We are closing off this route to the Capitol because that's where they're going. We are going to build other, a detour so that you can get around and people will still be. This is the way this is conducted. You don't get to decide in the middle of the week that people don't get to go home after work. That's not how any of this goes.
Yep. That means you get arrested. Done.
So I know. Let's talk about it more next week because I want to think about it more, right? This was kind of new to me this week with the video and stuff like that. But I think there's some really interesting conversations around like free speech and stuff like that to be had about this that I think we should talk about next time we're on the show. And we'll see who's here or whatever the fuck. We don't have any guests planned, but you know, we'll see what happens in the next 2 weeks.
We can even turn that into a whole segment on protest, actually, to be honest. Not even about this specific.
Yeah.
That would be actually pretty good because it's a decently, we'll talk about it.
And maybe we'll see what happens with, we'll just fucking behind the
curtain.
See what we're doing next weekend. And if we don't have like an SOS ID that we're doing next weekend, maybe we'll get together on a Friday afternoon and we will hammer out like a breakdown of that video, and it will just be a standalone, you know, so we don't have to worry about trying to fit it into a segment or anything. It'll be probably about an hour. It's a 23-minute video, so
might be a good Friday afternoon thing.
Yeah,
Friday after work.
Something to talk about.
Yeah.
So, is there anything you want to hit as far as Israel, Palestine, stuff like this?
No.
Okay.
The big thing for me was the increase with the Yemen situation and starting to actually actively bomb places ourselves, which is we go, oh, it's not Israel. Right. We can fucking bomb there.
Okay, so let's tie this back to 2024 real quick, right? Okay. Because this ties very, very closely with Nikki Haley. She has been very, very open about her willingness and her support for engagement with Iran. And at this point, we are just involved in proxy warfare with those larger parties, right? Especially going on with the Houthi rebels in Yemen. Very much proxy warfare for Iran, right? That's what's going on there. And the same thing is happening with Lebanon through the IDF. Their deals with Hezbollah over there and in the West Bank. These are proxies for Iran. We've been doing this type of thing for a very long time. And I think the real difference, like you said, is that we are the ones that are doing that bombing now.
That's the big shift.
We don't have a proxy anymore. We are fighting a proxy, but we don't have one ourselves. So it's a semi-proxy war at this point. We are fighting somebody else's proxy so they don't have to do it themselves. But we are the ones that are there doing the actual bombing now. It's unquestionable that this is an increase in the intensity of the fighting and the overall intensity of the situation that we have going on in the Middle East with Israel and various terrorist forces that exist in the Middle East and in, I'm going to say in Africa as well, because if it pops off, we're going to be in Africa.
Yeah.
So this is something that matters. It needs to be paid attention to, and it underlines the importance and the relevance of somebody like Nikki Haley, who could potentially be sitting in the Oval Office talking about how they want to go to war with Iran. That matters. It's very, very important, and we have to expect that she's telling the truth. Anybody who says that, are telling the truth when they're saying that, especially when they're seeking the highest office in the land.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, there would be no doubt in my mind, John Bolton sitting back going, oh, I know where my next job is. If Nikki Haley gets elected, I'm going to go be National Security Advisor for Nikki Haley again. That's what's going to happen.
Right.
And we'll be pushing real hard for war with Iran. And it would be very difficult to convince me that with the right people in place that we wouldn't actually just do something stupid like go to war with fucking Iran.
Yeah.
We have the backing right now of the Saudis. That would be good for us. Israel's already popping off, doing their thing. They're acting as our proxies, more or less, fighting Hezbollah.
Right.
You know, the Jordanians, they're pretty chill with us, and they don't like Hezbollah as much as the next guy. So we just start a whole-on regional conflict at that point. You know, we've got bases all throughout Afghanistan and Iraq. Not as many in Afghanistan, obviously, anymore, but you'd be kidding yourself if you didn't think there was any boots on the ground there. But it would not be good, I'll say that much.
Right.
Just a continuation of the George Bush era Middle Eastern war policy. Let's just go, baby, full send. That's what they say. We got to knock them off the board. And that would not be... That's not like... Going to war with Iran would be... It would be nothing like we've experienced over the last 20 plus years. You know, we wouldn't be fighting bands of former goat herders
Right.
in caves
Right.
and in mountains. No, this would be an actual big-ass fucking high-tech army that has been
A lot
sending
of urban warfare.
top-of-the-line drones to the fucking eastern front of Ukraine for the last year. I mean, they know exactly what we've been... They know.
Right.
Iran has been as involved with Russia as we have been as involved with Ukraine.
Be a lot of the shit that you're seeing in Ukraine and in Israel, but with fucking American flags on the shoulders.
Yep. And Iranian flags on theirs. And that would not be a good thing. Oh, what up, Ma? Ola from PV, she says. Oh, she's watching. So she's eating Mexican food and watching the show.
Hilarious. Well, I think with that, we can take our final break. And
Hi, Ma. Bye, Ma.
Yeah, we'll call this the end of part 3. We'll be back in a couple minutes for part 4 for the grab bag.
Yeah.
End this out on a high note. I know I have some stuff in the IGs too if we want to do that. So
Yeah.
it'll be great.
There's so many things I meant to hit today. Just obviously didn't.
Yeah, no, that's
The break was a long time.
Yeah,
It's understandable.
I didn't expect that we would hit half the stuff that we had on the list. So
Yeah.
that's how the grab bag goes.
And missed half the other.
Exactly. So with that, obviously you guys can catch us. We'll be back in just a few minutes. You've been watching us on youtube.com/saltofthestreets. You can find us on our own personal social media. I'm at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpac_Don on Instagram. Colin is at Big Bird Alfie on both those things. Everything at saltofthestreets.com, including the Patreon, patreon.com/saltofthestreets. Thank you guys, and we'll be back in a few minutes for part 4.
Peace.
IG that says that American defense officials
All I'm saying, Joseph, is that if you want country music during the break, you're not going to get it.
No.
That's all I'm saying.
No,
we don't do that
we
here.
just got a
but
bunch
welcome
of-
back,
yeah.
everybody.
We just got a bunch of new music, so we'll try out something different for you next time, Joseph. We got a bunch of different beats and stuff like that.
What's your
so-
persuasion, Joseph? What are you
Yeah.
thinking?
We'll try something else out for you next time. We'll switch it up just for you. How about that? Thank you very much for joining us, everybody. This is Salt of the Streets, episode 162. We are in the final portion of this, part 4, the grab bag. We're thrilled to have you guys here. I am
Yes.
Donovan.
I'm Colin. And to answer your question, Kevin, what did you miss?
Everything. Everything up until now. We had a guest on for parts 1 and 2. We had our buddy Larry on. It was awesome. Part 3 is good, just Colin and I. So it's a good getting back to everything. Just a big grab bag show. Definitely go back and take everything. I'll take rock. We'll have to get back to you. The guy who was Elijah, who was here on the last episode. He's the one that
Rock
made
or
beats
metal,
for us.
Tiffany says.
So obviously, if you listen to his music, it's where the influences come from.
Indeed.
But we can talk about that.
We like to support local artists.
And we wanted stuff that was original, So he made all of this stuff for us from the ground up, and so that's part of why we went that way. This is the type of music that I like. I fucking handle this type of thing, so this is how we got to this place.
Put some old school stuff on. That's for bingo night, bro. I do my classic rock when I host bingo.
But I will
It's
look
real
into
fun.
that. The music thing. This is very behind the curtain thing. It's a very difficult to get done because of licensing, copyrights, blah, 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 blah. You have to be super
it's
careful
rough.
about the music that you use.
Yeah.
So that's part of why it's easier and preferred for us to have music made for us because we don't have to worry about any of that type of stuff. He gives us the music. It's ours. We own it. It's done and paid for. So
and it helps the homie out.
Exactly. So that's part of why it's done that way. So the getting music that's original and good and not like 30 seconds, that's all. It's difficult. So I will get back to you on the
see
rock
what we
music.
can do.
We can, yes.
I got a guy. I don't know. They mostly do cover stuff, so I don't know if they have any original recordings or anything. But I'll hit up my dude and see what's possible.
Yeah, we know some people that make music, and so I will see if we can get our hands on
Shout out
some
Hippie and the Squids, bro.
different types of stuff to try out for you guys. I know Jordan's father-in-law is in a band that's like a punk rock type of band. It's not classic rock. It's more
More my type.
yeah.
Nice.
I think you would like them. Jaded Mary, they're called. So
Is that Leif?
yeah.
Ooh.
I want to Google that. How about that, Joseph? Google Jaded Mary.
I'm
Let
gonna
me know if you
Google
like any of that
Jaded
stuff.
Mary.
I'm sure they're on Spotify and all that stuff. So hit them up on Spotify. Let me know if you like any of that stuff. If you do, I'll see about getting my hands on some of that. Putting that in between there for you. How about that? So there you go.
That's not them.
No, that's them.
That's them?
Yeah, Leif is the drummer.
No fucking way.
Yes.
No fucking way.
There you go. Play some of it. Let's hear it.
Let's just do this.
Yeah, that's Leif right
we'll
there.
Take it.
Sound is out.
Okay, I'm like my mind is blown. Oh, joke's on you guys. The sound wasn't on.
Oh, there you go.
Interesting. Yeah, we'll see about this. We'll
there you
discuss
go.
later on. That's fucking wild. I don't know why I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah.
That's weird.
He's
I don't
been
know.
a band for a long time.
That's legit.
Yeah.
Because that is like more my. I jam with a lot of that kind of shit.
Yeah, I'll talk to Leif about it. I'm sure we could just get permission to use their music in between the things. And
Yeah,
that
we
would be
just
no
won't scare the
problem.
children.
So, Joseph, that sounds better. Yeah, all right. Listen.
Joseph
This
and
is
I
still
are
our
same
show,
page club.
Joseph, and I handle the fucking music, okay?
I'm on Joseph's side.
Fuck you guys. I handle the music. I'm fucking... Don't push too hard or else you're not going to like what you get, okay? I was willing to meet you halfway. So we'll figure something out for you. I'm right there. We'll figure something out for you. We're going to do different music and stuff with the different shows and everything too. So we'll figure something out. So it's going to be a good time.
Yeah, I think you'll like the song. I'll tell you afterward. Actually, yeah, I'll tell you afterwards which one I picked, but I think I know which song I'm using for the SOS ID.
I like it.
It just works perfect. Works perfect. Anyways, it's a fucking grab bag, boys. Let's get into it. Do we do socials already?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Let's just carry on. So there's a few, I don't know, there's a few things. I don't know how heavy I want to get. We didn't talk about like the Claudine Gay thing.
Nope.
but I'm really not that concerned. Unless you want to talk about like Harvard and their
You run the grab
anti-Semitic
bag, bro.
Jewishness, so I'm not gonna do that. That's a Ukraine thing, which I'll save for later. But this, I wanted to show you this from something your wife sent us earlier in the week. This is a scene from Germany. We've talked about this multiple times on the show over the last like couple few years, right?
Yeah.
And it's come in varying forms, but there has been multiple very large-scale protests throughout the EU from farmers due to various farming regulations. Some of them like Green New Deal style, like we're only going to give you guys so much fertilizer and this, that, and the other
Right.
thing. And last month, during the break, there was a bunch of protests in France and in Germany from a bunch of the farmers.
Okay.
One of which included, like, your wife sent us a amazing like montage from, must have been Instagram Reels
Yeah.
or something like that, of all these. Like there was like a manure truck or whatever, which it's used for fertilizer. That was like a fertilizer truck where they take a bunch of manure, mix it with water and shit like that, and then respray it over crops and all that stuff.
Gross.
Oh,
Sludge.
dude.
That's the sludge that they're talking about.
It's rough business. All right. I went.
That is disgusting.
Side story. Went to one of the military training schools that I went to was in Petaluma, California, which is cow country. It
Okay.
is nothing but green rolling hills and pastures, and there's a
Weird.
weird little Coast Guard base in the middle of that. It's very strange. It's a training base. If you go there during the right time of year, which I did, it's like right before, like right after the plantings, all that stuff. All the farmers go out there and they spray manure fertilizer over all the fields, and so everywhere you go just smells like cow shit everywhere.
That's
because
horrible.
that's what it is. It's just cow shit that's like mixed into a slurry and then just sludged out. And Jordan sent us that video of them dumping that like on the French, whatever the French White House is. I don't fucking know. They're France. We don't care about their government. They're a bunch of crazy ass commies. Ever since Napoleon, we don't care anymore. But she asked us if this was real. And
Send us his stuff, guys. G Unit, Joey, whatever. Send us his stuff, his
Ooh.
information on Instagram or whatever.
yeah, do it up.
We are interested.
But anyways, just kind of confirming going down the track, like, oh yeah, no, that's all still real. And the most recent protest has been from French and German farmers. And here is just a kind of like a video just showing how wide
That's
scale.
a lot of farmers, dog.
It's a lot of fucking
tractors.
yes. And this is like every one of these like tractors is there with like a dude who
With a
owns a
dude,
farm.
yeah.
And the farm is going to be hundreds of acres probably. I mean,
It's only
massive.
one person sits in a tractor, yeah?
Yeah. And usually they have a few extra hands that, offset and do stuff like that. But I mean,
But only one
this-
person,
this
like, there's
is
only one
massive.
seat in a tractor.
yeah. And so this just illustrates the scale of these protests that
Some
are
of
still
them have
going
two,
on.
like one that sits reverse, right?
It just depends on what kind
What
it is.
kind of
But yeah.
tractor it is.
And a lot of times there'll be like 8 dudes working different sections of the farm at a certain time, but it's
Yeah.
usually one person in a combine or something at a time. And this is all just to illustrate that all of this stuff is still going on. The
That's a
EU
lot of
is
dudes.
it's a lot of dudes, man. And this is just in Germany.
And that was day 3
Of-
3 days ago?
yeah.
God damn.
Yeah, and it's still going on. It's still a big deal. The EU is still they're still kind of nailed or married to their I don't even know what we describe it now. I just always call it Green New Deal type shit.
Yeah.
Right. Of, we got to cut down
The
on
carbon
this.
idolatry.
Yes, the carbon idolatry. Yes, the climate change ism, whatever that is.
Climatism.
Climatism.
That's
yes.
what he calls it.
Vivek, climatism. Yeah,
Climatism.
it's all this weird, strange cold that's gonna result in people having less fucking food. And so I just wanted to illustrate the fact that is definitely still a very real thing that is still happening. I found the video that you had talked to me about the other day.
About Donald Trump?
Donald Trump gets out of court at one of his hearings and then
Yes.
rounds the corner after a little press
Yes.
gaggle and is greeted
Yes.
by this. This is a different one. Still got lots of support. Lots and lots of
So
support.
This was after he came back. right?
Oh.
He walked around the corner. They went wild. And because they went so wild, he came back and gave him some more.
Fucking-
Yes. Yes.
Encore!
Yes.
Encore! Yeah, it's obviously
Awesome.
it's very interesting that I think all this stuff just makes him more and more popular with the base. All the legal issues, all this stuff. His base is solid, but it just makes him more and more popular. And I don't understand how nobody sees that. Or they're not concerned about the numbers of his base. I don't know. What do you think? Because anybody with two eyes can see the more you prosecute this guy, the more you persecute him, the more popular he gets with his fans.
There's a couple of different things, right? And part of it with some of them, there's going to be a level of arrogance that, like Vivek, they're so convinced that Donald Trump won't be on the ballot that they don't care. They're like, let him do whatever he wants to do. He's not going to make it to the office anyway.
Yeah.
So they just don't care. They don't care how much support he gains. They know that they're not going to let him. They know, quote unquote, they're not going to let him be in the office.
Mm-hmm. It kind of goes to my point of Vivek being the backup guy. It's
Yeah.
No matter what happens,
Right.
the deep state is set on him not getting
Yeah.
into office, period. One way or t'other.
But arrogance is a big part.
Oh, Penny, that was rough, dude.
Oh. Oh my God! Right after you did. Oh, Penny. Oh,
It hurt. My eyes are watering. It hurts.
oh Penny.
Oh, my
Oh, Penny. Oh God.
You got a match? Jesus.
Oh God, Penny.
This is the problem with the vape weed thing. There's
that
no
was
fire anymore.
Horrible.
Woo! Hey, man, Chloe got you once. Penny got me this time. That was
God, Penny.
rough. Okay, all right. So, anyways, I like this video. This is how Vivek deals with protesters at his events.
Oh, you did? Okay. Yeah. Would you like to come in and join us? Because I know you've been very vocal.
Yeah.
For this. Want to come in? You're welcome. You don't have to be outside. You're allowed in.
Okay. I was actually told
So you can bring in signs if you want, but who needs the signs when you have your own voice? Come on in and we'll even give you a chance to ask a question just like everybody else.
Protester outside. He's got his guitar. He's got all his stuff. Vivek's helping him out, pack his stuff. Let's come inside, buddy. Got your water. Come on inside. Be a productive member of society with me. Dude, you say what you want. People hate on the guy because they think he's fake or whatever. I've seen way too many hours of him on long form podcasts for him to hold up a fake persona.
And so and that's kind of like, I haven't seen as much of him as you have, So
I watch a lot.
He gives me a little bit of that stomach feeling that I tend to believe that he is being genuine. I share Larry's generalized jadedness and hesitancy of you're all fucking lying. If you're asking for the office, you're fucking lying. But
Yeah.
the converse of that is that if I believe that somebody can do that whole elaborate plan that I laid out, then I also have to believe that somebody is going to step up and do it. And I may be hesitant of them at first because of who I am and the knowledge that I have and all the experience and all everything. That doesn't mean that he's not the guy. And I'm not saying that he is, but I have to be open to that possibility if I'm going to tell people that it can happen,
It's true.
So
got to maintain the openness.
I'm willing to believe that it's possible, but I also am going to reserve, a level of hesitation of you might still be a piece of shit. We'll see.
Right.
We'll see. The jury's still out.
You were in Big Pharma.
Yeah,
Let's
the
be
jury's
real.
still out, but I'll let you see what you
Got
got,
All right. This one rocked my world a little bit, maybe just because I've been out of the YMH world for a little while. But Dr. Drew After Dark is out.
What?
Have you not seen this?
No.
Okay, please read for the people, good sir.
What's up, mommies? These things are never easy, but we're very sad to announce that Dr. Drew After Dark will be leaving YMH Studios. We will always remember the hilarious moments and extensive knowledge of brown, yellow, and white that Dr. Drew brought to Studio Jeans. Most of all, we won't forget the laughs we shared at the expense of horrific injuries, unfortunate medical conditions, and embarrassing bedroom stories. There are a few things Dr. Drew loved more than strip clubs, but entertaining you guys absolutely one of them. We know Dr. Drew will keep it high and tight for all the mommies out there, and he's leaving with balls full of cum and a taint that is not burning. Dr. Drew will always have a big place in our hearts at YMH. Keep your eyes open for more cameos in the future. Let's give him some love, Dr. Mommy, in the comments. Where the fuck is he going?
I don't know. Who knows? I mean, he might just, you never know. He might be hanging
Doing
it
his
up or
own
something.
thing.
But this one, I saw this post on
Wow.
Instagram and I did some research. The doctor is out. And I was like, wait. That's Dr. Drew.
I wonder why.
I don't know, man. People in the comments are not happy. Ron podcast to cut guys. I mean, I guess there's been some issues over at YMH Studios.
Joseph, what the fuck? If you have not watched any of the YMH shows, none of that will make sense to you.
It's true. This is for the deep cuts.
Yeah.
This is for the deep cuts.
That's super sad.
Super sad, man.
Yeah,
That was a great show.
First date's kind of ass. Also, I told Jordan, I was like, I'm pretty sure that Lauren Compton's not as hot as we were sold that she was, because all the like the ads and stuff that are cut into her show, you know, it's just her like in front of a blank white screen or a black screen. Her hair's not as yellow, like it's not as blonde, and her makeup is not quite as good. Like and you're like, I don't think you're as hot as you are on this show. Like, I think that there's been some deception involved here. And Jordan was like, yeah, why do you think her tits are out on every single episode? It's like, I don't know. I'm a man. I like tits. I never thought about it.
Never thought about it.
Is the reality of giant boobs.
And she's a cool ass fucking chick.
Her comedy's
hey.
not that good, though.
It doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, I've watched some of her stand-up just on YouTube. It's not very good. Like,
I wouldn't imagine it really is, to be honest.
Yeah.
She's good on her show,
Yeah.
I think, when she's having conversations. But, yeah, I'm just going to leave it at that, to be honest. But she did, I saw a post yesterday or this morning. She officially closed her fucking, her OnlyFans account.
Yeah.
She said it seems weird to like all of a sudden break up with like 134,000 boyfriends all at once. And I was like, oh, that sucks. All right. We're big into food here, right?
Yeah.
We like food. This is an epic fried egg. I've been trying to like, what is going on? Okay, there we go.
And I got some oil heating up.
Got some oil heated up.
Down in there.
We drop
Just
our egg
into
in.
oil.
It's only going to take about
Just straight up. So you're deep frying it, just a whole egg.
Drain some of the grease. Set it over here in this seasoned flour.
Oh,
Yeah.
Just cover it up.
A refried egg. What's up? So it's like barely cooked. Like it's real
After you got a
undercooked
good
right now,
coating
right?
of flour all over it. Take your spatula. Just set it back down in the grease.
And the grease. You don't cook with oil. It kicks with
A
grease.
little grease on top of it to help cook that flour. When you get it done, just take it out of there.
Look how
Drain a little
fucking
bit
good
of the
that
grease
looks.
off
what
of
the
it.
Dude.
fuck?
Tell me how
Set
good
it
that
on a
looks.
paper towel. Here it is. Now all it needs is a little bit of zippy zap.
Zippy
Put
zap.
some zippy zap on there, buddy.
All right, let's look inside there.
Yeah, and then he's eating with his
Right
hands,
in.
dude. You seen this dude before? He carries around the
No.
little yeah, he's got this little wristband with the hot sauces and shit.
That's a really good one there.
That's a real good one there. So double fried egg,
Wow.
dude. Double fried egg. I got this fucking
My
Aaron's,
brisket is in the cooler right now. Yes.
yeah, he's been smoking, dude, all
Yeah.
day. Joseph's been smoking. Aaron's parents got me this giant fucking thing of various hot sauces for Christmas. Yo, I've been tapping into that shit.
That's crazy.
I'm about to make me a double fried egg
Wow.
and fucking try out some of them hot sauces on there, man. Oh,
I've never
baby.
seen the double fry egg before. It does look pretty fucking
It
good.
does sound
though.
good, dude. I
I bet
want
it's
it.
fire.
Okay, we have another cooking one in there later, but this one is to like, you know, with virtual reality coming up and stuff like this. This is somebody's homemade mod of a flight simulator setup, right? Doesn't look that fancy as far as flight simulators go, but there's a lot of weird stuff going on here.
Super. Are these all buttons? All these lights here?
I do believe so. And just watch how this works, right? It just gives you a little setup there, and then, okay, we're going VR goggles on.
Oh, fuck.
And so this is what we're seeing when they put the VR goggles on. So you sit down. She got the pedal set up. You got everything, like all the buttons around the monitors. There you go. Tell me this took some fucking know-how, dude.
Christ.
That is...
That's insane.
I want one so bad, dude. I want one so bad. I used to be a...
Post-millennial posted there are mass protests out front of the White House. Bilbo Swaggin's always coming in for 5 seconds to drop fucking fire and then leave.
Post-millennial posted their mass protest out front of the White House. Who's doing a mass protest?
The fucking pro-Palestinians, bro. Who
Oh,
else?
of course. Shout out Post-millennial. I'll pull that up in a minute. Okay, this is a new thing. It's very
Coming in with
interesting.
his hands?
he's using momentum.
he's
This is
pushing
just
so
downhill. This is like a downhill fucking.
Into a car.
Yep, into a car. It's like when you were kids, it was like the soapbox derby or whatever.
Is there 2 people on him? There's a second person on the back.
Yeah, I think that's who's filming. But yeah, there's no engines, no nothing. It's just dudes going 92
What the
kilometers
fuck?
per hour. I mean, they're hauling balls doing downhill.
In the go-kart, essentially.
Yeah, but there's no engine.
Right.
Yeah, it's just fucking hardcore
There's 2
downhill
people in
soapbox
there.
derby.
The second person doesn't look like they're wearing the body armor, which seems weird.
You shouldn't be doing that. You both need to be body armor them up, man. You're doing, what is 80, 90
what the
kilometers an
fuck?
hour? Is like 60, 50, 60 miles an hour? I mean, you're hauling balls. Oh, there's the other homie. At least he's armored up.
What the shit?
But I don't want to get into this. And look at the progress of the track up top. They
cooking,
just
dog.
started, dude. Oh, we got a tight turn coming up. We got a tight turn. Ooh, can you imagine the fucking G-forces you'd be feeling in that? Downhill hauling ass.
Oh my god.
You ain't stopping, dude. If something goes wrong, you're just eating shit. Yo. I want to get into that.
Jesus Christ.
I want to try that. It reminds me of like the bobsledders, except you got to steer and shit. You're not
That's
just in like a
insane.
tube. If you're doing fucking cool running style, you got a dude behind you. He's giving you momentum, doing the whole
Yeah.
start. But that, I want to do that.
Jesus Christ.
Would you be doing that? You want to be a team with me?
I don't know.
I'll be the back force. You can drive. Or I'll drive. You could be the back force. It don't matter. It's all cool with me. All right, this is, I saw
want
this.
armor if I'm right in the back.
We're both wearing armor.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fine. Don't worry about it. I mean, I'm real tall, so if I like hit the brakes real hard, I'm probably going to go back a little bit and pop you out, and then you're just going to skid down the road. But one of my all-time baller moves that I want to do in my life at some point is I want to have a giant, awesome, like built into my house fish tank.
Okay.
But I wanted to have jellyfish. I want a jellyfish tank.
Okay.
That'd be super cool, right?
Yeah.
But also now I have a new life goal, and it's to have a fucking open-air shark tank in my house. Tell me,
Like baby sharks?
like these kind of sharks, dude. I want this so fucking bad. There's like nurse sharks or something like that rolling around, a bunch of
the
skates and
fuck?
shit. Tell me that's not dope as shit, dude.
It's super cool.
I mean, how much money do you have to do that?
That's a lie to maintain it. Yeah.
I mean, you got to be rolling 500 mil like average every year. That's where you live. Like you're not a billionaire, you're like a half billionaire.
Wow.
Is that the kind of house you get at that point? A half billionaire house? Get a shark tank? Oh, we already did that one. Oh, okay. Last weekend, I did me some mountain biking for the first time,
yes,
right?
you did.
And it was awesome. It was not as awesome as it could have been because Daddy was super hungover, which turned out to be a real bad idea. And I fucking threw up and shit. And it was terrible, and I felt bad. But I did have a lot of fun doing it. But I saw this video, and it's real grainy, but like legit. This is like the homies that I'm going with. They're doing shit like this, no problem, all the time. Like this is just what they're doing. Going down these tracks, mandatory gaps, shit like that. This is not anything wild. Boom! But I saw that.
Just standing right on the track.
Yeah, you shouldn't be doing that. Yeah, he's hurting real bad. He's hurting real bad. And it don't get any better. We don't need to hear all
Oof,
all
dude.
that. But I will tell you, is when I've seen some videos of my buddy when he was, because he's got a lot of good videos of him rolling down these tracks and shit like that, just out of fucking Port Gamble. It's like we got a whole park up there. It's nuts. And I went down one decent, like it was a moderately rated fucking track. And boy howdy, or I went down two, I guess. But man, there ain't no thinking, dude. You're just letting this bike go. You gotta trust in the track. You gotta be ready to take the jumps when you see them, when they come. Otherwise, you're gonna have a bad time. And which ended up at the end of the day, one of our buddies fucking got a little over his head, and then ended up breaking a bunch of ribs and having a real bad time.
Yeah, fuck that, dude.
But that's the kind of shit, dude, and it's nuts. I hate how all these are playing beforehand. You're ruining my shit. Okay. Jackie Chan's got to retire pretty soon.
Uh-oh.
I found the new one. This is real life Jackie Chan. fighting off 5 other dudes.
Who look just like him, just clones of him.
Don't be racist, dude, okay? Jesus Christ.
Well, they're all dressed the exact same.
They probably go to, it's probably
I'm
like
sure
a
they all
school
go to
dress
school
code.
together. I'm sure they do. It makes sense.
They all have the same haircut. He's just fucking them
The
up,
one
dude.
kid that's still sticking around, he's like, I'll keep piecing you up.
Yeah.
Fuck off.
Yeah, what do you want?
That's determination,
He just
dude.
beat the shit out of everybody, and they're not
Let's
interested
see it again.
anymore.
I want to see this again.
I mean, nothing crazy, but it's just like, boom,
Yep.
gets a
Oh, that
haymaker
kid?
on him,
Okay.
him, boom,
I want to
boom.
see when they start giving up. Okay, that first kid pieces out.
Yep.
Second kid, that one got punched in the head.
Like he's throwing
kick
kicks.
that guy in the
Oh
face
yeah, there
again.
he goes.
He's like, you guys want to keep
And that
fucking?
kid's down crying by the car.
Yes. And after he's piecing up this guy, because the one guy started to follow him again.
Yeah. And I will say the only thing,
he's
like he's
standing there, he's
throwing
like, yeah,
a
no,
lot
my
of
head
moves,
hurts.
he's doing some wild shit, but the only thing that's really stopping people is when he actually connects wild fist to the face, and there's like, okay, I don't like fighting anymore. I'm done. I'm tapping
Kick
out.
those kids right in the head.
Yeah, but don't be doing this. Oh, this is good.
Oh, God.
Train tracks are for trains, but sometimes when you're in a specific part of the world, like Russia, shit gets a little
Okay,
confusing.
Going down. I thought he was going to drive
All
into
right,
the
so
car
it's going
first.
down.
Oh, no.
Cool. Things going up. All right, cool. Let me get ready to go. Why is nobody moving? Oh, that's why nobody's moving. And then it goes down. It's like a fucking flip got switched somewhere,
What
dude.
the fuck?
Somebody flipped the wrong switch at some point. Can you imagine? And that train is hauling
Going so fast.
balls,
It's going
dude.
so fast.
We don't have trains doing that in America like that. But can you imagine? You just don't even think about
my
it, and you're like, oh, yeah,
God.
I'm just going to follow the signals. I'm telling you right now, ladies and gentlemen, if I've said it once, I've said it 100 times. Train tracks are for trains. I don't care what the signal says. Before you go over some train tracks, look both ways
that's
before
horrible.
crossing the street, bud. I've seen too many videos of people getting taken out. Okay, I tried real hard to figure out what was going on in here. And there's zero ability for me to track this down. So I have an idea what this is, but I want to know what you think this is. We'll compare and contrast notes. So it's some kind of chicken factory. Some kind of chicken factory. Moving on.
I think they're getting vaccines.
That's what I'm thinking too. I'm
I
thinking
think
this is
they're
mass production,
antibiotics or
vax up the
whatever.
chickens.
Yeah, that's what I think it is. That's a super fucked up. I mean, all factory farming is fucked up when you like look at it. You know,
Yeah.
when you like watch a video of it.
It's all bad. This is factory farming.
That's a crazy way to inject an animal with something.
Dude, this
That's
is when they
insane.
stick their little head in a thing and
We
close
put
around it.
inside of an apparatus. and
Just
they
watch.
grasp
They'll
it
stick their little
tightly.
heads in there, and then it just something like holds them down a little bit, sticks them in, goes on to the next one, and then you get a vertical injection.
That's so fucked up.
It's so fucked up.
That's so fucked up.
That's
The music too.
Boom.
The intensity of the music too makes it so much worse.
dude. I'm telling you right now. That's
Oh
where your
my
chicken McNuggets come from,
God.
ladies and gentlemen. That's where your chicken McNuggets come from. Oh,
God.
this is wild.
you
Okay.
doing to me?
Apparently in South Korea. What are you gonna do, dude? This is a gas leak.
Oh, it's moving so fast.
It's a gas leak in South Korea. What are you gonna do, dude? You're fucked. There's no way you could get out of that.
what
people driving
kind
it-
of gas? Like liquid natural gas or something?
The kind that
Oh,
does
that's-
that. Woo. That's the kind of gas.
Oh
Some
my
kind of
God.
explosive gas. What do you do?
Oh my God.
What do you do at that point? Just go, oh, well, I guess I'm fucked. I'm going to hope my car doesn't explode when this thing lights off. Or are you trying to drive out of it and beat it?
I think you try and get into a building. I think that's the only like. If you see it rolling down the street, you try and get into a building. If everything looks like it's nighttime, so if everything is closed, you just stay in your car, try and close the vents. I don't feel for no fucking idea. That's horrible.
I think this is the one I want. Hunter Biden recently went in to.
This fucking guy.
You've seen this, right?
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, Hunter Biden, he was supposed to go to Congress, right? And
He
do some
denied
tests.
a subpoena to go to a closed hearing, and Congressman said no, but I'll go to an open one because you guys are going to lie about what I say. That's why you want to go to a closed hearing.
Yes. And so they ended up holding an open one last minute, basically because he wasn't going to come. But then he came and sat in the audience. And so fucking shout out Nancy Mace had a few choice words for him.
First of all, my first question is, who bribed Hunter Biden to be here today? That's my first question.
Nancy Mace, if we all remember, was the one who like actually accidentally at the prayer meeting, we looked at it on the show, at one of the congressional prayer breakfasts, she showed up and was like, oh yeah, I was almost late today because my husband like turned me over in bed this morning and wanted some, but I was like, no, honey, we got to go to the prayer breakfast. I'm like, Jesus, she's a wild lady.
Question. Second question, you are the epitome of white privilege, coming into the Oversight Committee, spitting in our face, ignoring a congressional subpoena to be deposed. What are you afraid of? You have no balls to come up here and...
Mr. Chairman, point of inquiry.
No
Mr.
balls.
Chairman.
No balls.
If
The ladies recognize.
If the gentlelady wants to hear from
James.
Hunter Biden, we can hear from him right now, Mr.
And
Chairman.
you
Let's take a
stupid
vote and hear
president.
from Hunter
I'm
Biden.
speaking.
What are you
women
afraid
allowed
of?
to speak
Hold on,
here?
hold on.
Why
Order,
are you
order,
guys not
order.
willing to let
Are
us
women
finish the
allowed to
hearing?
speak in here or no? Are women allowed to speak in here or no?
Order.
You keep interrupting me.
I'll interrupt the
You keep
chairman. I don't know
interrupting.
that he's a lady.
It's okay. So anyway, it ultimately culminates. It's a bunch of bullshit. But I like the tweet is like, oh no, it was a different tweet. Somebody was like, Republicans are so woke these days, talking about white privilege and sexist issues. But ultimately, what happened is he showed up, sat down. A couple of congressmen, like Marjorie Taylor Greene, said a bunch of shit. Nancy Mace said a bunch of shit, and then Hunter got real offended and stormed out of the hearing, even though...
Oh, he didn't stay the whole time?
No, he showed up for like, I think 15, 20 minutes and then left. Just enough to get a couple people to like say a bunch of retarded shit about him, and then him and his buddies took off and left.
Yeah.
Because he was just there in the audience. Oh, this is the other food one. This one is epic, dude. This is... Okay, so we got a big smoked brisket here.
What's it on top of?
And a baked potato.
And I'm going to put this potato here to size up the brisket, and I'm going to cut a nice piece of brisket right off to portion it nicely. Going to leave that potato over here, and look how juicy that brisket is. That's going to come right over here, and now we're going to shred it.
Just break it
We're
right
gonna
up.
shred this beef and lay it out in an even layer to create a nice big blanket for this potato to land on. So we're going to spread this out. Man, this smells fantastic. I love the smell of smoked beef brisket, especially on Sunday, on game days. It's perfect for that. And now we're going to take the potato, and we're just going to put it
it's a very big
right
potato.
in the center here.
This gets
cheddar cheese
epically
on
sized.
both sides here. We're just going to tuck that cheddar right up next to it.
Also, I appreciate
All
the
right,
commentary.
And now
It's nice.
I've got bacon because it's a loaded baked potato barbecue brisket
gets better,
bomb
dude.
here. And now I'm going to do just a little bit of barbecue sauce right
BBQ?
on
You're
top
making
of the
your
bacon.
own sauce. You're doing all
'cause
this.
once
You're not
that
making your own
bacon
sauce.
grease gets going,
Scumbag.
we're going to go a few jalapenos right on top of the
Jesus,
barbecue.
some
That's
jalapenos,
right. This
bro.
is gonna
Let's go.
heat up that barbecue sauce. And now let's cut this potato open and stuff it. All right? Oh, it's nice and steamy. It smells fantastic. We're going to do sour cream.
Yeah, everybody likes the smell of a
Right in the
regular ass
center
baked
here.
potato.
That's why I was like, what does a
Nice
fucking
little
potato
dollop.
smell
Not
like?
too much because we don't want it super saucy. We're going to do the caramelized onions.
We don't want it super saucy,
Just a few
but don't
scoops
mind
right
all
in there.
the,
That'll
the
sweeten it up.
5
Liquid
pounds of
savory
brisket.
nice.
And it's like, come on,
Now,
dude.
some cheddar cheese.
The caramelized
right
onions,
inside,
cheddar cheese.
With cheddar on the outside, cheddar on the inside. And now we're going to do a beer cheese sauce right
some
inside
beer.
of the potato. Beautiful. Your
That's a
favorite
fucking Bud Heavy,
cheese
by the
right
way.
here. And now it's time to close this up.
You're
Add a
close.
few more
Give it a quarter
jalapenos
inch.
for some spice.
Some more
All right,
jalapenos.
and now we're going to wrap this bad
Here
boy.
we
We're going to
go.
wrap it up in the beef brisket. And we're going to have a beef brisket encased
Motherfuckers at Chipotle
barbecue
need to pay attention to how this is done.
potato. It's going to be fantastic. Place it in the freezer for 5 to 10 minutes to let it firm up.
Yup.
And that's right, we're shaping this into a football. You don't want to fumble this one. You're going to want to hold this with both hands and keep it all to your
Now we're going to bread this
flour
bitch.
here.
What do you think we're going to do to this, baby?
Shape off the
Yeah,
excess.
buddy.
into some egg wash. The egg wash.
Oh my
is gonna
God,
stick
I
to the
want
flour.
this so bad.
Take this pig skin. It's actually a brisket skin now. We're
Brisket
turning a
skin,
pig
not a
skin into a
pig skin.
brisket skin. And now we're gonna coat it in panko, get it evenly coated to make it super crispy and crunchy. Now
That's
we're gonna
fucking
shake off the
insane.
excess.
Yep.
We've got our trusty spider here. Put it on the spider.
Is that
Now
what
we're
it's
gonna
called?
lower it gently
Really?
into 350
it's like
degree
a
oil
A
to
term for
fry
it.
this bad boy.
It's just, yeah, it's like
All
a
right, we've got a
giant ladle,
beautiful golden
but
brown
meant for frying.
on
It's
this
like
baked potato barbecue bomb. We're gonna put it on a rack
Potato
here to
barbecue
let the
bomb.
oil strain. Now it's time for the reveal. Let's
yeah,
bring
baby.
it on
Let's
over
do this.
to our board here, and we're gonna cut it right down the center. I've got a serrated knife here.
Dude. Come on.
Look at
Come
that
on.
interior, man, that's
Come
fantastic.
on.
Got that baked potato right on top there. And now we're gonna hit it with some more cheese to really load this bad
That is
boy
insane.
up.
Dude, I want
Cheese,
this so
we're gonna
bad.
go with more bacon. Bacon on the inside, on multiple layers. A little bit of sour cream right in the center, maybe a couple dollops.
Couple dollops, bitch. I need like a half gallon for that.
Now we're gonna decorate with some pickled red onions right
yeah.
on the center there. That really makes it pop.
That is
and then
fucking
we've got
crazy.
some regular
Dude, please.
dill pickles.
I want that
we're just
so
gonna place on
bad.
the side.
That's it right there. And you serve it on a
here,
piece of wood.
and then some
Let's
pickled
go.
That is fucking crazy.
You know what? Let's save that one. That's a fun one. That's the Jewish tunnels.
Okay.
New York City. We don't need to do that. Let's go to the Instagram, see what's popping in
Okay.
Instagram. Where are we going again? Your feed?
Yes.
All right. We'll not spoil the magic here.
Yeah. No, we'll
You
just
tell
scroll
me
up
where
a
to
little
go.
bit. Let's see. What's the last one that we saw? We watched the mac and cheese, right? These were tensions. Yeah, we watched that one because that's the. So go down a little bit. We watched the mac and cheese, I think.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. Start there.
Okay, we'll start there. All right, let's do it. Can't do that.
Yeah.
I work at Raytheon, but
Because morals don't keep the lights on.
that sounds like the exact conversation I have with my military-industrial complex buddies.
Yes. Should turn the speaker down a little bit. Just the back of the speaker. Oh,
turn
yeah.
that
Well,
down.
that
There we
works.
go.
There you go.
Oh no, I hope a big booty boy who likes girls in wheelchairs and Cheetos doesn't follow me home.
What the fuck, man?
She's leaving a trail.
I noticed. She wants a big booty boy who likes girls in wheelchairs and Cheetos.
Oh no, I hope a big booty boy who likes girls in wheelchairs and Cheetos doesn't follow me home.
And Cheetos. Jesus Christ, man.
It's awesome.
I don't approve of that video.
We watched that. You showed that to me, I think.
Oh, okay. Oh, wait, the one with the gun?
Yes.
Yeah, we did watch that.
Yep.
Merry
I
Christmas,
sent-
AK.
Some of these I just sent to myself to use for other stuff. but-
Gotcha.
Yep. Home Alone right there. This is a Christmas night. All right, we've watched this guy before.
Dude, he's got good
This
cover.
guy demonstrates his home.
Dude, those Halo bands. You know, get the goods out. Go, go, go. Gotta get the package out. I don't know.
I think he is laying down some fire.
Like, it's hard to tell. Didn't look like it.
Yep, that's me, so skip that one.
Do we have to?
We don't have to.
I dance with wolves in my life.
Oh, that's the day you done fucked up your gun. Right?
Yes, yes it is.
All right, what is this one here? Cast in a fire ant colony.
Oh my God, this guy is
I've
pouring
seen these.
molten aluminum into a fire ant colony. Yes.
I've never seen this one, but I've seen these. I feel like you're talking to me now. Yeah, back to
It's one of the weirdest things I've ever seen. I don't understand any of the science at all.
I don't understand.
So he's digging it out now.
That's like real surface.
Yeah, just wait. It's pretty deep in there. But look how fucking... Yes, bro. Look how intricate that is. Look how deep it is, too. Look at that.
That's like 2 feet deep. Yeah, where's that bitch up? Let's go. You want to see the entrance?
It's like a tree, dog.
Yeah, that's nuts.
Yep. Yeah.
Oh, and then he sells
Little
them.
stand for it.
Of course.
Isn't that crazy?
Good call. I'd be doing that shit too.
Oh my God, Tiffany just said that Joseph does that.
Pours molten metal into fucking
She
fire
said
ant
Daddy
holes?
does that, but he calls him Daddy. That's fucking insane.
That's so dope.
Joseph, we're gonna need to do a little bit of.
I need some collab.
Yeah, we're gonna need to be making some deals on one of these.
Yes, we need one of those for the fucking studio
Yeah, bro.
ASAP, dude. And then in the Christmas time, we could decorate with lights.
Yes.
Let's go,
Joseph, please.
Rich men north of Richmond got me wondering why I'm not more mad, actually. Mad that I pay taxes on a home that I already own, paid for by a paycheck I already paid taxes on, that I fix with materials that I buy and pay more taxes on when I purchase them, taxes that essentially have me working from January to June for free. I pay 50% of my income to government at various levels, and yet the bridge by my house has been closed for a year with not so much as a spray paint line on the ground or a start date. Yet, when I hit a pothole and get a flat tire on roads that I'm taxed to drive on, I have to wait on hold for hours sometimes to get a human only to tell me, sorry, we're not going to pay for your tire. I have no recourse. My dollars were 17 cents less than it was 2 years ago, but you don't reduce my taxes any. The government just burdens me. It's our problem to figure out where we're going to make up that other 17 cents. If I treated government the way they treated me, I'd be up to my eyeballs in fines and penalties. So yeah, that song resonates with me. Rich men north.
Fucking preach, dude.
You like that?
I got a half
No
a chub
idea-
going on right now.
No idea who that guy is, but
he knows what he's talking
Yep,
about.
little drywall work.
Trifle
This is the
ragged.
video that Brian and I discussed with you when he was here. You showed me in the drywall video the guys like matching their hands
Yeah.
up, and we talked about this. So
This is the ultimate expert.
The piece that was cut off to stagger the joints is not discarded. It fits this 16-inch space perfectly. That reduces waste and conserves man-hours. Complete coverage and close fitting is important, as around this light switch. He carefully scores the paper around the opening.
Just cutting around a little light switch, no
A little
problem.
bit, not a big deal. Skirp, yep, skirp, skirp. And then he just punches it through.
Cross scores it and taps out the core.
Boom, boom, boom.
Done.
And it's knob and tube, so it's shaped all weird.
A perfect fit and easy to plaster over.
Boom. Watch this angle he cuts. He's scoring it, right?
Yeah.
Gypsum lath is designed to be truly versatile. Surprisingly enough, attachment to steel is no problem. Even unusual jobs like
what
this
the
are quickly
fuck
done.
over?
And what could provide a more suitable plaster base for such a job?
No big deal. Just a little curve in there. Just cutting some little slits in the drywall. Just making
Dude,
it
and he
fit.
doesn't stop hammering with the nails.
Scrap pieces like this always find their logical niche. This one came from the ceiling.
Yep, just gonna
The curve is
freehand it.
scored on the back,
Freehand this
then
inside.
on the front face.
I'm not gonna cut my fingers with this fucking axe.
Which is like razor fucking sharp,
Yep.
I might add.
Just boop, pop that right off
What
there.
the shit, man?
Dude.
They don't make humans like that
No, they do
anymore.
not. No,
That's not
they
how
do
you do
not.
drywall anymore. And it doesn't come in them little sheets either, like the little tiles. It's like big ass sheets.
Yep.
And, oh my gosh, what are
Yep.
we? What are we
There you go. It's like that guy.
Don't die in the street. have your equipment on you. It doesn't matter if it's in the car. One of my favorite things to do, somebody tells me, oh, I have an AR-15 in the car, I have all my medical equipment in the car. I'll grab their arm and tell them, go get it, right? If someone you cared about is dying, are you gonna be able to run to your car and then make it back in time to save their lives? When you come to the courses or you see these videos, you're gonna see some videos of people bleeding out in 45 seconds, a minute, right? That's one of the things that we try and drive home in this course. We make it for the everyday citizen. We're not making it for special forces or people who are in Iraq or Afghanistan. That's great, but those tactics don't work here, right? You're not walking around in body armor with an IFAC on you. You're just going to get some gas, right? So we talk about ways to carry tourniquets, different things that we should have on us. Just like carrying a gun or a knife. If you carry a gun or a knife, you should have medical equipment on you because you're planning for a deadly force encounter. If you don't have medical equipment, what are you planning for? You're planning to die in the street because you're going to get into a force-on-force encounter. You may get shot because we're always going to be reacting. We're never going to be the one who's, John Wicking a whole building. That's not going to be what's going on for you. You're going to get attacked in a parking lot. And if you get injured, what are you going to
Dude.
So I want you to
truth.
If you want me to put you on the spot for just a second, will you tell the story of your homeboy getting hurt while you're out? I gotta go up and give kisses. I'll be right back.
Go get kisses?
Yep, I'll be right back. It'll take me.
Of homie going down the mountain?
Yeah.
Okay, I guess. Yeah. Either that, or I'm just gonna watch more of your videos.
Yeah, either that or
that's fine.
You were talking about wanting to get a new medical kit too, so whatever spurred that
I
on.
do need a new medical kit, which I'll tell a story about that real quick because it bothered me a lot. I used to always carry like a good trauma medical kit in my truck with me all the time, but then after my truck got stolen, for those of you who don't know, back, I don't know, about a year ago maybe, and my med kit went with it, and then when I got a new truck, I just didn't really think about keeping it in the truck with me again. I have to rebuild a brand new one and put it in there, and I just kept putting it off, and the other night, earlier this week, I kept having these fucked up nightmares where, it was like over and over and over. No matter how many times I would wake up and go back to bed, like I'd have the same dream in a slightly different way, but I'd be driving along the road and I would witness a horrific car crash right in front of me. And then I get out, I pull over, I get out, I'm trying to render first aid, and I'm realizing that I don't have anything I need to save these people. And it would be stuff that I had in my regular medical trauma kit, stuff for sucking chest wounds and things like that. And so I was I was tearing off pieces of clothing that I had on, and it's pouring down rain, and then no matter what would happen, everybody would die by the time the ambulance showed up, and to even involve a little kid that I couldn't resuscitate. And that really spurred me on to get my medical kit back in my truck, my new truck now, because it's just, you never know when it's going to happen. And when it does, if you don't have what you need, there's nothing you could do. There's very little you can do. And that really, really bothered me. And so I have reordered a bunch of the goods for my medical kit that I'm going to build in my truck. And I highly recommend that you gotta get some kind of basic first aid training and be ready to do something like that. Because the last thing you need is to be finding yourself helpless in a situation where you can't save one of your friends or even a stranger, and just have the knowledge of knowing you could do something and then being rendered unable to do it because you just weren't prepared. We're not going to retell the story of homie crashing because we already did that. So we're just going to watch some more of these videos. We got a good amount to run through. This looks like more of the Pew Pew dad with his kids. Point of view. You were the guys attempting to break into my house in 2017, but you didn't know I was bestowed the gooniest angle known to mankind. Oh, nice. So we sit up over his couch, just looking down on the entrance to his house. You come up and look, and where's the homie? Oh, you don't see him. We've seen similar videos before. That's pretty badass. Know how to break into your own house. That way you know the best way to defend it. That's the way I got to go with that. All right, what's this one? This one looks good. Old people dancing?
You gotta sit down when you sing.
You got to sit down?
You gotta sit the fuck down.
You got to sit the fuck down. He looks hammered. Oh yeah, he's all yacked up on Bud Light, man. And there he goes. Boom.
Oh, I guess I better sit down.
Oh my god. I have to laugh because I can neither confirm nor deny that I've been that guy before. Once you fall down and you realize, yeah, I should probably sit down. All right, what do you got? Some cool construction?
This is a framer's test. Here, take your bags off. So basically, if you are really if you're really athletic, you'll be able to stand up or get up off the floor after we put this through your shirt. So
wait, what?
Yep.
You're gonna put a 2x4 down the back of this dude's shirt, and I'm assuming it's gonna go through his shorts too. Yep, and they're gonna say if he's really athletic, he can get up after they lay him down.
Just lay back.
Oh, that's gonna be rough, dude. You can't be doing that.
Oh, yeah, dude. Okay, so get ready.
Oh my god, he's got the nail gun. And they fucking nail him down to the ground. Of course, dude, that's a fucked up prank, dude.
All right, how about this is a framer's test.
The framer's test. You know, I've worked with a lot of framers before, and that's exactly what they would do. That's where your hard-earned money is going when you're building a house, ladies and gentlemen. What is this? What is this? Your kids are 5 years old. It's time to send them to school to sit inside a desk all day and be raised by the government.
Okay. Well, I won't be doing that. Okay.
Yeah, no thanks.
Well, I won't be doing that.
That sounds exactly like something you should not be doing. They're going to go sit in a fucking government institution for 8 hours that day and just, that's it. It's over.
I would give myself, look, I hate to do it, but I will do it.
My wife. How would you grade yourself as a husband?
I would give myself an A+. Is that enough? Can I go higher than that?
Can I go higher than that? Amen, dude. That's perfect. Shout out to that. All right, what else have we got over here? What we got here?
He's gay.
This is oh yeah, when a job calls my friend as a reference. This is Willem Dafoe.
But he has a special connection to classical music. There's many things that are interesting.
Oh, this is from Boondock Saints.
He's gay, but he has a special connection to
classical music.
Classical music. There's many things that are interesting about it.
Yeah, he's one of the greatest characters in film, dude. Willem Dafoe in Boondock Saints. It's like the best. I like the practical joke you can play with framers. They put the 2x4 down and then just nail his ass down there. Okay, I'm going to jail. Isn't that enough?
I don't know if you know this story or not. We're not going to read this whole thing, but there was a man. We'll read the top part. In 1984, Gary Peluche tracked down the kidnapper who assaulted his 11-year-old son and dealt with him on live television. Gary waited in disguise at the airport, and he dealt with the kidnapper while cameras were rolling. He was given a 7-year suspended sentence and received no prison time. I don't know whether or not they play the clip in here, but if not, then we turn this down just a little bit.
Yes.
Kids are laying down now. Okay, so this guy was wearing a drug phones, these public phones, and the guy who kidnapped his kid walked past him, and he turns on the telephone, boom, 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 blasts him on live television.
Nice. On live television.
Live television.
That's nuts. Oh, that was the dude. Okay, so as the guy's walking by,
Absolutely
I like it. I like it. 1990 Simpsons.
Yep.
How can you defend a country where 5% of the people control 95% of the world?
I'm defending a country where people can think and act and worship any way they want.
Cannot.
Can too.
Cannot.
Can too.
Please, kids, stop fighting.
Maybe Lisa's right about America being the land of opportunity, and maybe Adil has a point about the machinery of capitalism being oiled with the blood of the workers.
That's great.
So this says some retarded ATF agent telling me I need to show him a tax stamp for this 11.5-inch. His plates aren't level 4.
And I said that you can't always get what you want, honey. And I said that you can't always get what you want, honey.
His plates are level 4. Let's fucking go. Oh, these are good. What is this one?
So, autistic fascination with military technology, hatred for military-industrial complex.
Ooh. And then, of course, Sam Elliott, both. That's awesome. It's America, bro. I'm sorry. I thought it was America.
This is the stupidest idea ever.
Okay, so this guy's stacking up 2 on the
Oh, don't do this.
Don't do it. It's gonna hit.
They must be Russians.
They're going to shoot him with an AK. Oh, they're Americans. Shot it with an AK, though.
God.
My God, dude.
Oh my God!
Shouldn't be doing that, dude.
Oh my gosh!
He's alive.
Oh
He
my
didn't die.
gosh!
It was maybe the dumbest thing he's ever done in his whole life, though. Do you want to try it?
No. No, those people, you just don't do that, man. That breaks all the rules.
It says when you make it through another year of protecting your babies, your daycare, your children from the school system, and your wife from a corporate prison.
2024, baby. Let's go. That's perfect.
Here's a silly song from the 1930s, originally sung by Harry Roy and banned by the BBC, but sung now by my good friend Champagne Charlie.
Champagne! There's one pet I love to pet, and every evening we get set. I stroke it every chance I get. My girl's pussy seldom plays and never purrs, and I love the thoughts it stirs, but I don't mind because it's hers. My girl's pussy. Often it goes out at night, returns at break of dawn. No matter what the weather's like, it's always nice and warm. I bring tidbits that it loves. We spoon like 2 turtle doves. I take care to remove my gloves when stroking my girl's pussy.
They really don't rhyme like they used to. There's a reason for that, Tom.
No, sir, they do not.
Like that. So this is an ice fishing shack, and I think this is the last one that I have. This is the ice fishing shack, updated, fully updated. So there's a TV with the camera to show you what's chilling at the bottom of the shack.
Man.
Everyone has their holes.
Not yet, not
Is
yet,
that what
not
they're
yet.
called? Just holes.
Yeah, I think so. I don't know. I'm not an ice fisher.
Your ports.
Do I get it?
Look at that. Oh,
Not yet.
some fish. No. Come on, guys. Get on that.
And the camera's fixed so you can see everybody's line.
Dude, that's legit.
Oh, he's gonna come back over here. Here's your redemption.
It's not in his mouth yet. Yes, it is.
It's not in his mouth yet.
Oh, there's whoever that is. Oh my goodness, guys. Set the hook. Reel. Don't stop reel. Oh, you got a reel.
This isn't
You got a
fly
reel.
fishing, Grandma.
Reel. Oh no, it got off. It got off.
He's gone.
Oh, that sucks. But also, that takes like the fun out of fishing. What are you doing, man? You're supposed to be miserable
It's a
and
bit
cold.
much. It's a bit
It's
much,
bit
but-
much, but also super classy. All right, and that concludes another glorious grab bag, my
That is
friends.
it. That's what we have for this week.
That's where we got it.
So, thank you guys very much for the great first episode back. Of course, we'll be back in 2 weeks. In 2 days, on Monday, when the audio version of this show drops, you will also see the very first episode of SOS ID, which is an episode that Colin and I did together. And after that, we have a couple of guest-driven episodes, and then we'll have some more for you after that. So I hope that you enjoy. Of course, we want to hear what you guys have to say about that. On Patreon, you didn't get the 2-week preview that we will from here on out.
This is the freebie.
Yeah, it's the first one. But after that, obviously, you'll get everything we talked about, the uncut version, and you'll get it 2 weeks early, all of the everything. So with that, do you have anything else you want to add? Or
No, I think that's about it.
Okay.
Happy New Year, buddy.
Absolutely. Happy New Year. Merry Christmas to everybody. We'll be back in 2 weeks. We'll keep pumping out the clips, doing all the stuff. So make sure you go subscribe. You tell everybody if you like, subscribe, share. I didn't say it at all. In this
Matt's
episode,
in the
but
chat.
The executive, all this show and everything, executive produced by Zeke. Everything
Absolutely.
by Zeke. So shout out to him.
The
He's
man, the
out
myth,
there
the legend.
fighting the good fight, doing whatever the fuck he's doing, who even knows. And
Fighting for America. That's what he's doing.
Crazy shit. So thank you guys again for watching. We'll see you again in 2 weeks. I'm Donovan. You can find us, of course, you've been watching us youtube.com/saltofthestreets. You can find us on our own personal social media. I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter, at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. Collins at Big Bird Offie on both those things. Everything at saltofthestreets.com, including that Patreon that we talked about, patreon.com/saltofthestreets. So go there, subscribe, tell everybody. We'll see you guys in 2 weeks.
Peace.
See ya.